NFL Draft Day 2 is here, and we are live here at Dolphins Today by Chat Sports for the second day of the NFL Draft. We have the second round and third round today. Miami having picks at 48 overall, middle of the second round, and then 98 overall, the end of that third round. We will be live for these two rounds after night one, where Miami and Chris Grier went with the defensive lineman out of Michigan, Kenneth Grant, at the 13th overall selection. It's going to be a lot of fun reacting, analyzing both picks Miami make tonight. Maybe they trade up, maybe they trade down. Do they keep only just two picks? It will be fun to see how things unfold. It was a lot of fun last night with everyone, and let's hope to make it another fun day today. I'm Nic Rohloff. We got Justin Honore with us, as always, again. Appreciate everybody tuning in here early on this Friday evening. It's Friday, baby, so we can really have a party and let loose today. As always, shout out your city for me down in the comments section. Where are the real ones watching from? I see some legends already in the chat, like Ty Man, Santiago, Armando, George, JSG, Drew, XI, Larry, Jonathan Soto, Hot Dog, Mateo, Chance. Appreciate everybody tuning in here. We got XI in Northern New York. We got JSG in Mississippi. Tommy is in Pensacola, Florida. Mark is on Ormond, Florida. Jonathan Soto always in Melbourne, Florida. Larry is in Marist. Drew is in Towanda, Pennsylvania. Chance is in Inwood. Oh, it's going to be a fun day. A lot of needs for the Dolphins still remain. Corner, O-line, safety. I would probably say another defensive lineman is necessary to add to this roster. Should they do it in the second and third round? No, probably not, but I do think they should add one in this draft process. I expect them to go secondary with one of the two picks, whether it's safety or corner. I would also expect them to go offensive line with one of these two picks. But who knows? Things always change. We'll ultimately see how it unfolds for the Miami Dolphins. Scott is in Indiana. Damien says, what's up? What's up, Damien? Fort Collier from Magic. A lot of people want Will Johnson. We'll talk a lot about Will Johnson. That is the live poll asking the people if they would trade up to select the Michigan corner who slipped to day 2 of the NFL Draft, presumably because he was dealing with a knee injury that teams were concerned about. So maybe that's something Dolphins fans should be concerned about. Maybe the want of Will Johnson should be kind of brought back a little bit. It's not the best idea to go with the corner because of his injury history. That is something that will be heavily discussed and debated on today's show. Steve is here in the building. Brendan is watching from Australia. That's electric. We go worldwide here at Dolphins Today, which is absolutely awesome. Hot Dog says Will Johnson's a scrub. That is not true. Now, if you said he is injury prone and you don't want him because of that, all right, but he's not bad. Richard is in Virginia. Shout out to you, Richard. We're continuing to have more people pile into the live chat. We are here live 1 hour before day 2 of the draft begins at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Central Time. We will talk about the prospects on the board for Miami, recap what happened on day 1, and discuss everything in between. But before we get into the first kind of part of today's show, I do got to show love to the sponsors on today's live show. One of them is Game Time, the number one way to get your tickets, whether it's an MLB game, an NBA game, whether it's a concert or comedy show in the summer. Get started with Game Time today. You could save up to 60% off buying last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy show, theater events, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app. Create an account and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. But we're also sponsored by Prize Picks, the daily fantasy sports platform that I play every single day. I cashed out on my first-round draft picks yesterday, but I am back today with some basketball playoff action. Don't miss out, whether it's points, rebounds, assists. Take your pick of more or less for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. It is Flex Friday, so make sure you opt in and tap the checks box in your lineup builder to be eligible for a protected play. Choose squares from any game on the board. If your lineup does not win, you get net losses back in promo funds up to your promo limit as soon as the lineup settles. My entry today for the playoffs, more than Giannis Antetokounmpo points, less than Benedict Mathurin points, and more than Peyton Pritchard 3.5 threes. Join me. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Appreciate the two of those sponsoring this day 2 stream for the Miami Dolphins, and it will be fun here again. And if you're excited for day 2 to get underway, hit that thumbs up icon. You guys did an excellent job of this, by the way, yesterday of hitting that like button. We had over 400 likes on the stream. The goal is to beat that. The bosses were challenging us to get more likes on today's stream than we did on our night 1 stream. So we have to get 500 likes on today's stream. That is the goal, and to incentivize us to get that record and beat that, every 100 likes, I will take a shot on the day. Like I said, we also topped out on our day 3 stream, 402 likes last year. So not only did we just get over 400 yesterday, we got 402 last year on our day 3 stream. That was day 3. This is day 2, but we're still trying to beat that number from last season. So hit that thumbs up icon if you're fired up. You know what? Let's just make it easier too. If you're excited to welcome in Kenneth Grant to being the newest member of the Dolphins, hit that thumbs up icon. You could not like the pick. You could love the pick. Either way, we all know and want Kenneth Grant to succeed and be good for the Fins. So hit that thumbs up icon to welcome him to the Miami Dolphins. We got 112 people watching. We should already be at 100 likes, and I should be taking a shot for welcoming Kenneth Grant. Come on. Hit that thumbs up icon. I don't actually know Kenneth Grant jersey number. I don't think that's been announced. Let me see here. I don't think so. I don't think he said that. And chosen. He wore obviously 78 at Michigan. I'm curious to see if, I just looked it up. Nobody. So hit that thumbs up icon to welcome in Kenneth Grant to the Miami Dolphins. We'll see. I don't even know what jersey numbers are completely available. We'll ultimately see. But I do like Kenneth Grant. I'm excited for him. So make sure you hit that like button. We got over 120 people watching. Let's get to 100 likes ASAP, man. Remember, every 100 likes tonight, I'm going to take a shot. We got to beat last year's number of 402. All right, today's Super Chat menu, because I know the people are ready to have a good time with us again today. We're going to keep it rocking today. $5 is a raffle ticket. We do have a different raffle item to do. You know what it is? Let's show this raffle item. How about this? It's this old school Dolphins throwback mini helmet. How sick is this thing, man? I told people I might just keep it. Nah, I'm kidding. $5 gets you a raffle ticket for the mini helmet. We're bringing back the Bean Boozled. Yesterday it was on the Venmo menu. Today it's on the Super Chat menu. So $20 Super Chats. We're doing Bean Boozled instead of shots. And then every $300 today, not a $300 Super Chat, every time we cross $300, we are going to do a beer boot. Yesterday we got over $1,000, which was awesome. It was a great time hanging out with everyone. So we would have to do 3 of these things today if we did that again. We'll see how many we do today. Every $300 we cross there. And you see at the bottom of your screen, the Super Chat MVP, whoever sends in the most, which yesterday it was my guy David Breakout with $350. We'll ship you out a Kenneth Grant jersey when it is finalized. That is the today Super Chat menu. $5 for a raffle ticket for the mini helmet. $20 we do Bean Boozled. And me and Justin, you cool alternating those again, Justin? Yeah, we'll do that again. And then every $300, we are going to do a beer boot. And we are in another Super Chat battle tonight as well. Yesterday, we beat Vikings Now barely by about 100, and we beat the Cowboys Report by about 150. And today, Trace Gerard and Nick Lopez challenged us. Justin, I don't know if I could stomach losing to Trace Gerard and Nick Lopez of Saints. Now, I think, quote, Justin, they said, we're going to fuck them up. I don't know if I could handle losing to those bums over there.
Oh, and they added more fuel to the fire. They're right next to us.
They are. This wall right here, just on the other side of this wall, is Saints Now. We can't be having that. We can't be having that loss. We can't. So, remember, MVP gets the Grant jersey. We're battling Saints Now. Y'all just saw the Super Chat menu. We're going to be live here for a long time. We just got our first 2 Super Chats of the night. So I'm going to write down the raffle ticket for Cameron Donald. Shout out to you, my friend. I always get confused by this. This is 10 pounds, correct? Am I right? We'll get to that in a second. But shout out to John Green's $2 Super Chat, being the first one. You know what, John? You will forever be known as the person who sent in the first Super Chat of the day to Dolphins Today on day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Shout out to you. But then this is the one I'm talking about. What is that? The Great British Pounds, right? GBP? That's got to be what it is. Fuck, I know something for once in my life. I feel smart. Cameron Donald with a $10 Super Chat. I appreciate you, Cameron. That gets you 2 raffle tickets for the Dolphins mini helmet. So you're the first person to get some tickets today. Shout out to you, my friend. You're an absolute legend. John Green is pounding the table for Mason Taylor. I know a lot of people want Mason Taylor. Son of Jason Taylor. I'm curious to see if he was on the board at 48, if Miami would take him. Justin did say that there's a lot of buzz about the Browns trading the 33rd overall pick, first pick of the second round, but he also said that if they keep the pick, it sounds like it might actually be Mason Taylor from LSU. So we'll see who goes first in the second round. But I did want to also show people our Venmo deals today, as we did yesterday. Any Venmo you sent, double the raffle tickets for amount of money. What do I mean by that? Well, yesterday we did $5 raffle tickets. So if you send a $5 Venmo, that's 2 tickets instead of 1. You send in $10, that's usually 2 tickets. Now it's 4. You get the premise here. So you Venmo, Nic Rohloff is my handle on Venmo. You get double the tickets. I'll put that in the live chat, by the way. That's what the Venmo is. And then $30 Venmo is a beer bong. We got a Murbanga today, so we got the happy dads for the Murbangas here again. If we get $30 Venmos, I'll do beer bongs. Yesterday was $50. Today we're lowering it to $30. And then this special here, every $100 on Venmo, I will run a mile and show you my time on social media, on the community page. It will probably be on Sunday or Monday because I don't think we're going to be able to do it tonight or tomorrow during day 3 of the draft. But either way, you can make me run here. It could be a lot of fun. Those are the deals on today's show. We'll continue to cycle that. And if you do soon any Super Chat or Venmo, you automatically get on screen, and we'll talk about it like we did for Cameron and my other guy who sent in a Super Chat. All right, what say you, though? Who do you want the Dolphins to draft on day 2? Who do you want to draft on day 2? I know a lot of people might name Will Johnson, but with the Dolphins going D-line at number 13 with Kenneth Grant, I don't expect them to go D-line at 48. And by the way, even though 5 defensive linemen went in the first round, Justin, I will say there are still some good D linemen available, like TJ Sanders, Darius Alexander. There are some good players available. I'll say that. But there's a lot of people. Make sure can we just get the timer up again? I see Dylan Gabriel. I see offensive line. I see Will Johnson. O-line, left guard. Chris says Trey Amos. Will Johnson. Jonah. Okay, I practiced this, Justin. The guard from Arizona. It's Jonah Sava Inaya. The E is the one part that I didn't get, but then once they told me, that's it. Jonah Sava Inaya. That's how it is supposed to be said, apparently. Jonah Sava Inaya.
I always say just Jonah from Zona.
Hey, you know what? I like that. Jonah from Zona. That's tough. That's good. That's good stuff there. But continue to let me know who you want the Dolphins to draft, as we are about 44 minutes away until the second round getting started. Tim says, Nick, I assume you're talking about Emin Wari from South Carolina. I would certainly be interested in that. Soto is saying best available. Listen, best available at O-line, safety, or corner. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with any of those positions and going with best available. That's kind of where I lean. If it's Emin Wari, cool. If it's one of my top corners, cool. Whether it's Benjamin Morrison, Savone Revel, Will Johnson, Trey Amos. If it's an O-lineman like Tate Ratledge or Sava, Inaya, or Jonah from Zona, I'm going to have to think about it every time. I don't care. I don't know when I'm going to memorize it. I'll memorize it if he becomes a Dolphin, and I say it so many times. But I'm not going to memorize it until he actually becomes a member of the Dolphins. Yeah. Okay, we got another $20 super chat from Cameron Donald, the MVP of the stream. So if it ended right now, we got a long way to go. But if it ended right now, Cameron Donald would be the MVP. He's got 6 raffle tickets. Nobody else has any. Shout out to Donald. Does someone double it? Donald, you're the man. Shout out to you. And $20 super chat is a Jelly Bean, a.k.a. a Bean Boozled. I'll take the first one. It's only right for me to take the first one. Let's get the flavor down. Yesterday, I think I got stinky socks, but I survived it. And today, we're going right back to it. I don't know what to tell you. That's where it went. That's the one it says. You see the blue there? That's where it's pointing to. I'll show it up close again if you could see it. It's fruity or stinky socks. So now that doesn't really make me that nervous about eating this, is because I've already gotten that bad one before and I got through it. I got to make sure I grab the right one though, because it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Pretty sure this one's it. Yeah. All right. Down the hatch we go. Every $20, me and Justin alternate Bean Boozled today. And you get 4 raffle tickets. That was fruity, though. I just ate it. That is 100% fruity. Because now that I had it last night and today, I did get stinky socks yesterday. But it didn't even taste that bad. I'll be that blatant. That one was much different, though. So, in a good way. So, well, lucky me. That means maybe you get a bad one if you do it next. All right. So, we had something next here on the channel here, folks. And this is a fun one. So, we are sponsored by Game Time. And we're sponsored by Prize Picks. But we also want to show love to another company that shows us love, and that's Mando. We have a starter kit here. Stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and there's other products of your choice. This one's the deodorant wipes right here. We're giving away a starter kit from Mando on today's show. And we want to make sure everybody knows exactly how to get it. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash, for example, deodorant wipes. Usually, you can get a $5 off a starter pack when you use our code CHAT. But today, we're giving one away for free. And I use it to make sure I'm smelling right. I do. No matter where I go, I always use Mando. And what we are going to do here is we're going to give away a Mando starter pack on the channel. How we're doing that, though, is this. So you have to retweet my pinned tweet to potentially get a starter kit. It's not guaranteed that you end up getting the starter kit. But I will say, if you retweet it, you will have a chance to win it. I'll put the link in the live chat right now. This is the tweet right here. If you retweet this tweet in the live chat, you will be entered in to our giveaway for Mando, which is a starter pack. The winner is getting chosen at pick number 40. Now, the caveat is we have to get 50 retweets to be able to give it away. That's the requirement from Mando. I should say it's a requirement from us here. So, if you want a chance to get in to the Mando giveaway, which is quite the deal, you gotta retweet the link in the live chat. Show us love, show Mando love by retweeting my pinned tweet that's in the live chat. I'm giving shout outs to the first 5 or 10 people that do so as well. If you want to support the channel, super chats are great. Showing loves to our sponsors and us is the best way to do it. We're giving shout outs to everyone who retweets it. So help me out. Help our sponsor out. Show me some love. Come on. Who's going to be the first couple people to give me a retweet on that tweet? Who's going to be the first couple of people? Who is it going to be? I'm still waiting to see who's going to get into this first. I see a couple retweets here. Brother, BRTH3R. There's the first one. Shout out to you. Come on. Who's showing love? Let's get 4 or 5 retweets here before we move on. All right, we got 5 now. We got Peter Griffin. Shout out to you. We got 5 over there. Justin, you could get entered too, you know. Yeah, you know, you go give me a retweet, you're entered. We got Brendan. We got Tony. Come on, continue to hit that retweet button. We got 7 over there. We got 7. We're making some headway. We're not moving on until we get 10. I want to get 10 retweets on that pinned tweet before we move on. Shout out to Charles. You're in there now. We got some people entering. Let's go. Let's go, man. See if we got any more. Justin's entered. Yeah. Yeah. We got your boy Chop. You're entered. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all.
Latest tweet from Dane Brugler.
Okay.
Dolphins fans might find this interesting.
Okay, now I'm intrigued.
After going defense in the first, the Browns are expected to shift towards offense early in the second if they stick and pick.
Okay.
Running back Travion Henderson at 33 and tight end Mason Taylor at 36 would be fun.
Interesting. All right. We got about 12 retweets, so I think that's a good number. Remember, we have to get the 50. Pick is being given away, or the Mando at 40, or pick 40, excuse me. So we're going to have to get to 50 retweets. We're at a good spot now, but we need to climb. You also should give me a follow. If you are. We got 13. That's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. We'll continue to talk about this here just in 1 second, and we're going to continue to talk. But I think it's a good time to talk about the actual draft, as we have 130 people watching here, because there are some big-time players still on the board. Will Johnson's obviously the biggest name, the corner from Michigan. The player that I said was the highest player on my big board for the Fins going into night 1. He was. He really was. Now, I was not aware that the entire NFL knew that he had a knee issue. That's the difference between me and the people in the NFL that actually have access to his injuries. I didn't have that. So I didn't know he had a knee injury that most people think could be chronic. I still would take the shot on Will Johnson here on day 2. I would. I have no issue doing that. I would trade up for Will Johnson because I think he's that good of a corner. Now, I don't think the Dolphins would take Luther Burden, but he is certainly a good wide receiver, but he's likely going to go in the first 7 or 8 picks of the second round, in my opinion, anyway. I don't think they would take Mike Green either, but he is certainly talented, but there's a lot of off-the-field concerns there for Mike Green. You see Nick Rohloff there, the safety from South Carolina. Someone potentially mocked to the Fins at 13 at times. If he made it to 48, I would absolutely take Rohloff because of how talented, how much of an athlete he is. The next kind of page here, Donovan Ezeraku. I would take him at 48 because this is the best player available, and you don't really have a future at edge, excuse me. You only have really Chop for the future. You don't. Like, Chubb is on a 1-year deal, essentially. Phillips is on his 5th-year option. So it's tough. But I do think Ezerako would be in consideration. I'm out on Schlesinger, not drafting Schlesinger whatsoever. I ran back my list of crash outs and what I would like or not. Schlesinger made the crash out list. The Dolphins just don't need a linebacker. I think it would be a monumental mistake to go linebacker in that way. My list of excitement, and I'll tell you this here. Give me 1 second. Day 2 pick reactions. Dancing through the streets. Will Johnson, Nick Emenwari, Trey Amos, who's actually on our next list here at number 11. Happy, Savone Revel, Benjamin Morrison, Jonah Savainaya, Tate Ratledge, Xavier Watts. Crashing out. Azariah Thomas, Carson Schlesinger, Cameron Williams. I put Cameron Williams on there. I just don't think he is a guy that can move inside.
Why would Cameron Williams be going day 2?
I don't know. I saw on ESPN there's some buzz. I wouldn't say that's pick 48, but maybe at 98. I still wouldn't be happy with that. So that's my list there. So you heard that. But I like Savone Revel. I like Trey Amos. I like Xavier Watts. I will say this, Justin. A lot of people have been on the Twitterverse when it comes to the Dolphins talking about maybe Shedeur. At 48, no. We still have too many needs. I do not think he makes it to the 3rd round and beyond. But in a crazy, crazy world where Shedeur Sanders is on the board when the Fins are picking in the 3rd round, I would actually take Shedeur Sanders. What is the downside of taking a quarterback like Shedeur Sanders at 98? Kind of think I would. I would be interested here in Morrison. Nobody really else from this list. I know people are going to pound the table for Mason Taylor, and tight end 2 could be a need for the Fins. I just wouldn't do it. Like, I don't think it's that big of a need. I don't think it's that big of a need. I'm looking at offensive guards. I'm looking at corners and safeties in the 2nd round. I would have no issues with Ratledge at 48. I'd have no issues from Jonah from Zona. I think Marcus Bowe would be a little bit early. Maybe not. Maybe I'm lower on him. But I'd be fine with Jonah. I'd be fine with Tate. Bowe, though, I don't know, at 48. But Wyatt Mullum is an interesting player at 98. So is Miles Frazier. That's a player that I'm interested in. I think he fits the Dolphins system very, very well. I think he could be an option at 98. I think Dylan Fairchild would be a solid option for the Fins at 98 as well. So these guys are all interesting, man. These guys are all interesting. It doesn't sound like we have good news in our Super Chat battle. It doesn't sound like we have good news, guys. Because like I said, the Saints studio is right up against our back here, and I do feel like they just got a big Super Chat. And we might be cooked, man. Might be cooked. Early might be cooked. Who knows? By the way, shout out to Damon Martin. Shout out to Mark King. Shout out to Ethan. All retweeting. We got 15 retweets, so we got to get to 50. We got a ways to go. We'll remind you about our Mando giveaway here in about, 15 minutes? But, yeah. I think we got an update on our Super Chat menu. It's not great, Jim. It's not great. We're going to need a legend here to step up for us, I think. Okay, it's manageable. It's manageable. I thought they might have went nuclear, Justin. We only trail by, quick math, 42, 138, 96, right? Yeah. No, not even yes, 96. I'm terrible at math. We trail by 96. Let's see if we could catch our Saints now in our Super Chat battle. Listen, we won yesterday. I want to go clean sweep on the weekend. We're 2-0. We beat the Cowboys Report and the Vikings channel. I don't want to lose to the Saints of all channels. We shouldn't have beat the Vikings channel. We shouldn't have beat the Cowboys channel, but we did. I can't get my streak ended by them. I can't do it. Can't do it. We did get a $5 super chat here from my guy, Every Noodle. He'll be getting a raffle ticket, so we cut into the lead. Every Noodle joins Cameron Dodd now for our raffle for the day 2 of the draft. Remember, winner of the raffle gets the Dolphins old school mini helmet. That thing's sick, man. Thing's dope. I want it. Oh, yeah! Here we go. Now we're going to have a chance here. Now we're going to have a chance. We'll start with Every Noodle. If it's Will Johnson or Watts, will Nick dance in the streets with a POV? Let's finish up. Every Noodle. I did not put Xavier Watts in my dance through the streets. My dance through the streets was Will Johnson, Trey Amos, and Nick Emenwari. But if Will Johnson gives the pick, I might take a video of myself delirious at 1 a.m. today dancing through outside my townhouse. I might be doing the little dance. I'll do a dancey dance. I don't know what dance I would do because I'm not a good dancer, and I'll admit that right now. But I you know what? I could make that happen if we get Will Johnson. Be dancing through the streets getting Will Johnson. You know what? I'm fine with it. Just give me every Michigan defensive player I can get. Like, their defense is usually good. I don't know who else is out there that I would want, but from that defense, I feel like all the good ones are gone. But we got a $50 super chat from Cameron Donald. Let's go. We only trail by about 30 to the Saints channel now. 20, excuse me. We're battling. We are battling right now. I like what I'm seeing from the Dolphins fans today, as I always do. Cameron Donald also gets another 10 raffle tickets. Shout out to you, Cameron. Shout out to you. My guy Jonathan Soto coming in with a 5 as well. You know what? Because Cam sent in a 50. We'll do 2 jelly beans here. I'll give one to Justin and I'll do the other. We also got a $5 super chat from Soto, so he gets a raffle ticket. I wrote you down there. It's going to cost me $3K to fix my car tomorrow. That's the best I could do. Appreciate anything, my guy Soto. Best available at CBO line safety in that order. I agree. I understand car issues. I actually had to buy a new car in December because my other car shit the bed and we were cooked. I had to deal with new brake pads. I didn't deal with a caliper breaking down. Like I was just chaos everywhere, Justin. It was horrible. And then at one point I was just like, I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. All right, Justin, this spin's for you. That was a bad spin. Another bad spin. There we go. Good spin. Ooh, this is not a good one. Do you want me to tell you which one it is? It's juicy pear or booger. I think it's those green ones right there. Ugh. It's a tough one. All right, my turn. Oh, my God, terrible spin. Terrible again. I can't spin it. That was another terrible spin. Oh, my. That was terrible, too. There we go. That's a good one. Oh, no. All right, it's actually not that bad. I thought it was on the peach or barf one. It's either cappuccino or liver and onions. I mean, I've never had liver and onions, but I think I could deal with that. Let me just make sure it's the right color. Yeah, it's this brown one. Is liver bad? People eat that shit for fun. It can't be that bad. I mean, I don't eat liver and onions, but that can't be bad. Look, Soto says he loves liver and onions, so this can't be bad. I think I got lucky because even if it's the bad one, I don't know. So Justin's down the hatch. I hope it's good for you. Either way, it doesn't sound like it's that bad. Uh-oh. Now he's confused. Oh. Oh. Well, it didn't sound like it's that bad. If that's the reaction, I'm not going to lie. I forgot which one it was. I've had one. I think it was the dead fish one. I think that one I literally spit out because it was that gross. I'm not going to lie. All right, I'm going cappuccino liver and onions. I feel like I'm going to get liver and onions. I don't know if I'm mad about that because I kind of want to try it. Oh, yeah. Liver and onions. It's certainly not fun, but it's not that bad. There's worse ones out there for sure. It's not great. Dead fish is the worst one, I think. Barf is tough, too. Stink bug isn't great either. Either way. Oh. Tough. All right, we had over 160 people watching. Still got 22 minutes until we're getting underway here. Let's get to 100 likes first. Remember, every 100 likes today, I'm taking a shot at Tito's. We're trying to get more than 410 likes to beat yesterday and last year's likes record. We're 6 away from 100. Hit that thumbs up icon, folks. Live here for day 2 of the NFL Draft. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be fun hanging out. I tell you what, that aftertaste is still kind of hitting me, and it's not great.
Not the most fun thing.
All right, there we go. We got over 100 likes. Appreciate everyone hitting that thumbs up icon. But that means we're taking a shot of Tito's. Shout out to you guys. That will help get rid of the liver and onions taste, that's for sure. Yeah, that's for sure. Would I trade up for Nic Rohloff? No. I like Nic Rohloff a lot. I would draft him without hesitation at pick 48, but I am not trading capital to move up for him. No, I'm not. I'm honestly not trading up for anyone not named Will Johnson, if I'll be honest. I want to trade up for Will. I would do that, but the way the board is looking like it might fall, I think I'd rather just wait at 48 because I think one of the top 4 corners will be available. I think one of Sava Inaya will be available. Tate Ratledge will be available. Like, I'm just sticking at 48. I'm sticking at 48. I am. I've got no issue saying I'm sticking at 48 if I'm not trading up for Will Johnson. If I'm trading up, I'm doing it to get Will. If I'm staying at 48, cool. Cool with that. Cool with that too, man. Because I expect wide receivers and edges to fly off the board. I do. I think wide receivers are going to fly off the board. I think edges are going to fly off the board. So why not just stay here? Why do I want an injury-prone corner? Like, listen, did he only play 6 games last year? Sure. But, like, he played almost every game for Michigan the year prior. So, I do I understand the injury concerns? Sure. But how do you know he's an injury-prone guy? Like, he played all the games in 2023. Like, there's a lot of injury concerns with a lot of players.
And to every Noodle's point, all the top corners right now got some major injury concerns.
Right, so we just passing on our biggest need because the top guys have had injuries at college? Like, you could have injury luck, man. It's bad injury luck, potentially. Oh my God, the Nets are minus 200 on Bovada for Giannis next season. How? That's minus 200 is crazy. That's basically saying if Giannis asked out, he's in that. Why would he want to go there? Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, so what we'll do, we got a $20 super chat from Cam Donald. The legend grows, the MVP of the stream, with $100 exactly, actually. So Cameron Donald carrying the torch here. He would be the recipient of the Kenneth Grant jersey if we ended today. Cameron says he wants Mike Green, Mike Emenwarrior, or Will Johnson. We don't need edge, but it would be kind of hard to pass up on Mike Green just off a pure talent level. My only question is, if you do draft Mike Green, do you trust your culture? Do you trust your infrastructure to be able to bring him in and for it to work out? Because he's got a off-the-field concern. He does. And there was only one team to have Mike Green on a top 30 visit. That was the San Francisco 49ers. At least that was reported. Emenwarrior and Will Johnson, absolutely, Cam. Mike Green, not so sure. Appreciate the $20 super chat. So, Justin, it's your turn again. That's not bad. It's Berry Bluer toothpaste. That's one of the better ones. Those little light blue fellas. So after you take that down, we'll do game time or a sponsor, and then we'll tell people about Mando again. Justin, how's it going over there? Okay, nice. I've actually gotten the toothpaste before. It's not bad. It's just super minty. It doesn't taste gross. It's just really minty. It's just really, really minty. Yeah, because we think it'll take an hour probably to get to Miami's pick, so then we'll have game time get knocked out as the cut. I think that's how it will play here. That's how it'll play. So we're going to tell everyone about our sponsor, one of our two sponsors. That's Game Time. Game Time is the best way to get tickets if you're going to an MLB game, an NBA playoff game, a concert, comedy show. Game Time's the official ticketing partner of Dolphins Today. They have last-minute deals. Save up to 60% off when you buy last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy show, theater events, and more. They have so many great features like Game Time Picks. Make last-minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. All-in pricing shows you the total price of your ticket up front with no surprise fees at checkout. You also get a full panoramic view from your seat in the app before you buy. If you are in the Miami area, you can go see the Heat play Saturday afternoon against the Cavs in the playoffs, or you could go see them on Monday night in Game 4 of that first-round series. But if you're not, well, go to a local area or a local event in your area, or wait to go to the Chris Brown or Lady Gaga summer concerts in Miami. Get started with Game Time today. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. All right, appreciate Game Time for sponsoring today's stream. All right, it's time to get some more retweets here for Mando. Remember, we are giving away a Mando starter pack. What comes in a Mando starter pack? One, it's the #1 whole body deodorant, but it comes with a solid stick deodorant. My personal favorite scent is Mount Fuji. This one's Cedar Grove, but at home, when I'm using Mando, I got Mount Fuji. I also have the deodorant wipes. It comes with a cream tube deodorant, solid stick deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice. How you get in to the Mando giveaway. All you got to do is retweet the live tweet in the live chat. We're going to put it in there again. You send a retweet there, and you can get a Mando starter pack potentially for free. We will give away and pick a winner in the second round of the draft today at pick number 40. We have to get 50 retweets to get this Mando giveaway. Right now, we have 15. So we need 35 retweets to be able to get this done. We need 35 retweets. We need 50 retweets. What's up, Poe? How you doing, my friend? Remember, we need 50 retweets. Let's see if we got any more here. We started at 15. We need 50. Live chat is where you can find the tweet. We're trying to give away a Mando starter pack that has deodorant wipes, cream tube deodorant, solid stick deodorant. If you want to get involved, give me a little retweet there. As we got some new people coming to the chat. Shout out Poe. Shout out David. What's up, Master of Rage? Retweet those tweets. We're giving away a Mando starter pack. Right now we got 15. We're trying to get we need to get to 50. We need to get to 50. See if we got any more. We got Frank. Shout out to you, Frank. So now we're at 16. We're trying to climb to get 50. If we get 50, we're giving it away, man. Help us out. Help us out. And in return, you get a nice little starter pack from the #1 whole body deodorant that I use. Ian Rappaport just said Tyler Shuck is in the running to be the first QB off the board today. The Louisville QB. Dance King wants Landon Jackson. What time is the pick 48 going to be around? I don't know. What time? You think, like, if 33's at 6 o'clock our time, I'd 7:15, hour 15 minutes. So 8:15 Eastern time. 8:15 Eastern time. I think that's a good one. Come on, folks. If you want to be entered into the Mando giveaway, hit that retweet button. We need 50. Right now, we got 16. We haven't really gained much steam here, man. Magic says, I use Mando now, too. Thanks to you, Nick. Works great. Smells like oranges. Magic knows the vibes. Magic, I don't know if you've been one of the people to retweet this. We got 16. But if you want more Mando, hit that retweet. You could potentially win a starter pack for free. Help me out. Dance King is in. Shout out to Dance King. We got a 17th retweet. Let's go. Do you think it's... Can I retweet my own tweet? Do you think that counts? Well, I'm going to do it anyway, just for fun. Doesn't matter. I'm getting in. Shout out to all y'all.
While we're waiting, which one of these defensive tackles, let's just say, okay, obviously TJ Sanders won't be there. But let's just say Alexander, Collins, and Walker are all there at 98. Well, who has to be on the board for you not to double up?
I don't think the Dolphins are going to double up regardless. Like, I like Collins, Alexander, and Sanders a lot. And I do think it would be good for the Dolphins to double down eventually in the 3rd or 4th round, maybe. But I think at this point, at pick 48, it would be better well suited for the Fins to go DB or offensive line. I just think that's the truth.
I'm in it at 98.
Oh, 98. Okay. I'd be interested in Collins at 98. He's their pick. I think he goes late 2nd round, early 3rd round. But if Collins is there at 98, take him. I would also say probably the same thing for Shamar Turner. And we did that in our mock draft at 98 of Chat Sports. If Shamar Turner's there at 98, I'll take him. CJ West, I really like CJ West. Wouldn't take him at 98. 116 in that 4th round? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. So that's kind of where I lean there.
Okay, let's go This is at 48. Tate Ratledge or, let's see, Benjamin Morrison.
Sorry, say that again?
Tate Ratledge or Benjamin Morrison.
I'd go Morrison.
Benjamin Morrison or Xavier Watts.
I'll go Morrison.
So corner has to be the pick, is what you're saying.
If you were to compile all the positions of need and pile on our big board, I would go Will Johnson number 1, Trey Amos number 2, Nick Emenwari number 3, Revel 4, Morrison 5, Ratledge 6, Sava Inaya 7. Those are my 7.
So pretty much for you, it's secondary or nothing.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah. I am all in on the secondary right now. All in. All in. XI says your Twitter's not working. Well, hopefully it works out for you. On the retweet stage, we're at 21. All right, Justin, as we're getting under 10 minutes to go until the second round gets underway, you want to quickly look back at our Super Chat menu? We could also look at where the battle is, because I don't think it's going well. All right, XI, we'll see. We're at 21 right now, so we need another 29 tweets. We're in trouble. So our Super Chat menu today, right now, $5 gets you a raffle ticket for this Dolphins Today mini helmet, or just Dolphins mini helmet, throwback logo. It's freaking sick, man. Every $20 Super Chat, we do a Bean Boozled. Me and Justin are changing and going back and forth today. Right now, the next one that would come up is mine. Every $300, I am doing a beer boot. I pour Happy Dads into this boot and take a chug. We are halfway there, so we're $150 away from doing our first beer boot of the day. Davin's gonna go retweet and come back. Go, yeah. You want a? Let me put this as a. For a Mando giveaway. This is the link. If you guys want to get in there, again, remember, we got to get 50 retweets. Giveaway will be at pick 40. Oh, boy. The MVP is Cameron Donald, but we need a lot of help to catch Saints now. We're at 145. Saints now is at 357. So we trail by 200 and change. It's not ideal. Not ideal. Not ideal there, folks. But hey, we could turn it around. A lot of time left. A lot of time left in the day. A lot of time left. We're 5 minutes to go until we got underway. We got over 200 people watching. Appreciate everyone here today. Would you guys trade up for Will Johnson? Why, for yes or N for no? I feel like that's a pretty big question here. Would you do it? Shout out to you, Jumbo, maybe. We're at 22. We're almost halfway there, Justin. We're almost halfway there. So maybe if we get a big spike in the audience, we can get there. Let's hope we do. Let's hope we do. Soto is saying yes. Stetson saying no. Vincent saying yes. No, no, no. While you guys say that, you want to just cycle through the picks that went and occurred in round 1 as we're 4 minutes to go until round 2. Just feel free to cycle through. I'm not really going to talk about them, but continue to let me know why for yes and for no would you trade up for Will Johnson in the second round. Mike Segura is saying yes. Max saying no. Master of Rage is very much against Will Johnson. Maurice says yes. Ninja says yes. Mark says no. Drew is saying yes. Max says no. XI says F Twitter. Anthony says I'd rather draft Dorian Strong. I really like Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech. Kind of a sneaky fan of his. He's like a option for me at 98. Every Noodle says wouldn't mind it. Santiago says yes. Tyson says, what's your mile time? Depends on if I'm running 1 mile. Am I running 2 miles, 3 miles? I mean, it's tough to decipher there. But Tyson is in on Will Johnson. Okay, I think it's a little aggressive comparing Will Johnson to Drew Brees, but in terms of the slide because of injury, you can make the case. Josh says, if you're not drafting a top corner like Will Johnson, you should sign Asante Samuel Jr. That I agree on. If you do not pick a corner in the second round at 48, I am not going to be someone. I'm going to be pounding the table for Asante Samuel Jr., basically. What I think we should do for the second round, Justin, is player. Yeah, okay. And then you could also have the player top as like the most recent pick. L3 rotator. Okay, yeah, perfect. And then we could also have and just manually change on the clock. Like you could have the one that's like right there almost. Yeah. Perfect. Has Rasul Douglas been signed? No. So Rasul Douglas is still out there. All right, we're 2 minutes until the second round gets underway. If you're ready for the draft to start, spam those goes. Oh, my guy Acock's back in the building. What's up, Brian? Brian, make sure you go retweet my pinned tweet. We're giving away a Mando starter pack today on the show that comes with a solid stick deodorant wipes, cream tube deodorant. If you want to be entered into the giveaway, got to retweet my tweet. I know, Acock, you're a legend. I know you could be in for some Mando. You're always in. Shout out to David Storm. David, I actually don't know if you retweeted. You liked the tweet. You got to retweet it, my guy. Got to retweet it. Saw you liked it, though. There he is. There's the retweet. There he is. What's up, Satori? How you doing? If you're ready for the day 2 of the draft to start, let's do it. We got a minute. Do they have to announce it, or is it kind of just like we start firing these away? I don't remember how it works. They do?
I think maybe today it's like the historic players announced the pick. So
Yeah, you're right. That's why the second round, at least on the broadcast, takes longer than people think, is because they have to do these announcements. But Twitter will fire them off. If you're ready for the start, let's go. Shout out to SXKT. We're almost halfway there. We're at 24 retweets. We need 26 more. I think we could get there. Now the giveaway will start. We'll pick a winner at pick number 40. So we gotta get a lot of retweets quickly. Here we go. We're about to get started. Maurice, yes, sir. Shout out Mike Segura. Basically, it sounds like Shuck is going to be the first quarterback off the board. Because now, unless it's the same source, Jordan Schultz tweeting out there's growing belief that Shuck is going to be the first quarterback selected today.
Good luck to whoever that team is.
Yeah. You know who I think it's going to be? I think it's going to be the Saints at 40.
Again, good luck.
Yeah, that's who I think it's going to be. But it's time to get underway, folks. We're almost there. It's almost time. Spam those goes if you're ready for the draft to get underway. Come on, baby. David, I did see. You know what, David? I'm giving you a follow back. I follow David back. I'll follow Damon back. I'll follow Mike back. You know what? I'll follow your boy Chop back as well. Shout out to the 4 of you guys. And you know what? Peter Griffin gets a follow back. Y'all 4. Oh, you know what? Josh just followed me. I'm giving Josh a follow back. You know what? I'll say it right now. For the 200 people watching, if you retweet that pinned comment if you retweet that tweet that I just sent in the live chat, I'll give you a follow back in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Gotta be the next 2 or 3 minutes. I'll give you a shout out and a follow back. Shout out and follow you back. But make sure you hit that thumbs up icon. We got 146 likes. The Browns have yet to be put on the clock, but we're almost there. Shout out to Audiobooks. Audiobooks, I'll give you a follow. Steve really wants Jonah Sava Inaya. I'm almost close to nailing this. I think I just got to talk really slow when I say his name. Acock, I already follow the legend. He's giving me a retweet. Let's go. We got 27, which means we're more than halfway there. We could get there. There's nothing I'd like more than to get to 50 retweets on that pinned tweet. To make the bosses happy, to make Mando happy, because I love Mando and they help us out by sponsoring the show. Drew, retweet, follow back. I'm giving a retweet to everyone, or follow back to everyone who retweets that tweet in the live chat, man. Not yet on the board is the Browns. Ari just tweeted the Browns are on the clock now. So I guess we're ready to go. We're ready to go. I think they go, I'm guessing they go running back or tight end. Going running back or tight end, I think. I think that's what's going to ultimately happen. All right, here comes Goodell. Boo! 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 I know we booed him yesterday. I'm booing him again. Boo! Boo! Get in the live chat. Boo the Goodell. Shout out to Tyson, ACOG, Master, David, BR, XI, Max. Boo! Why is everyone against Goodell? Because he stinks, and you always boo the commissioner. That's how it works. That's how it works, man. You just boo the commissioner. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. All right, but the Browns are officially on the clock as Goodell is here announcing it. So, boo. Boo. He stinks. He stinks. All right, it's official. Browns are on the clock. Browns are on the clock. Let's see what they do here. They went with Mason Graham with the 5th overall pick. They went with the D lineman from Michigan, Mason Graham, after trading down from number 2 overall with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And we'll ultimately see who they go with here at number 33. They went with Mason Graham yesterday. They have 2 picks in the first 6 picks of this second round after trading with Jacksonville. We'll see who they pick. We'll have you updated on every pick. It sounds like they're leaning offense. I think a lot of tight ends. I think a lot of wide receivers. I think a lot of edges are going to go early, setting up Miami perfectly for going defensive back with the 48th overall pick. That's how I envision this going here. There are 2 quarterbacks on the roster, Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. That's rough, man. That is rough. I would not want to be that, man. I would not want to be that. To see a Jets suck chat going down. This guy is everywhere. That Patriot fan that dresses up as the Patriot, like silver face with the hat. No, I don't think they go Shedeur Sanders here. I think they're going offense, but I don't think they're going QB. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. How about Andrew Berry, the GM, just rocking a long sleeve like Nike tee? Like a stay in the game, like an athletic one. I guess they're all wearing it almost, but Stefanski's rocking a suit and tie. Wait a minute. That's unbelievable. It's a white. I think it's a white player. That's all I know. They were just, if you rewatched it, there was a lady on the phone FaceTiming someone, and then she handed the phone to the GM Andrew Berry, which means they definitely just called the prospect, and I saw a glimpse of the phone. It was a white dude's face. Yes, I think it is, because I think that was the player. Because obviously they called the player to tell them they're picking him, and then they called the NFL to tell them the pick is in, and then it's announced. Now, I think it's a white dude. If it's not, then I have no clue who they could possibly be FaceTiming at this juncture. But I think it's a white dude. No teams call, but no trade. So the pick is being made by Cleveland, which is the prospect that was on the phone. It is someone who I think maybe it's Mason Taylor, but let me just say this. It was not a black player. That's all I know. Is he? I thought that was Samoan. Aren't they Hawaiian? That is true. Let's see who the pick is. The pick is in, but no one's tweeted it out or anything. By the way, I think all bets are off for... Oh, okay, he is. The pick is in. Do you think that Mike Garafolo, Rapport, Schefter, they all just announce picks now, like they don't care anymore? Because they didn't really do it yesterday. No, not yet. Carter Reimer says Emin Warrior is wearing a Miami hoodie. I find that hard to believe. But maybe. I don't know how you would know that. Unless they showed on the ESPN broadcast. We have the the NFL Network up. The pick is not out. Or here comes Joe Thomas. The legendary offensive lineman. Here we go. See, this is the thing that drives me up a wall, Justin. When these guys come out and take 20 years to announce the pick. I have not seen it on Twitter yet, so I am going to find out apparently on TV like everybody else. What did I say? The pick is in. The eyes don't lie, Justin. The eyes don't lie. That was sharp, bro. The Browns just went with the linebacker out of UCLA, Carson Schlesinger. That is as white as it gets. I saw it. That's why you subscribe. I knew it was a white player because they were on the phone with him. And I didn't want to get too specific. I wouldn't lie. I saw blonde hair, but I was like, okay, that might be a little too aggressive. But the guy was blonde, I'll tell. I sharped it, bro. First pick of the second round, linebacker out of UCLA, Carson Schlesinger, one of the more productive linebackers in the college level last year. He will join Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah on that linebacker core and that Browns defense. And they go, so Dane Brugler thought they were going offense at 33. 3. Ultimately not the case. Ultimately not the case. This was a player, by the way, that I thought maybe could be in the play for the Fins at 48, but I would be very upset if they took him. And good thing they did not. Good thing they did not. All right, I don't think they're going to show the board anymore, the war room. And if they do show the war room, make sure they don't show the phone. We got 285 people watching. Every 100 likes today, I'm taking a shot of Tito's. We're at 163. We got 36 likes away from another shot. Hit that thumbs up icon. Hit that thumbs up icon. Quick pick is in for the Texans here, Justin. Quick pick is in. That's a quick pick for Houston. I think they're going to go offensive line. That is my prediction. Yeah, we're going to do Mando again. We're going to do prize picks? Do you want to wait a little bit? No? Let's just wait a little bit, see how it plays out. The pick is in for the Texans. It's wide receiver Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State. The 6'4" wide receiver from the Cyclones. I thought it would be if they went, I'm shocked they went with a big-bodied wide receiver. Like, Nico could play anywhere, but
I mean, they already have injured Tank Dell to be the little man.
But he's like almost out for the year. I thought they would go with like a Luther Burden or someone like that. But Jaden Higgins is the pick for the Houston Texans here at 34. I'm a little bit shocked there by that. As we're here at pick 35, remember, we are doing our Mando giveaway at pick number 40. So we only have about 5 picks until we give it away. If you want to be entered in to get a starter pack from Mando, it's the whole body deodorant that I trust, Justin trusts, to make sure we're smelling right. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice. Usually, with our code chat at mando.com, you can get $5 off a starter pack. That's AKA 40% off. We're giving one away. Some products that could come with the stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, the deodorant wipes. We have to get 50 retweets. We have to get 50 retweets. I put the tweet in the live chat. Right now, we're at 28 likes. So show some love to Mando. Show some love to me. Be very helpful. Retweet what's in the live chat. If you do that, you can get a free Mando starter pack. I'm also giving shout-outs to anybody who retweets right now. A trade. The Seahawks are on the clock. The Seahawks are on the clock. They traded pick 52 and their third rounder at 82 for the 35th overall pick. I think this is a trade up to get Luther Burden. They need a wide receiver. And it would make sense to trade up in front of a team like New England who needs one. And I hear comes the wide receiver run, I think. This is the wide receiver run. But that tells you what it would take for the Dolphins to trade up right now. It would take your second rounder and third rounder to get up. Anyone retweet that tweet in the live chat? We got 275 people watching. Nobody did. I guess nobody wants a free, potentially, Mando starter pack. I'm giving you a shout out on the live show as well. Go help me out. All right, so the pick, you see it bottom of your screen, but we got to get 50 retweets. We're at 28. I know there's 22 people that are watching out of 280 that haven't retweeted. No chance. See if anyone gives a retweet. We're at 28. We need 50. Was I right? No? Well, I see it. Dolphins fans aren't going to be happy with this. That's what happens when you don't retweet. That's what happens when you don't retweet. The dream for Will Johnson lives on. The dream for Nick Rohloff, I think, is dead, guys. It sounds like the Seahawks traded up to take Nic Rohloff. Someone who has been compared to Cam Chancellor due to his size and physicality. Oh. That's on me, I guess. I thought it said we were picking at 40. So we might have more time for the giveaway, folks. We might have more time for the giveaway, which is good news. But the pick is officially in for the Seattle Seahawks, who traded their second and third round pick to get the South Carolina safety, Nic Rohloff, a player that Dolphins fans wanted, and we know that I wanted as well. I wanted him, but I knew it was very unlikely that the Dolphins were going to get him because he's just too good of a player. I knew he wasn't going to fall to 48. And it makes sense, even though it's not the same regime in Seattle, Justin. It's a really good fit for Mike McDaniel. A versatile safety, 6'2", built like a brick truck, 6'3", 220. He had a decent year in coverage, had a perfect 10 RAS score. So, tough player goes off the board there for the Fins. I'll tweet that out. Shout out to Maham with the retweet. Nick Rohloff off the board. Will Johnson dream lives on. The Will Johnson dream lives on, though, folks. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, but when they put the thing in there, giveaway pick 40, I thought that meant that was going at 40. Misinterpretation by me, I suppose. Brian Acox from South Carolina, the legend, says South Carolina guy, here's a beast. Yeah, I mean, he's a beast, man. He's a beast. I would have loved him at 48. You add him to that Anthony Weaver defense, we got a hell of a time. The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. So they had 2 picks in the first 4 of the second round, and they do not go quarterback with either of them. They went with Carson Schlesinger out of the linebacker from UCLA, and they went with the Ohio State running back, but not the one that you thought would go first. It's Quinshad Judkins, the former Ole Miss running back who transferred to Ohio State. He goes off the board for the Browns at 36, which means Travion Henderson is still on the board for a team that needs him. Oh, you really did? Well, you wanted Caleb Johnson, actually. Interesting. So Quinshad Judkins off the board. The Raiders are now on the clock here at 37. Will Johnson is very much in play here, and this concerns me quite a bit. But could they shock the world and go Shadur? Could they? XI says he retweeted. Let's go give him a retweet. Let's go show him some love. Yeah, you know what? Shout out. I think that's Gabe. Shout out to you, Gabe. We're at 30, which means we're 20 away. Kind of chills. This is a big pick, I'm not going to lie, for the Dolphins. The Dolphins' biggest need is corner, Justin. One of the teams that needs a corner so desperately is the Raiders. I think it's a pretty, I wouldn't say safe bet, a good bet that they go with a corner here. Who's their wide receiver core again? They could also go Luther Burden.
It's Jacoby Myers.
I don't think they have anyone else, though.
And pick your poison, and then every ball goes to Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I think an option for them is absolutely Luther Burden, Jalen Knoll. What's one of the other better wide receivers out there? Higgins is off the board.
Jack Besh.
Trey from Ole Miss. Trey Harris. Almost said Trey White. We'll see. This is a big pick for Miami here. Hopefully they do not go corner. If they don't go corner, I don't think the Bears go corner. I don't think the Saints go corner. The Patriots won't go corner. And now we start to get even closer to maybe Will Johnson to the Dolphins range at pick number 48. I'm telling you, we might get lucky here, folks. We might get lucky, but we got to see if the Raiders ultimately pass on a corner here at 37. Daniel, I like Andrew Makuba too. Hit that thumbs up icon. We're 3 likes away from 200. Every 100 likes, I'm taking a shot of Tito's. We're 2 away now. Hit that thumbs up icon. Not seen the pick in just yet. Yeah, the NFL is telling the people to slow it down. I mean, I will say the Texans got that pick in, like, right away. Like, legitimately so quick. I do think Judkins going to Cleveland's kind of tough, though. I do think it's kind of tough. Browns made the pick of Quinshad Judkins, the third back off the board. Will Johnson runs like a 4.6 40, but he's a dog, man. He's a dog. And I know there's injury concern, but he's one of the most productive college corners over the last 3 seasons. And I wouldn't say he's a blue chip player, but if he stays healthy, I know if is a word that people don't want to hear when you're talking about health, he could be dangerous. Like a legit CB1, man. All right. The Cowboys were? We got 207. So appreciate all of y'all. That's a shot on the house. Once this next pick in, let's go player top with list 3 bottom super chat. Shout out to y'all. Robert says, if Miami doesn't trade up, they are not going to get any of those players. Well, I think one of the 4 corners will be there. Based off how this first part started saying, like, I think they're going to have a corner they're choosing. The way this draft started with going linebacker, wide receiver, I know that's tough, but linebacker, wide receiver, running back of 3 of the first 4, I would be stunned if the Dolphins don't have their choice of Savone Revel, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, or Will Johnson at 48. And I would be picking any of those 4 without a question. Those are the 4 I would take. These are the first 4 picks of the second round that got started about 24 minutes ago. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. I do not think Jalen Ramsey gets traded today either. I think he will be traded post-June 1st if they deal him. It's been a little bit of a slowdown here. Are the Raiders working the phones, or is it just taking a while for them to get this pick in? A team that took the running back from Boise State, Ashton Genty, in the first round. The Dolphins traded up to 37. The Dolphins are on the clock. The Dolphins are on the clock. Mike Garafolo, we just traded for pick 37. It's got to be for Johnson. It's got to be for Will Johnson. It's got to be for Will Johnson. The Dolphins are on the clock. It's got to be for Will. It's got to be for Will. Please be Will Johnson. The Dolphins are on the clock. The Dolphins are on the clock. I don't know what the trade is. I haven't seen the official details. I'd assume it might be 48 and 98. The second round pick, Miami has a 48. The third round pick at the end at 98. The Dolphins have traded with the Raiders to get to 37. We don't know who they are taking, but the pick is in. Here is the reaction. I don't know the true details of the trade yet. When we know, I'll tell you. But the Dolphins are on the clock. These are the first 4 picks in the second round. You would have to imagine this is for a corner. I have been saying all day that we should trade up for Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan. But that is not the pick, folks. That is not the pick. The pick is in. And it's a good thing I've been practicing his name, Justin. It's not for a corner. The trade details are finalized, by the way. I will wait to say until we have it on screen. The trade is this. The Dolphins have traded pick number 48, their third-round pick, number 98, the fourth-round pick, 135, which is at the end for this pick in 143. It's pick 48, 98, and 135 for 37 and 143. The pick is in. It is an offensive lineman. It is the Arizona offensive guard, Jonah Savainaya. We practiced this all day, thinking that this could be an option for the Dolphins. The pick is in for the Fins. It is Jonah Savainaya, the offensive lineman from Arizona. Many people predicted that this is the top offensive lineman on the board, and Chris Grier, knowing how big of a need this is for the Fins, they went the guard from Arizona. It's official. Jonah Savainaya. There we go. That's the pick. Grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. 416 people watching. Grade the pick. There it is. The guard from Arizona, Jonah Savainaya. The Dolphins wanted to get their guy. Let me get this tweet out here. I see A's. I see A's. I only see A's. So they did not wait to see if they went corner. They traded up and grabbed Jonah Savainaya. Savainaya. As we continue to practice that name. The trade details are as followed. Wait a minute. Wait, there's conflicting details now. Hold on, folks. This is the pick. We might have kept 98. Adam Schefter said that the Dolphins get 37 and a fifth-round pick from Vegas, and we traded 48 and a fourth. Did we trade 98 or no? Because if we keep that third rounder, that's huge. I think that's the official one. So the Dolphins traded 37. Interesting. So they trade 48 and a fourth-round pick for 37 and a fifth-round pick. That's the official trade here. So the Dolphins moved ahead of New England to take Jonah Savainaya. Justin, how much of it is a good thing that I practiced saying that name all day today? I knew it was an option. That's a good pick, and that's a starting guard, man. That's a starting guard. Let me tweet this out. Jonah It's going to be a tough one to spell. But there we go. The pick is in. Jonah Savainaya. How about that, folks? All right, so what we're going to do, Justin, I'm going to film a quick short on this. We have 536 people watching. While I push that out, you give some shout-outs down in the comment section, and then we'll film the cut. I did not. All right. I'm running to get Q back in 30 minutes. We need 20 more. I can screenshot. Do you remember? So if we hit, okay, cool. So we just got to get to 50. That's all I know. So let me get this short. Hold on. Jonah Savainaya is the pick for the Fins at number 37. Wow. Full breakdown of this pick coming here in just 1 second. I'm going to film a short and then push that out, and then we'll talk more about the Arizona offensive lineman And here's the short that I'm going to do in 1 second. Here we go. Miami Dolphins trade up in round 2. We thought they'd trade up to get a corner like Will Johnson. No, they get the offensive guard from Arizona, Jonah Savainaya. He is a versatile offensive lineman that slots in to likely start at the offensive guard spot for Miami. The trade compensation, according to Adam Schefter, Miami traded pick 48 and a fourth round pick to get the 37th overall pick and a 5th rounder. So they move up 11 spots, move back in day 3. If that's the correct compensation, that's a good deal for Miami. I wanted a corner, but Savainaya is a really good offensive lineman, a starter from day 1. And if you were someone like me who wanted to build from the trenches, D-line, O-line, first 2 picks, I love it. Hit that sub button for more Dolphins breakdowns. All right, that is the pick. 600 people watching. Justin, give some shout-outs. Continue to grade the pick for the Fins here at 37, take into account the trade while I push this out.
All right, we got Sports Channel A. AKA Miami says we kept 98. Danny May says 98 is gone. The Mental A-. Ryan A.
Okay,
Chad
so
A.
Schefter was wrong. Great. We didn't keep 98. I know you can still hear me, and I'll let Justin get back to it. But the trade is 37 and a 5th round pick from Vegas for 48, 98, and 135. So the Dolphins no longer have another pick in the 3rd round. They must have really liked Savainaya.
All right. Vincent A. Sherry A. Lost Texan B+. The Chosen One A. Looks like we're going to have a pick right here at the Patriots. Let's see. Cameron A. Tristan F. Trade B pick. Interesting. Z A-. David A. Togarari C. David A+. James F. Gave up way too many picks. Kill Dom. We do not. You're a smartass. B. Richard F. Tyson A. Drew A. Cheetah F. Leo A. Oh, sorry. I thought the Patriots made the pick.
They did. It's Travion Henderson.
Oh, my. That's crazy.
They just took Travion Henderson.
Hey, it seems like a big contingency of you guys think this is an A. But I am curious for the people that are grading it not passing. Why is that? Is it because they gave up the pick? I could see that.
I'll say this, folks, and I'll be back on screen in just 1 second. I am going to be very curious to see what the plan is at corner. Like, what is the plan at corner? And we'll do a full breakdown of Savainaya here in 1 second. But what's the plan at corner? What's the plan at corner? What, like, seriously, we don't have corners. Chad Jones is in the building. Shout out to you, Chad. We didn't pick up a 4th. We traded we traded 2nd round, 3rd round, and one of our 2 4th rounders for 37 and a 5th. So we have now 3 5th round picks, no 3rd round pick, and only 1 4th round pick. So I got to be honest, I don't love the trade. I love the player. I don't love the trade. And I'm stunned the Patriots took Travion Henderson and didn't go with Luther Burden or something like that. That's a shocker in my opinion. But running backs are going off the board. I'm shocked. Color me shocked, Justin. All right, that short is out. Let me just put this on Facebook, and then we'll be ready to go. And then we could start our breakdown. Yeah, we'll get through our super chats, and then we'll do a full breakdown, just real quick. That's what we'll do here. But the pick was made by New England, Travion Henderson, and now the Bears are on the pick at 39. Man, I really thought it was going to be Will Johnson. I got so excited that we traded up and went with Will Johnson, man. But I like Jonah Savvy-Inaya too. So I don't want that to be twisted. I don't want that to be twisted. I really like Jonah Savvy-Inaya. I just would have been through the roof if we traded up and went Will Johnson. I said I would have been dancing through the streets. Let's trade up in NFL Draft and take Arizona O-lineman Jonah Sav. Can you flash it on screen real quick? So I want to make sure I get the. I think I got the spelling right. Just want to make sure. Savviinaya. I think that's right. Yes, that's right. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to give a full breakdown of Jonah Savvy-Inaya here in just 1 second. I feel like my brain is just fried by trying to pronounce this dude's name every 5 seconds. But shout out to everyone hanging here. The Bears went Luther Burden. That's a great question. Still got 500 people watching. Quickly, let's roll through the super chats. Toga Juan says they're doing newbie Madden draft. I can't tell if that's someone who, if that's a pick that doesn't make you happy or not. I don't know. After or before? Okay. Derek Powell with a $5 super chat. Jonah Savvy-Inaya, solid, but Grant was historic. I like both picks. You get a raffle ticket. Derek Powell, let me write that down. And then Brian Aycock. We no longer have to think about Liam Eichenberg starting week 1, barring injury. Yes. Hopefully you are right, Brian Aycock. And then the legend that is Frank O'Connor is in the building. Frank says, can I get a recap on who's been picked? Yeah, we're going to do a full breakdown of that pick and who was on the board here in just 1 second, Frank. So stay with us here. We're at 139. All right, so Justin, what we're going to do, let's start the cut. Let's get into this. So for flow, make sure you have the trade. Make sure you have the trade graphic ready to go because we'll go intro, we'll go player L3 for the pick, we'll talk about the trade, and then we'll get into breaking down the player. What's up, Joey? Yes. Trailer. Yeah, that works. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, so we'll do that way. We're going to player pick, trade, grade the pick, break down, whole 9 yards, and we'll talk about a little bit Kenneth Grant, too. You could show that way in 2 of the 2 picks the Dolphins have made, and then stuff like that, okay? All right. So we're going to break down Jonah Savvy-Inaya here in just 1 second. So stay tuned for that. Dolphins got to have a free agent plan at corner. That's all I'm going to say. That is all I'm going to say. That is all I'm going to say, man. I kind of agree, AK Miami, but it is what it is. It It is what it is. All right. When you're ready, Justin, let's do this thing. And make sure you message into production or Joey or whoever it is. And then we got Game Time as the sponsor as well. All right, full breakdown of Jonah Sava-Inaya coming here in just 1 second. Miami Dolphins made their second-round pick. It was not the intended slot that we thought it was going to be. Miami traded up in round 2 to take the offensive lineman, guard from Arizona, Jonah Sava-Inaya. The versatile guard is a fascinating prospect who projects to be a starting player right away. And now the offensive line for Miami seems to be set. We'll talk about the trade that Miami made. We'll talk about the prospect. We'll talk about where things stand going forward in the NFL Draft. But before we talk about Jonah Sava-Inaya here as a prospect, I think it's important to note the trade that Miami made because it was a pretty interesting one. We talked about it on our live show, which is why you subscribe, by the way, that it would likely require your second-round pick and third-round pick to move up in the first 5 or 6 picks of the second round. Well, that's exactly what it costed you. You traded pick 48, your second-round pick. You traded pick 98, your lone third-round pick. And you traded 135, your second fourth-round pick, to get 37 and a fifth-round pick from the Las Vegas Raiders. So what you did is you traded 98 and 135 to move up in round 2 and slightly move back in round 4 to round 5, which means you now have no third-round picks. You have 1 fourth-round pick and 3 fifth-round picks as things currently stand. Hopefully everybody understood that. But let's talk about Jonah Sava-Inaya here just 1 second, because he was our 5th-ranked guard, our 66th overall player, but you get a bump up on my board because you needed this position so desperately. He is a person who played tackle, but is absolutely going to play guard at the next level. He, to me, has good enough foot speed to play in the wide zone scheme that the Dolphins have. I think he is going to be excellent in the Dolphins running scheme. And that is what makes this pick so fantastic for me. Because, yes, we need to protect Tua. I think he will be able to do that. But we have now a direction. James Daniels was an excellent run blocker for Pittsburgh before getting injured last year. We knew Brewer can block in the run. Jackson and Paul, you have your offensive line. We'll see if Sava-Inaya plays left guard or right guard. I could see them going either way with moving him and Daniels around. But your starting 5 up front is absolutely set right now. And I am very, very excited for the prospect of the Dolphins having a better offensive line. Before we talk about Sava-Inaya even more, talk about who the Dolphins passed up on. Grade the pick for me, A, B, C, D, or F. We will continue to talk about him as a player, what Miami has done so far in rounds 1 and round 2. But get down in the comments section and grade the pick. I'll give my official grade probably later on the day. But let me know your initial thoughts on Jonah Sava-Inaya, the offensive lineman from Arizona who is going to join this Dolphins football team. I know a lot of people were curious to see what the Dolphins ultimately did here, because here is where things stand. Carson Schwarzenegger, Jane Higgins, Nick Emenwar, and Quishon Judkins went the first 4 picks in the second round. So when the Dolphins were announced that they traded up, we've talked so much about corner being a need. And I think it was a bigger need than left guard. But Miami clearly felt like they wanted to get Jonah Sava-Inaya. And when the trade was made, I thought the Dolphins were trading up to get Will Johnson or Trey Amos or Benjamin Morrison or Savone Revel, one of these corners that would likely be a day 1 starter for the Fins. That was not the case. They actually went with the offensive lineman. And Justin, we could actually show the picks that went just after Miami as well, because I was fascinated to see that Travion Henderson, Luther Burden, and Tyler Shuck were the players directly taken after Sava Inaya at 37, which means the Dolphins could have likely stayed at 48 and drafted one of these top corners, which is kind of mind-blowing, right? Because you would think that, would you rather trade up to get a guard, or would you want to stay at 48 and take one of these corners? Well, they obviously wanted to get the guard. Do we have more stats and reports on Sava Inaya? Let's talk more about that, what Dane Brugler said about him, and the newest guard of the Miami Dolphins, a fascinating player. I think is going to fit Miami's good. Dane Brugler of The Athletic said this on Sava Inaya: has the length and functional movements to stay at tackle, but his square play style projects best at inside at guard, where he can use his bear claws to control the man in front of him. He should compete for starting reps as early in his rookie season, which is exactly what I anticipate happening. I think he will be starting for the Dolphins. Last season, he gave up just 9 hurries. He did give up 4 sacks and was flagged once, but he had a 64.2 run blocking grade. He split time between left tackle and right tackle, but he is a versatile guy. In his career at college, he had 16 starts at right tackle, 15 at right guard, and 5 at left tackle. So I almost kind of believe that Sava Inaya might be your right guard, splitting in between Aaron Brewer and Austin Jackson, and then you move James Daniels, the veteran, to left guard. Another fascinating thing about Sava Inaya, he's very young. He turned 21 in January, which means he is a relatively young guy. I kind of like that. He tested well at the combine, 9.19 RAS as an offensive tackle. But how about this number? A 9.85 RAS as an offensive guard. Good shuttle time, good 40-inch, really good broad jump as well. What does that tell you? Explosive athlete. What else does that tell you? Explosiveness on the offensive line showcases the ability to play well in the wide zone scheme and get off the line of scrimmage and get to the next level. Do I think he's going to be a good player for Miami? I absolutely do. The only question that we were going to have to continue to ask ourselves here, was it worth trading the picks that you did? And could you have stayed at 48 and grabbed him? Or just were you better off staying at 48 and grabbing one of those corners? That's the fascinating thing that we will have to discuss. But we're going to continue to talk about Sava Inaya, look at the depth chart, and look at what Miami has done through the first 2 rounds. We're sponsored by Game Time, the official ticketing partner of Dolphins Today. If I go get tickets to a live event, Game Time is how I do that, whether it's the MLB regular season, the NBA playoffs, or a concert. They've got last-minute deals. Save up to 60% off buying last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy show, theater events, and more. They've got great features like Game Time Picks, last-minute ticket buying easier than ever, quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. You can get all-in pricing as well. Toggle this feature, shows you the total price of your ticket up front with no surprise fees at checkout. Also, you can get a full panoramic view from your seat in the app before you buy. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price. All right, so we look at the offensive line now. And coming into the draft, the biggest needs for Miami were D-line, corner, offensive line. Well, guess what? They figured out defensive line and offensively. Fans and analysts have been pounding the table about trenches to fix this Dolphins football team. Well, you went Kenneth Grant in round 1, and you went Jonah Sava Inaya in round 2. I kind of think that he might be your right guard, so when I update the depth charts, I might put him at right guard and move James Daniels to left guard. I think that's ultimately how it plays out. I also like having a veteran next to the first-year full-time starter and Patrick Paul, and then you could have the rookie sandwiched in between 2 really solid veterans like Austin Jackson and Aaron Brewer. But the point is this, folks. We won. We won! Why did we win? No more Liam Eichenberg. Like, you can be upset at the Dolphins trading their 98th pick in the 3rd round to move up to get this player. I could understand that. I really do. But when you factor in that we no longer have to see Liam Eichenberg on the football field unless injury occurs, that's a win. That is a win. So I am going to project Jonas Sava-Inaya as a starter right away for Miami, which means you are going to have, in some order, Patrick Paul, James Daniels, Aaron Brewer, Sava-Inaya, and Austin Jackson as your starting five up front, blocking for Jalen Wright, Devon Achane, Tua Tagovailoa, and let's hope now, after we made this pick, this offense is set. Let's go and play. Let's go win. Let's be a more physical football team. I absolutely love it. All right. I will say this. We're going to recap the 2 total picks. We'll talk a little bit about Kenneth Grant here in just 1 second. But who should the Dolphins draft next? Who do you guys want? And it's going to be interesting. I'll say this. It's a great pick. But not having a top 100 pick is kind of a dagger now. Because how are we going to address corner? The Dolphins clearly have to have a plan in place in the veteran free agency market. That's the only explanation, because the Dolphins aren't picking right now unless they trade back up until pick number 116 in the 4th round. They have 3 fifth-rounders. Maybe they could package those to move up. We'll ultimately see. But here is how the draft has folded out for Miami to this point. Moved up 11 spots in round 2 to take Jonas Sava-Inaya. They took Kenneth Grant in round 1. What has been a common theme? Trenches, man. Trenches, 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 trenches. Can't complain with the Dolphins going trenches. Kenneth Grant, Sava-Inaya, I love it. They got better on the defensive line. They got better on the offensive line. How else are you going to complain about that, man? Awesome stuff. The trade is going to be interesting, and we'll look back on how that goes. But the player that Miami got is a home run, and I'm excited to add him to this offensive line so we can have more success running the football and protecting Tua Tagovailoa. All right, that will do it for this breakdown. If the Dolphins make another move today, we will have you covered. If not, at the end of the night, we will have a video grading the day 2, grading the trade, the pick, talking about who the Dolphins passed on and targets as well. So make sure you hit that sub button and lock us in here at Dolphins Today for the top content and coverage around the Dolphins on YouTube. So hit that sub button. All right, the pick has been made. We still got 520 people in the building. I heard that the Bills took TJ Sanders, and I'm in shambles. But we're changing the live poll, A, B, C, D/F. Live poll. All right, yeah, let's do this, Justin. And then the Dolphins fans aren't going to like what we just had here. We're going to cycle through Super Chats in 1 second. But we went live, we did that cut, and only 2 picks came in? Tyler Shuck went to the Saints, so he is the first QB off the board on day 2. And then TJ Sanders, so the Bills traded up here at 41 to take the defensive line from South Carolina, my guy, so shambles. And then the Jets took Mason Taylor, which is going to make a lot of Dolphins fans not happy. That's tough. That's tough, man. Not happy about that. All right, so what I think we should do, Justin. Let's catch up on Super Chats. We'll talk about Mando. Quickly talk about Prize Picks. And then we'll get back to having our normal appearance. We still have 400 plus people watching. Appreciate everyone still hanging out with us here. We're going to still react to some picks. I will be honest, I'm a little bit skeptical of the trade. I love the player, skeptical of the trade. Specifically when there has not been a corner off the board, Justin. And we could have maybe sat at 48 and took him. Yeah. Love the pick. Questionable about the trade. Could have sat at 48 and got a stud CB. That's my thoughts, man. That's my thoughts. I'm stunned that the Dolphins traded up and it wasn't for a corner. How awesome would it have been? This channel would have exploded if we traded up to get Will Johnson. I'm being serious. Would have exploded. You can't even be mad at that point. Yeah. Well, Caleb Johnson. All right, so the 49ers are at the clock at 43. Frank O'Connor says, call me crazy. I see the Jets going Sanders. They went Mason Taylor. Tyson Bryant says, should we trade Jalen Phillips and get back into the second or third? Well, if you traded Jalen Phillips, then you have a needed edge. Tyson. So I'm skeptical of that. So I'm probably not doing that. All right, Cody Largent with a $2 super chat. Shout to Cody. What's everyone's idea what happens to be? It's got to be a veteran. To me, the only way you do this with no third-round pick, I think you got to sign an Asante Samuel Jr., a Stephon Gilmore, a Rasul Douglas, and you got to tell Ramsey, we're changing we're keeping you. Because if you trade Jalen Ramsey at this point, your cornerback room, even if you sign one of those free agents I just mentioned, it's going to be terrible. So I think we should trade for a third. I have no issue trading up for a third. I think they should. I think they got to, man. I would have no issue trading a future pick for a third rounder. The fam is in the chat. I'm 100% with you, man. I actually am. I as long as Ramsey doesn't say I'm sitting out and not playing, I'm keeping him. Yet you have to. How are you going to get by this season, man? A starting DB? I don't know, man. All right. So we have to do some housekeeping here. And then we're going to showcase our super chat menu and we're going to have a party. We are doing a Mando giveaway. The whole body deodorant Mando, they sponsor the show. In their starter pack, it usually comes with a South Stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, other products like deodorant wipes. We are giving away a Mando starter pack, but we have to get 50 retweets. The original plan was to do winner chosen at pick 40, but because of the chaos, we're going to do it when we get the 50 retweets. We got 390 people in the chat. If you want a chance to potentially win a free Mando starter pack, hit that retweet button on the live link in the chat. I'll give shout outs. We need 19. We need 19 retweets. Okay, so I'll be honest, Justin. I'm re-looking back at this. It's really not that big of a deal. Why do I say that? The trade details is official, and then we'll give shout outs for the retweets. You traded up 11 spots, and really all you did is tweet or send pick 98. Because you traded a fourth rounder for a fifth rounder. It's an 8-spot difference. Your fourth rounder was 135. Your fifth rounder, you're getting back as 143. So that really means nothing to me. So you really, if we're going to be honest, they traded pick 98 to move up 11 spots. That's what happened.
And in theory, couldn't you package those to go back in the third if you wanted to?
Yeah, you absolutely could. Okay, apparently Chris Grier at his podium after talking about the Savignaya pick. By the way, I'm getting really fluent at this, so I'm happy about that. I'm doing good. Savignaya. I actually don't even need to think about it anymore. Okay. Well, either way, Chris Grier on addressing cornerback. The draft's not over, and as well as some free agents that we've talked about. There might be opportunities to do trades. It's something we'll address and keep working through. On the lookout. But shout out to You're a Smartass Carl, Andy Spencer, and Corey Spencer. Andy K, excuse me, and then Corey Spencer for retweeting the tweet. So we got 35. We're 15 tweets away. Now 101 franchise. I'll follow you back, 101 franchise. Let's go. Shout out to you. Anybody who retweets the tweet and follows me, I'm following you back. Come on, we're 15 retweets away from giving away a Mando starter pack. Let's take advantage. We'll get through some super chats. Let's talk about prize picks. Listen, I got to be honest. The trade up absolutely effed us. I know we're doing a lot of sponsorship stuff. We're going to get back to recapping picks and talking about the Fins here. But we have to also do our due diligence and what made this draft stream possible. And that is Prize Picks, the daily fantasy sports platform that I play every single day. It's so easy. All you do is pick more or less on 2 or more player stat projections, and you could win up to 2,000 times your cash. Don't miss on the last chance to add points, rebounds, assists to your lineup. And you could also, by the way, turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to basketball's championship series, starting with the play-in round and playoffs. Every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you into the Takes to Ticket sweepstakes, which could get you in a +1 VIP trip to the ship. Today is Flex Friday. Make sure you opt in and tap the checks box in your lineup builder to be eligible for the protected play. Choose squares from any game on the board. If your lineup does not win, you get your net losses back in promo funds up to your promo limit as soon as the lineup settles. My entry for today, Giannis Antetokounmpo more than 33 points, less than Benedict Mathurin 12 points, and then more than Peyton Pritchard 3.5 3-pointers made. I have not checked to see how those are going. Hopefully they're going well. But join me and millions of others on Prize Picks. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. All right, appreciate everyone sticking with us here. It is hot in the studio. I might have to take off the Dolphins hoodie. Good thing I brought a black shirt that's just basic black tee because I'm sweaty, man. Defensive lineman off the board at 43 to the San Francisco 49ers, Alfred Collins. This is our super chat menu today, by the way, if you're just joining us. Shout out to Hazel Eye, by the way. We're at 37 retweets. That's a follow back. We're 13 away from giving away the Mando starter pack. Hit that retweet button. But $5 is a raffle ticket. $20 gets a Bean Boozled. We haven't done one in a while. Got our Bean Boozled right here. Every $300, I'm doing a beer boot today. We're at 183, so we're... You know what? I'll say this, Justin. We get a $100 super chat right now, I will do a beer boot. We'll do it $17 short. I'll just do it. So every $300, we'll do it. Oh, that's a good pick.
I said, I don't hate it.
Alfred Collins off the board, and then the Cowboys at 41, Ezraku. Guys, I'm not going to lie. I want to be very positive about Miami and Jonas Savaiinaia. But if the Dolphins could have sat at 48 and taken Will Johnson, I'm going to crash out. Not going to lie. I'm kind of going to crash out. We did get a $10 super chat from my guy Magic Dragon Wizard. We'll get that on screen here in just in 1 second. But this is our super chat menu. We're getting killed in our super chat battle against Saints now, by the way. Not great. What's up, MDW? Hey, Nick and Dolph fans. Love it. Appreciate y'all. We got 370 people in the building. Yeah, I got to do it. Going black tea. Got to do it. I'm freaking sweating bullets up in the air. You know what? I was actually feeling fine until the trade because then the adrenaline started to pump. We start getting active. Yeah. Got worked up over there for my guy Jonas Savaiinaia. Shout out Dexter Miller. Now we're 12 away. AKA Miami says, I'm sorry. Trading 98, not it. I understand the concern. But, man, if that's their guy and they had a feeling he wasn't going to be available at 48 and they circled him as a player they needed, they wanted on that offensive line, who am I to be concerned? Seriously, who am I? Marie says, be careful, sexy. You don't want to break all the women's hearts. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? I just put the link in the live chat again. Remember, once we get to 50 retweets, we're giving away a Mando starter pack to one of the 50 people who retweets. We're at 38, so we need 12 more retweets. If there's 12 people in the live chat that have Twitter, please retweet. I'll give you a shout out. We're trying to show love to Mando. And once we get to 50, we're done talking about it, folks. We are. So let's get there. Whew, okay. Ezra Rocco is a fascinating player. Ooh, the pick is in to the Colts. Honestly, thank the Lord. I didn't think he was going to be a player for me, but I did not want to try to pronounce this guy's name. It's JTT. The edge from Ohio State. Really good player. Dolphins don't need an edge. I just didn't want to try to pronounce his name. I'm being so serious. Should we trade a 4th and a current 5th for the Rams pick? Listen, I am all in on trading back into the 3rd round. All in. We have 3 5ths. Why not? Shout out to Elijah. Let's go. We're now 11 retweets away. So you want to know something interesting, Justin? And I want to be back on full screen for this. For the people that are not happy about the trade, I have some interesting news for you. Poe, by the way, are you fired up about this pick, my guy? Listen, I know it's kind of crazy to say because I know Poe's Hawaiian, but so is Jonah from Zona. So I feel like a Dolphins fan that is from Hawaii's got to be fired up about this pick, no? I mean, I would. Yeah, like, we're the Hawaiian Dolphins, baby. Shout out to Cody with the $5 super chat. I'm with you, Nick. I think we trade future picks and move back up if we want to make the most as a shift for this coming season. I agree. Okay, so this is what I wanted to tell people about when it comes to the trade. Remember, the Dolphins traded pick 48, 98, and 135 for 37 and 143. If you look at the trade value chart, Justin, that people use when talking about draft picks in the future and now, the Dolphins actually win the trade. If you look at the trade value chart, the Dolphins get 37, valued at 162, 143, valued at 14. That comes out to 176 in total value. The Dolphins traded 48, which is 121 points, 98, 37 points, in 135, 17 points. Quick math, anyone? 175. So technically, in the trade value chart, you traded 175 to get 176. So I understand it's not ideal to trade a 98th pick, but you do get adequate value back, if not 1 point better. So, not complaining.
I think it's just a matter of how aggressive you want to be. They traded up once. Who's to say that the guy isn't there?
Without a question, I would trade 5th and a 4th to get up. I would. Dexter's on Twitter saying, to be honest, the pick is great, the trade is bad, and if we can't address the corner position, we'll be lost in the long run. Well, by the way, we're 10 retweets away. We are so close to being done with this Mando giveaway. Come on, folks. Come on. Oh! Poe! My guy! With a $50 super chat! Let's go, Poe! Come on! Says, this answered my question. My guy, Poe, fired up for Jonah Sava-Inaya, the Hawaiian guard that played college ball at Arizona, the new protector on the interior for Tua Tagovailoa. Let's go, baby. Poe, salute to you, my friend. You know what? I didn't put $50 beer bongs on the menu today, but we haven't had any drinks. really today. Let's just get a drink, baby. Let's get a drink. Let's get a drink. Let's get a drink. We got the Murbanga today. Shout out to you, Poe. We're also $62 away from a beer boot. Let's do it, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Poe.
About the Tyler Shuck pick. It says Spencer Rattler yawned at the pick. Told his dad he's way better.
Oh, that's funny, man. That's funny. Prince, shout out to you with the retweet and the follow. We are now 9 retweets away from 50, folks. 9 retweets away. Remember, if you retweet the tweet in the live chat and you follow me, I'm giving you a shout out. I'm following you back. And once we get the 50 retweets, we're giving away a Mando starter pack. That, boy, oh boy, I'm fucking close to opening up this deodorant wipe pack because I'm sweaty, man. I'm goddamn close from opening it up. I always have one with me. I have ones at home and stuff. This one's the office one, the show on these live streams. I'm so close to opening it up because I almost need it. But, hey, you show love to that tweet in the live chat. You could win a Mando starter pack. You'll get a shout out. And then once we get to 50, we'll be done talking about it. The pick is in for the Rams. I believe they went with Terrence Ferguson, the tight end. Am I wrong on that? I might be wrong. They went with the tight end from Oregon, Terrence Ferguson, an athletic tight end. I actually really like that pick for them. A lot of people thought they might. Those fucking Cardinals, I tell you what. The dream is dead, guys. I don't know. NFL draft files in. Trades in for... Oh, how about Andrew? $5 super chat. Hi, Nick and Justin. Happy birthday to my wife. Well, Andrew, happy birthday to your wife. I don't know her name. You don't have to tell me. But shout out to Andrew's wife. Appreciate the super chat. And we'll get that in on screen here. Or Andrew Carlson. All right. We do have some news here, folks. Okay, so I've got some news here on the channel. At the end of round 2, we are going to have a little bit of a change. We'll get this. I want to announce this. What is going to happen is that I just got word from the bosses that I need to go onto our main draft coverage. They need me to go to our main chat sports coverage. So we are not going to end the stream. I want that to be made abundantly clear. We're not ending the stream. What we're going to do is that it will become a simulcast. So I have to go to our main chat sports stream for round 2 or for round 3. And then we will... So you'll see me talking more consensus. We won't talk as much Dolphins, but the super chat menu will stay the same. Everything will stay the same. It will just be a simulcast with me on main and here. So that is an unfortunate, but also fun kind of change for us here. So at the end of round 2, we have a change. Just so you know. So we got until the end of the round of just us. It's just us. But yeah, this is a dagger. Will Johnson's off the board at 47. So we avoided a generational crash out. Because if he went at 48, I would have crashed out. Will Johnson finally off the board at 47. Would have had a generational crash out if he was taken one pick in front of Miami at 48. But we could have stayed there and got Trey Amos, man. That's kind of tough. Either way. But they are exploring options to get back into the draft tonight. I don't hate it. The trenches are being addressed. Shout out to Orlando with the retweet. Guys, we're 8 retweets away. We need to get there before I move over to the main draft coverage. We have to do it. We have to get there. Oh! David Brico with a bang! Shout out to Brico saying, bring the beer boot, my man. Beer boot is coming in 1 second. But then we got a $20 super chat from Cody Largent. This is for the fans pissed about the trade. Let's have a drink. Bring out the boot. The boot is, in fact, coming out, folks. The boot is, in fact, coming out. Oh, my God. The Raiders are trading 48. So the Raiders are moving back again. The Texans. The Raiders report Texans combo. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the super chat or the raffle ticket squared away here. Poe sent in, so he gets 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And then we got David Brico again coming in. If you don't remember our raffle ticket, $5 gets a raffle ticket. Is that one? That one's old. It gets this Dolphins Today or Dolphins old school mini helmet. Brico. Once I get the raffle tickets squared away, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, he sent in 60. So that checks out. And then, who just sent that in again? Cody Largent. Cody Largent gets tickets. 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. I might have missed a couple $5 super chats. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. No, okay, we're all caught up on the raffle. All right. So I owe a boot. Let me get that set up. Will Johnson went off the board at 47, but the Heat, Jesus. They could have stayed at 48 and took in one of Revel, Morrison, or Amos. I'm stunned that Trey Amos is still on the board. We got Watermelon Happy Dad here. Yeah. Shout out to the super chatters. We're going to get this beer boot settled up here in a second. Got all these happy dads here. The Texans just traded up to take Minnesota offensive tackle Ariante Isuri. A good player for sure. Listen, I will say this. I know a lot of people are complaining about the trade up to get Sava Inaya, the guard from Arizona, and I understand that some people didn't want to trade the 3rd-round pick to move up in round 2. But the truth is this, guys. We have complained for what? How long? 2-3 years about the inability to dominate the trenches, right? What have we always said? The Dolphins are a soft football team. They can't dominate the trenches. What did they do in the first 2 picks? A 330-pound defensive lineman that can work well with Zach Sealer on defense, and a really good run-blocking guard to fill out your offensive line. I know corner's a need. Trust me, nobody knows corner's a need more than I. But, I mean, you address D-line and O-line. And yeah, you still got some ways to go in fixing the D-line completely. But, like, you have your trenches. You can't have it both ways. You can't. Guys, and I want to iterate this again. I have been pounding my fist on the table about needing a corner. But you have to say the biggest thing for Miami, and we complained about it all last season, trenches, 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 trenches. You can't complain about the first 2 picks being trenches. Can't do it. You just can't do it. That's my thoughts on it. All right, we got a beer boot coming for crossing $300 in super chats. Once we get this down, we're going to revisit to see if we're at 50 retweets yet, try to make another push there, and then recap what's been going on. Or if you honestly just want to put up what has happened and start cycling through those picks while I do this beer boot, that's fine too. But shout out to everybody who super chatted. It was awesome. Let's continue to party here before I have to go over to the main coverage. I don't know why this is still blending in. It's so odd. For the main coverage here on Chat Sports, we still got probably what? We got about 64, so there's no comp picks. We got about 15 more picks until we go to a simulcast. Appreciate y'all. Chug, 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 baby. Excuse me. Chug, chug, chug. Appreciate all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are best. Take a little breather on that one now. Oh, since we got that $20 super chat, is it my turn to take a Bean Boozled or is it yours? It's mine? Oh, great. Putting my body on the line. We'll do the Bean Boozled for the Cody Largent 20. Go through Mando, and then recycle that $5 super chat. Juicy pear or booger. You said that one wasn't that bad? All right, I'll take that. That's it? All right, if you said the booger one's not that bad, I'll take it. I got pear anyway. I got lucky. It's a pear. Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. That's a good flavor. All right, let's check back in on that, and then we'll get to our $5 super chat. Where are we in our super chat? I'm not super chat, sorry. The tweeting. We're at 42. Let's make one more push, guys. Once we get to 50 retweets on that tweet in the live chat, we're giving away a Mando starter pack that includes solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, deodorant wipes, and more. Usually when you use code chat at shopmando.com, you get $5 off, aka 40%. But we're giving away a starter pack for free when you retweet. Need to get 50 retweets, guys. We need 50 retweets. We're really, really close, folks. We need 8 more away. Once we get to 50 retweets, we're giving away the starter pack. We're at 42. It's in the live chat right now, folks. When we get to 50, we're giving it away. If you retweet my tweet right now, I'm giving you a shout out. We need 8. We're close. We're close. We'll get right back to this in a second, but remember, in the live chat, David Breakount's in the building. What's up, my guy? You're a legend. I appreciate your $62 super chat. I know Breakount has Twitter. If you want a chance to get a Mando starter pack, go give me a retweet on that tweet in the live chat. But we got a $5 super chat from Vinny Wolf. Thoughts on getting Cam Scatterboo? Out. Out. I don't think he's bad, but I'm not in. When the Dolphins now only have 1 4th-round pick, 3 5th-round picks, no 3rd-round picks, I don't know if I'm in on taking a running back. Because when I get to round 4 and round 5, I'm looking corner. I'm looking defensive line again. And I'm looking probably more corners. I wouldn't hate if we took 2 corners in round 4 or 5. I really mean that. I'm being serious. I like Kobe Bryant. The Texans traded pick 58 and 99. So the Texans traded a 2nd-round pick and a 3rd-round pick to move up to 48. So that's just what the going rate was, guys. What's the going rate was? We got a $20 super chat from MK. Shout out to MK. All right. This is Justin's Bean Boozled now. Berry Blue or toothpaste again, my friend. You got a good one. Berry Blue and toothpaste. That's not bad. It's not bad. You got toothpaste? You think it's bad?
This is horrible.
I've had it before. I thought it was just minty.
It is. But I don't want to eat toothpaste.
Do you not like gum?
I do like spearmint. I don't think this is that.
No? All right, I guess so.
Oh, okay. It's not that bad on the aftertaste.
That's what I'm saying. I don't remember that being that bad. MK with 20, appreciate you. You can reflash the Super Chat menu if you'd like. Super Chat menu was $5 for raffle tickets, so MK gets 4 tickets. Who is that person who sent that other $5 Super Chat? I'll scroll up and grab it. Vinny Wolf. Vinny Wolf. Remember, $5 raffle ticket gets you a chance to win this Dolphins mini helmet throwback. We'll ship that out. $20 Super Chat, like MK just sent in, is a Bean Boozled, which is what Justin just did. He had the toothpaste. And then every $300 today, we do a beer boot. Right now, we're at $350, so we're $250 away from having to take down another 3 beers. And people asking, I threw it away, but we got a whole box of Happy Dads. That's what we got. Whole box of Happy Dads. MK says, I gave you a $20 Super Chat. You better drink another boot. I mean, that's not what the deal is. The only reason why we did a 20 last time is because we got to 300. But you know what? Maybe he didn't see the Super Chat menu. And because MK is kind of a first-timer, I won't do a boot. I'll do a beer. I'll just do one. A boot's 3. I'll do 1. I'll do 1. We got Wild Cherry. Damn it. I hate Wild Cherry. I thought I got rid of them all yesterday. MK, special for you since it's the first time. Shout out to you. Appreciate. Another $5 Super Chat. Cody, come on, Twitter bros. We need it, guys. We need it. Official trade details, pick 48, 98, and 135 for 37, which was used on Sava Inaya, and 143. Recount says, Rolly, he is a Cowboys fan. Are you referring to Justin? Yes, that would be correct. Uh-oh. All right, there we go. That would be correct. That would be correct. FC says, you think he would have fell to us? I don't know about that. Savianaya was the top guard on the board. I think that's something that teams would have really wanted. It's hard to predict what corner would be on the board for the Fins at this stage. It is. All right, we still have over 300 people watching. Guys, we're 8 retweets away. If you have not already, retweet that tweet in the live chat. You'll get the ability to win a Dolphins giveaway on Mando for a whole body deodorant Mando starter pack. We're 8 away. MK says no chug boot. Well, I mean, sorry, man, but we only do it for every 300. We did a beer chug because I felt bad for maybe if you didn't know that, but that's all we're doing. All we are doing. We are stuck at 42. We can't climb any higher. We got 300 people watching. Who's the best CB remaining? It would be Trey Amos, in my opinion, from Ole Miss. Trey Amos from Ole Miss, in my opinion. Yeah, you can show the top corners. I mean, look, three of the four guys that I would have been very happy with at 48 are still there, and we're in the 50s. I have Amos as my top guy. Tom Downey here at Chat Sports has Savone Revel. I go Amos. I like Morrison too. The Seattle Seahawks at pick number 50 just picked Miami tight end Elijah Arroyo. So we've now seen 3 tight ends go in round 2. We can, like Dorian Strong is interesting. Darian Porter, if you wait till round 4. Maybe Azariah Thomas is there in round 4. I don't like him, though. The next list of corners, Justin, are who? Porter, Quincy Riley, Noah Williams, Jacob Parrish. I mean, I don't hate him. But, I mean, I like that first page of the leaderboard a lot more, folks. I think we're getting killed in our Super Chat battle. Check in on where they're at. We're at 355. There we go. We got another retweet. Connor File. Shout to Connor. We're battling. And Rep Up Clothing Band. Shout out to you, Rep Up. We're right there. We're 44. We're 6 away. We're 6 retweets away to 50. What? Where are they at? Justin's going to show us our Super Chat battle with Saints, and I do not think it's going to go in our favor, folks. Kobe Bryant is the DB from Kansas. He's in the draft, yeah. Actually, we're only 5 away. Sherry May! Sherry May! Sherry, how are you doing, by the way? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, Sherry. Sherry, if you're in the live chat, let me know how you're doing. A favorite of Jake Reetma, a favorite of Will. Oh. Ooh, tough. Nick Scorton, the edge from Texas A&M, goes to Carolina at 51. Oof. David Breakout, 46. We're 4 away. Come on, let's make a push. We're at 300. We're right there and almost done and almost to the threshold to get the Mando starter pack given away. We're 4 away, excuse me. We are 4 away. Once we get this starter pack, we'll give it away, and then we will move on and talk more about the draft. But let's get there. We're 4 away. Let's get to the 50. We only have about 12 picks until we have to go to NFL Maine for simulcast. David, that's right. We need it, man. We all good here on the Space Coast. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Sherry. We were 4 retweets away. We're at 46. Oh, Femi Oladejo from UCLA goes to the Titans at 52. Tell you what, these corners are sliding down the board. What did we talk about? Edges are flying off the board today. You know what's not flying off the board? Wide receivers. I thought this was going to be a wide receiver early second round, Justin. All we've seen is Higgins from Iowa State and Luther Burden. That's all we've seen. It's been primarily running backs, tight ends. We haven't even seen offensive linemen. Sava Inaya has been really the only one. Well, we've seen tackles. We saw Isuri go. But it's been tight ends, it's been running backs, it's been edges, linebackers, 1 corner, 1 safety. It's been fascinating, man. Chance with a retweet. We're 3 away. Magolo says some of us don't use Twitter or crap like that. I understand that, but we're doing a giveaway with Mando, and we're so close to getting to the threshold to make the giveaway occur. And I want to give away a starter pack because Mando is my favorite whole body deodorant. I use it every day. I always keep the deodorant wipes with me. Shout out to John Green with a $2 super chat. I'm starting to feel good after that beer boot. I'm not going to lie. Starting to feel a little good. Oh, we got another one. Shout out to G2 Watts. We are now, we're one away because Chance got us to 48. G2 got us to 49. One retweet away from 50. Who's going to be the 50th person to get us there, and then we'll give away our Mando starter pack. We got there. Bisbee XP is the 50th. No, wait, was he 49 or 50? He might have been 49. Twitter might have told me he was 49 and not showed me a new one. So now we're at 49 with Bisbee. We're one away. The tight ends were never drafting Arroyo. Never were. They never were. We're one retweet away. Who's going to be the 50th? Also, can you go in? Now it goes away. Never mind. Be on the lookout for this little line above my head. It's not the black line. It's like a chroma line. Just if it pops up again, it shows up for a second, and then if I move, it goes away. But just be on the lookout for that. We're one retweet away from 50. Who's going to be that 50th retweet? We're putting the link in the live chat one more time. You retweet this, we're doing the giveaway and picking a winner for Mando. As we get a $20 super chat from Cody Largent. My guy with a 20. Get that on screen, and then hopefully after we react to his super chat in the pick at 53 from the Buccaneers, we will have a 50th retweet. I love the chat. Everybody spam and retweet. I love everybody spam and retweet down below. You guys are some legends, man. You guys are legends. You guys are what makes it so much fun here. Chat is in the live tweet is in the live chat. Come on. Let's get to that 50th number so we can give away a Mando starter pack, the #1 whole body deodorant, man. But here's the $20 super chat from Cody. Got to bridge that gap. I still have nightmares about letting Breeze go to the Saints. So he's going old school. I understand. I think, I like what the Dolphins are doing. I know. And maybe the drinks are talking to me, Justin. Maybe they are. And I understand the disappointment of trading away the 98th overall pick. But to me, I am a advocate. If he's your guy, go get your guy. And the left guard position or the guard spot is massive. It was a big need for the Fins. They circled Jonah Sava-Inaya on their board as their guy, and they traded up to go get him. So how am I supposed to complain about that? We got the 50! Let's go! Shout out to y'all. Oh, that's not nice. Shout out to everyone who gave us a retweet. We're about to do that winner. My bosses have been tracking it, by the way. Shout out to the bosses. They've been tracking it. They're going to let me know who the winner is. I don't know if they're going to let me know who the winner is, but we got the 50, so we don't have to talk about that anymore. But shout out to Mando. I can't wait for you guys to get your hand on Mando, whoever wins this, because you guys will know, if you didn't have it already, how awesome it is. But we got paid off by getting the 50 by Benjamin Morrison going off the board. That's effed up. That's cruel. What did I do to deserve that? Oh my God, I didn't realize this. Jalen Milroe, I forgot he was invited to the green room. He's still there. Really? That's brutal, man. Yeah. Tough to be there by yourself. All right, so James just said I'll get all the usernames and pick a winner in a couple minutes. All right, so we're going to have the winner of that Mando giveaway here in just a second. Remember, we're going to stay live here solo here for 8 more picks. And then once we get to the third round, I got to go. We're going to jump into a simulcast on Main Chat Sports. So we'll be on Main as well as here. So don't go anywhere because we'll still have coverage. Let's check to see how that Dolphins video is doing. 1 of 10. The trade alert in the Jonah Sava-Inaya pick. Bang, bang, bang. And the short's doing really good, too. Let's ride. Short is a 2 of 10, only trailing the Short from yesterday. All right. So here's where things stand. The Buccaneers just picked Benjamin Morrison. I'm shocked that Morrison went above Amos from Ole Miss. Were just NFL draft analysts more high on Amos than the consensus? It had to be, right? Because he was a fringe first-round mock draft selection, and he's still on the board here almost at the end of round 2.
Something, 1 year of production.
Yeah. So the top corners that are still on the board are Savone Revel from East Carolina, Trey Amos from Ole Miss, Azariah Thomas from Florida State. I would probably have Justin. I'm higher on him than most. I have Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech, I think, higher than the other guys here. Like, Downey has Jacob Parrish, Darian Porter, Quincy Riley, Noah Williams. Downey had Strong as the 13th overall corner. I had him about an 8 or 9. I was big on Strong. I think he has good length, good physicality, can play in any scheme. I like Strong. I do. So if anyone is asking me who my top corner target is in the 4th round, if Miami doesn't trade back up, it would probably be Dorian Strong. I do want it on the record, though. Quincy Riley, the corner from Louisville, he was someone the Dolphins met with him multiple times in the pre-draft process, and they had a top 30 visit late with Quincy Riley. So that is someone that Miami may target. Just want that to be also out there for the Fins fans. Cody says we are versing the Saints in the chat battle, man. I'll put some cash on that. Is Xavier Watt still on the board? Yes, he is. Top safety on the board still here. Packers are picking at 54. We're almost into round 3. You wonder if Miami will ultimately trade up for another 3rd-round pick after they traded their 3rd-round pick to move up in round 2 to get Jonah Savinaya. Jesus, that was the worst one of the day. Jonah Savinaya. I mean, sometimes, I've got the name down, but sometimes my brain just can't comprehend itself when I speak too fast and gibberish comes out. Sometimes gibberish. All right, we got our winner. We got our winner for the Mando Starter Pack. I don't know if the person is still watching, but we'll announce it here and I'll DM them. Jambo C. King. You want to make that L3? You could just read only one. That is the winner. Shout out to Jambo C. King, a.k.a. Liz-C177. Chat Sports is going to DM you with your shipping information so we could ship out that. If you are still watching, I just gave you a follow and I will DM. Oh, we've actually DM'd before. Chills. I didn't even know this. Jambo actually DM'd me before saying, absolutely love your channel. Ignore the haters. They're just jealous. Must have happened after a watch party. I said, appreciate it. Says, my doctor is a Jets fan, and I'm cheering for the Dolphins as he comes in. How electric. That's awesome. Shout out to Jambo C. King. I'm going to send her a DM, but put that as the L3, and then Chat Sports is going to DM. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate the love and support. How electric is that? I'm glad it's someone that's been with the channel for a while. I mean, I don't know. I know I'm supposed to not play favorites, but I'm sorry I do sometimes. And when someone's with the channel for a while and has shown us love and supportive, you always want them to get some giveaways. Always do. Always do. The Packers pick is in. They go with offensive lineman Anthony Belton out of NC State, the O-tackle. Dolphins, if you're just joining us, by the way, they were slated to have 2 picks in this day 2 of the NFL Draft. They ended up trading pick 48, 98, and 145 for pick 153 and 80 and 37 to go up and get offensive lineman Jonah Savaiinaea from Arizona. And he is likely going to be a starting offensive lineman for the Fins. And your starting 5 up front in some order, because I could see Savaiinaea playing left guard or right guard, will be Patrick Paul, Savaiinaea, Aaron Brewer, James Daniels, and Austin Jackson. Those are the 5 up front. Those are the 5 up front for the Fins. I'm a big fan. The pick is in for the Chargers at 55. It is Trey Harris, the wide receiver from Ole Miss. I like Trey Harris. I do. So I'm trying to think. You know what, Justin? As we're kind of sitting here, let's cycle through our division rivals. Let's see what the Bills have done so far. Let's see what the Patriots have done so far. Let's see what the Jets have done so far. I think each team has made 2 picks. So we can go through there. I don't think any of them have made 3. No, they've made 2 because they traded up. So we'll start with the Bills. The Bills drafted Maxwell Harrison, the corner from Kentucky, at the end of the first round. And then they took my guy, not happy about it whatsoever, TJ Sanders, the defensive line from South Carolina. I was high on Sanders. I had him higher on my big board. He was my number 1 target at the defensive line spot in round 2. Now, they obviously went D-line in round 1, so it didn't make sense to go D-line in round 2, but he was my number 1 guy for the Dolphins. Bills got him. That's always going to hurt a little bit. For the Jets, they took Armand Membu at 7th overall in the first round, and then they took, unfortunately, a Dolphins guy. Now, I don't think they were going to draft him, but the son of Jason Taylor, the Dolphins legend, Mason Taylor, the tight end. That sucks. For the Patriots, Will Campbell and Travion Henderson. So they took their left tackle and their running back. Travion Henderson will create a 3 running back trio of him, Ramondre Stevenson, and Antonio Gibson. So those are the 2 picks for both the Patriots, the Jets, and the Bills. I got to be honest, the draft that makes me the most angry is the Bills. It is. Like, Harrison's a good player, and they took TJ Sanders. I'm not happy about it. I thought the Patriots messed up taking Travion Henderson. I think he's good. He's fine. Is that a line? I can't tell. In chroma? No? No, I don't think it is. I'm tripping. I think Henderson's a solid back. They were obviously always like a Campbell. Them passing up on Luther Burden surprised me. Justin, which draft do you think is the best out of the 3 division rivals for the Dolphins? Membu and Mason Taylor for the Jets, Harrison and Sanders for the Bills, or Campbell and Henderson for the Patriots?
I'm going to actually go with the Patriots.
You think that's the best one?
I think they're going to have the most instant impact.
You aren't wrong about that. I mean, Henderson's going to be their RB1 or RB2 right away, and Will Campbell's their starting left tackle. Now, who knows if he's going to be good, but you are right about those guys likely going to provide the most instant impact, because Harrison, you never know, and Sanders, you never know. But you know you're going to get a starting running back in Henderson, and you know you're getting a starting left tackle in Campbell.
And we know what the Bills' defense be. They fake in the regular season, and then when chips are on the line, they fold. So, can't imagine that changing with Harrison and Sanders. Sorry.
I'm tweeting this out. Chris Grier trading back into the 3rd round and taking Trey Amos or Savone Revel, would be full body chills. Full body. Like, I'm not going to lie. If Chris Grier traded into the third round, went Savone Revel from Eastern Carolina or Trey Amos. Oh, by the way, I didn't even put this together, Justin. Green is still there.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know?
I didn't put it together. He's got to just be off people's boards. This was someone in draft analysts and media circles that people had mock drafted consistently inside the top 20, almost like Will Johnson, but there's no injury concern with Green. This is just a straight drop because of the off-the-field concern. See, Barry Jackson can't pull this shit, bro. Barry said if the Dolphins theoretically traded Ramsey tonight or early tomorrow for a third or a fourth or other stuff, they talked about cap situation. But him saying if the Dolphins all caps traded Ramsey, that just can't happen. You gave me about a half second there where I thought the Dolphins traded Jalen Ramsey. Pick is in for the Lions at 57, the guard out of Georgia, Tate Ratledge. I never thought there was a world where he ended up slipping to the Dolphins in the third round if they kept their pick. And obviously it's a moot point because they traded up to get Sava and Jesus, the drinks are hitting. Sava Inaya. We're back. Sava Inaya. So it's a moot point, but I Ratledge was someone I had my eye on. Certainly had someone I had my eye on. All right, we only got about 8 picks until we have to hop off. Well, we're not going to hop off. We're staying live. I'm just going to go to our main chat sports coverage here. We've got the Lions pick is in, so we've got Raiders, Ravens, Broncos, Commanders, Bears, Chiefs, Eagles. So 7 picks remaining until we go to Maine. So you know what to do, right? Okay, Sam will call you. I don't know what are you doing? I actually don't even know. No, but I mean, like, I guess I don't want to overcomplicate it. I don't even know. Yeah. Okay. Because then you're going on screen as I go over there. Okay. Gotcha. All right, we're going to get that settled in. The pick for the Raiders is in. It's Jack Besh, the wide receiver out of TCU. Cool story there for Jack. Good for him. Some wrestler. Raiders went with wide receiver Jack Besh out of TCU. You know, people compared him to Cooper Kupp. I don't think that's why. I think it's because of his route running size, his versatility. Yeah, I mean, he's bigger, I think. The Kupp is what, 5'10", 5'11"? But it's more of his ability to play outside, play inside, the route running, the hands. A lot of people like Jack Besh, man. A lot of people like Jack Besh. Yeah, this is why you subscribe and watch our stream. The TV just announced the 56th pick. We're already announcing the 58th pick, folks. I get in round 1, that might be frustrating, but in round 2, that's the best way to do it. Best way to do it right there. All right, I got to address this comment from David. David, I love you. But you saying that Jonah Sava Inaya is better than Will Campbell is a little bit more aggressive. I mean, maybe you end up being right. Who knows? But that's an aggressive comment. That's an aggressive comment. Listen, there'd be nothing to make me happier than him be better. I'll tell you that. Oh, excuse me. All right. So, we got a couple more picks here in the second round before we're going to become a simulcast with our main chat sports stream. You want to show our super chat menu one more time? Last time you could really hone in on focus on that. As Jack Besh was the last pick for the NFL here. We have what? 59, 60, 61, 62. We only have 4 picks left. How about that? No, 5 picks. 59. No, 64. I'm dumb. My math is terrible. The drinks are hitting. Remember, $5 gets you a raffle ticket for this Miami Dolphins old school mini helmet. $20 is a Bean Boozled. Every $300 today, we do a beer boot. We're at $377. So we did one. If we get $223 more on the stream, I'll do another beer boot. So why not? Why not us? Why not us? Why not us? We're getting killed in our Super Chat battle against Saints, which is not great. Not ideal. Yeah. And by the way, if you didn't know this, the MVP of the stream gets a Kenneth Grant jersey. Right now, it is my guy from the UK, Cameron Donald, with about 100 and, I'm going to do the math again, 30, 80, 20, with about 110. So Cody Largent, I feel like is low-key coast. 25, 45, 52. Never mind. So we got 3 people, Bree Count at 62, Poe at 50, and Largent at 62. But we got the leader for the Kenneth Grant jersey, rookie jersey for Miami, at 110. At 110. So, if y'all want to have one last bang before we go and make it a simulcast stream, we're close. Oh, that'd be such a Ravens pick. No, Shadur Sanders has not been drafted yet. Oh my God, it is. 59th pick in the draft. Mike Green to the Baltimore Ravens. That's the most Ravens pick of all time. Trust their culture. So is he okay, real question. First place gets the jersey. Yes, Poe. So you trail by about 60 behind the leader. Is he is the concern really just the legal stuff, or is it actually he's a bad fit in the locker room?
So let me allegedly, all alleged. Supposedly he had an incident in high school, and when he arrived on campus on Virginia, they said, all right, we're going to make this agreement, and if you do something similar again, allegedly, you're off the team.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, he has the Marshall jersey on.
Yeah.
So
it's dicey for sure.
Yeah. I'm not going to go into full details, but
I mean, just off a pure talent basis, the Ravens getting Mike Green and Malachi Starks is just absolutely incredible.
Hey, like I said, who's the dude that they took a couple years ago from Bama that had the gun? This was 8 years ago. Pass rusher, too.
Are you thinking of... No, you're not thinking of Reuben Foster, are you?
No. I think it was 2018 or 2017.
Interesting. I don't know. I can't remember. Can't remember. Good for Jack Besh, man. 58th pick to the Las Vegas.
Tim Williams.
I don't even remember his name. I don't remember who that is. What year was that?
2017.
And he won in the first round?
Second round.
Okay.
He was a pass rusher out of Alabama. Dude got caught with a gun, I think, a couple months before the draft.
Okay.
then the Ravens took him on a little special, and I mean it didn't really work, but
yeah. All right, so we're almost here out of the second round. We got 60, 61, 62, and 63, 64. What's up, Sam? All right, all right. Who's it going to be? Me and who else over there? Me and Moose. Very nice. Bash the pick, wide receiver out of TCU to the Raiders at 58. Mike Green to the Ravens at 59. Oh. Remember, I'm signing off. We're going to give it to Justin. He'll kind of... We're going to toss to the simulcast. And then Justin... Oh, you're not even coming on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. A.K.A. Miami said, I really missed pick 98. All right. Let's not act like we were going to get a superstar. Let's not act like we're going to get a superstar here. Oh! David Breakout, the legend, comes in again. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. We'll get this on screen here in one more second. But almost at the buzzer, the legend that has been growing all weekend long, David Breakout. Bang! A $50 super chat, which puts him into the lead for I almost say Christian Wilkins, the Kenneth Grant jersey. He now leads our MVP with 112, slightly edging out Cameron Donald. Also gets you some raffle tickets. Oh! Oh! We got Major Onions in the building because we have a new MVP. A new MVP. A Major Onions off the glass. My guy, Poe, with $100 super chat. Bang! The juice is flowing here late in round 2 on a Friday night at Dolphins Today. Now at 1:50 on the evening, Poe in the lead. How about that? Poe also gets a load of raffle tickets. Look at Poe go. Look at Poe go. And that puts us, by the way, as we are getting dangerously close to getting moved over to the simulcast, which will still be live. It'll just be more of a broad coverage instead of just on the Dolphins. We are now, Justin, 73 away from a second beer boot. Remember, every $300 in Super Chats gets us through a beer boot. We are at 73 away. We're at 527. Did I just see R.J. Harvey, the running back from Central Florida, going to the Broncos at pick number 60? I like Harvey, but are we shocked he went above Caleb Johnson?
different strokes for different folks.
Different strokes for different folks. So that's now 3 running backs in this round. 2 Ohio State, Quinshon Judkins to the Browns, Travion Henderson to the Pats, and then R.J. Harvey to the Broncos. David, appreciate the nice comment, but just remember, we're not going anywhere. I will still be on stream. It will be more of a broad stream. It will not be Dolphins related as much, but we will still be live. Let's do a quick game time. I don't know if we got one in that hour, but just at the buzzer, just after, that'll be fine. So, before we move on to the final couple of picks in this second round, I do got to show love to our sponsor. That is Game Time, the ticketing app and service that is the official ticketing partner of Dolphins Today by Chat Sports. I use Game Time to get all my tickets, especially in the summer when I'm going to MLB games, some concerts, some comedy shows, go to some NBA playoff games. Get 60% off, potentially, when you buy last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy show, theaters, and more. They have great features like Game Time Picks. Makes last-minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. They have all-in pricing, which shows you the total price of your ticket up front with no surprise fees at checkout. You also get a full panoramic view from your seat in the app before you buy. They also have the lowest price guaranteed, or Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Appreciate Game Time for sponsoring today's live show. All right. So as we get closer and closer to ending the second round here, we are at pick, what are we at? We're at 60. Now we're at 61. Almost forgot the Mets are playing tonight. Let me check the score there. Ooh, it's 4-3 in the 8th. Oh boy, Mets are up though. Oh my God, we were down 3-0 the entire game. We just scored 4 runs in the 8th. Kind of chills. Can we close out and win it, though? Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. Oh, my. What is the nearest pick to us? Our next pick is 116 in the 4th round, unless the Dolphins trade. We have 3 fifth-rounders, though. One at the beginning of the 5th, one at the 2nd, or one in the middle, one of the. We actually have, Justin, ready for this? We have pick in the 5th round. We have pick after the trade 143, 150, and 155. We have 3 picks in the 5th round at the beginning. It's kind of crazy. But we got David Breakout. Bang! Breakout jumps back in front for the MVP, going for his 2nd straight day of winning MVP at the channel for the draft streams. He is now at 162, Poe's at 150. That also puts us $23 away from a beer boot at $600. We are having a time here on a Friday night. My goodness. Oh, my goodness, man. What a stream. Well, the Commanders just took a big-time player that we would have liked. It was never going to happen based off where we were in the draft, not having a 3rd-round pick. But the Commanders, I would just say, might have got the steal of the draft, Justin. Trey Amos. You're not a Trey Amos guy? Guess not. I thought that, that's great value, man. That's great value. Amos is in. Amos is in as the 61st pick as we're almost done here. Ooh, the Giants took Jackson Dart, so they're not going to go. Do you know who they're taking, I think? Caleb Johnson. You know who's still on the board that I'm shocked about? Darius Alexander. Remember, he was one of our top guys. Ain't no man. What is he, 20? He's 24? I didn't know he was 25. But Poe back in front with a $20 super chat. So now Poe is the MVP at 170. Bree counts at 162. And we're at $3 away from 600. The best corner on the board is Savone Revel. I said Grier trading back in the third round and taking Trey Amos or Savone Revel would be full body chills. What's up, Thunder? Mark asks, is Bowman and Stutzman going to be gone before 116? I think Billy Bowman is going to be there. Yeah. With how the safety board is falling, there's only been 2 safeties taken. Eminwari and Starks. So there's a solid chance that Watts is there in the third round. Kevin Winston from Penn State is there in the third round, which would likely mean Makuba is going to be there late round 3, round 4 maybe. And then you might see Bowman there in round 4. Jonas Sanker there in round 4. So the Dolphins could be patient and draft a pretty solid safety, or they could trade up and try to get a corner, or sit there in the round 4 and grab a corner. It's really up to them. But shout out to Poe. I just did the pear/booger, so you're next, yeah? You did the toothpaste, you're right. The arrow is still on toothpaste, so your memory is much better than mine. $20 super chat is a Bean Boozled. I got cappuccino or liver and onions again. I didn't like the liver and onions, but it was I could stomach it. Make sure I have some water left. I do to stomach this down. Shout out to Poe. Please be cappuccino. I'm not trying to taste liver and onions again. That shit's gross, bro. People really like that shit, bro. Like, no offense if you like liver and onions, but y'all really like that. By the way, the Mets got to the 9th quickly, 4-3. Come on, let's get a win over the Nats on the road. Why not, baby? Winston could be falling due to injury. We are a $2 super chat away from 600, which is another boot. Can we get us any super chat that comes in, we're doing a boot. Quite literally any super chat, I'm doing a boot. That's how close we are to 600. We're signing off. We're not signing off, but we're going to a simulcast in like 10 minutes. So we have a limited time. Oh, I'm not that surprised. You think that's interesting? You think that's interesting? He's a fringe guy. Early third round, late second. I know no problem with that. No problem with that. No problem with that. Uh-oh. Why am I saying uh-oh, folks? Well, I'll tell you why in here in 1 second. Because David Breakout with a $30 super chat says, how about Justin doing a boot with you, Roll? I'm not going to subject Justin to doing a boot. Would you be down for a little bit of a chug, though? I'll do a boot. You do a little bit of a chug. Justin's going to do a little bit of a chug. Breakout becomes MVP once again at 192. Yeah, because Poe got to 170. And then he got back to 192. So Poe, recount jumps in front. Sorry, Poe, I'm going to hope you win the raffle, man. I hope you win the raffle. Which reminds me, I actually got to get those tickets that you guys have sent in. Give me a second here. So Poe sent in a 20 again, which means he gets those. David Bree count. Just gets another one of these. And then we also got, who else? Did anyone else come in, or has it just been those two? It's been those two. We did get Regan Buck with a $2 super chat. Fins up, baby. Shout out to y'all. All right. You have a particular flavor, Justin? You can go lemon lime, watermelon, and I think we haven't got to the bottom of the box yet, which is pineapple. Lemon lime. Here you go, my friend. I'll go watermelons. We got a couple. We got, I think, enough watermelon to fill up the boot. Yeah, I'm not trying to mix two flavors. I mean, that would be a train wreck. I'm out of water, too. That's not good. Well, I'll grab some water, I guess, on the way to switching over to the simulcast. We'll be doing we're doing a beer boot in 1 second to practically close out. Now, I wouldn't say close out our coverage, but our Dolphins only coverage, because we're going to become a simulcast with our main chat sports stream here in 1 second. Almost spilled it everywhere. That's not great. Yeah, that would have been brutal. All right. Justin's going to do a chug. I got the beer boot. Salute to David Breakout. Salute to the Dolphins fans. Salute to Poe.
I clearly suck.
Justin was. I'll say this though, and Justin, I'll give you credit. It is easier to chug out of one of those things than just a standard cup like that, because like with one of those things, excuse me, you have like everything perfectly coming into you. Pause. With the cup, there's a wide circumference, and if you just go too fast, it's just going to become a train wreck, and you're pouring it all over yourself.
Oh, yeah, it was going all over the place.
Yeah. But appreciate you, Justin, for taking that down with me, for Bree Count, for Poe. You guys are legends. Shamar Turner was the pick at 62 for the Bears, which means we have 2 picks here left in the round 2 portion of this NFL draft. The Chiefs at 63, the Eagles at 64. Let's check the score of these NBA games. I haven't seen a single one. I know you just said them. Magic are up 7 at home late. Did you see the over-under for that game, by the way? It was 197. When was the last time you've seen an NBA over-under, regardless of players, under 200? Yeah, Pacers up 10 on the road. Little bit shocked with that. I've had so much liquid in my stomach today. My stomach is expanding. All right, folks. Remember when I said if you retweeted my tweet, you could win a Mando starter pack? Remember when I said that? Yeah, everyone remember that? For the 200 people watching? Well, if you didn't win, you have a second chance. So we're doing the same giveaway on our Chat Sports Twitter account for Mando. If y'all listen, I can't track it because I don't have the account signed in and stuff. But if you guys go and retweet our Chat Sports tweet, it's their pinned tweet, or our pinned tweet, I should say. You guys can get another chance to win the Mando raffle. So this one isn't from us. but you can still win one from our main chat sports Twitter account. Tweet link is in the live chat, so if you'd want a second chance to win Mando, the whole body deodorant that I use and all the chat sports crew uses, the starter pack comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and 2 other products of your choice, like deodorant wipes. If you want a chance to win it and didn't win it from our giveaway here at Dolphins Today, you see the link in the live chat. See the link in the live chat. What? Really? I don't know who it is. It's getting announced for me. Twitter's been a little bit slow today. You think that's interesting? He's got good speed, man. He's got good speed. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! As we are in the last pick of the second round, which means after the Eagles make this pick, we're going to toss it over to the simulcast and chat sports, and then we will be over there. Justin won't. I will be over there on our chat sports stream. So we'll be over there in a second. But Omar Norman Lott, the D lineman from Tennessee, is joining Chris Jones on the interior defensive line there, also joining George Karlaftis as the 63rd pick in the draft. Are they just lower on Darius Alexander? I'm a little bit surprised as well, Justin. No Landon Jackson in the second round.
I think that dude was a third-round pick all along.
Yeah. Ari Marov saying that Shedeur was officially not drafted in the second round. That just feels cruel. Maybe, and just maybe, Justin, we were on to something here at Chat Sports. Remember when we said how unrealistic it was that, like, these guys like Dart, Milroe, Shuck were all available in our third round of our Chat Sports mock draft? Now, obviously, Dart went late round 1, and Shuck went early second round. But Milroe didn't go in round 2, which was a shock to me. He's still there in the third round. And you could just replace Dart with Shedeur Sanders and be like, well, we didn't think that would be possible. So, low-key, we were kind of at our pulse on the quarterback situation. Low-key. Oh, but Cody Largent with a $50 super chat. That's what I was talking about. Let's try and catch Saints. Cody, I love your energy, Cody. Where are we? I mean, we're at 680, 679. I don't know where they were. Oh, they're at 723. The last time. We don't know where they're at now. We're close. The last pick of the second round is in. I wouldn't say it's a dagger. It's a player that I would have liked Miami to draft, although we don't have a third-round pick as it's currently slated and scheduled. It's Andrew Makuba. And Justin is in shambles. If you didn't know, Justin's a Cowboys fan, which we don't make fun of him for that. Listen, there's nobody else in the Chat Sports workforce that's a Dolphins guy. So it's not like we have our choice of a Dolphins fans with us, folks. But Justin's doing an awesome job. He's a Cowboys fan. He also is a Texas Longhorn alum. So the pick is in for the Eagles at 64. It's Andrew Makuba, the safety from Texas, Justin's guy, a player that I would have liked Miami to take in the third round potentially. He goes to his team he hates the most in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles. Your thoughts, Justin?
This is a sad, sad day. Last 2 days, for 2 different reasons. You know what? I'm so thankful that y'all donated because I needed that chug. I'm gonna need it for the rest of the night, bro. Because this is my worst nightmare. Especially since I wanted the Cowboys to pick him in the third. Now I gotta fake root for him. Ugh.
Cody says, damn, that 50 didn't count. What are you talking about? Yeah, it counted, brother. I'm about to take a shot for that.
Hello?
I'm about to take a shot for that. It's still counting. We're just we still trail the Saints channel in our Super Chat battle. Shout out to you. The The Giants took Darius Alexander. I'm not kidding. I think Marshall's final mock draft, he's 3 for 3. Like for Giants, I thought he tweeted out. I think he had. Oh, do we need to wrap it up? Okay. So, Cody, we won't be able to show. We just took that shot. We're going to wrap this up. So, what is happening right now for the 200 people still watching? I am going to go over to our main Chat Sports live coverage. And so we're signing off here. Now, what's going to happen is that we're going to go over to our Chat Sports channel. So we are going to simulcast on Dolphins and on Chat Sports Main. I will be over there doing our main Chat Sports draft coverage in round 3. So we are still going to be live on the channel. We're still live on Chat Sports. So if you want to continue to hang out with me, stay here on the channel. Also, you can check out our Chat Sports coverage. Either way, we're going to kind of transition it over to round 3, and we're going to go cover the draft on our main Chat Sports channel. So appreciate everyone who stuck with us in round 2. I'll see you over there, hopefully, for round 3. Remember, we're not signing off here. We're just going to become a simulcast with Chat Sports. We'll see you over there in just a second.
There we go. We got Miami. The Dolphins Today crew. Everybody welcome
What's going on, Dolphins fans? Fins up.
Fins up. You are watching our coverage of this now 3rd round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Andrew Makuba just went to the Philadelphia Eagles, and I love the pick here, Moose.
Yeah, no, it's a great pick. Like you said, he's a little bit undersized, so he's not going to play up in the box, and he's not going to cover the run. But for what you're getting from a skill perspective, he just screams Philadelphia Eagles. He's going to roam around in that defensive backfield. He's going to do his thing. He's got good ball skills. Everything about him screams Philadelphia Eagles to me. The one thing that I do want to see is him put on about 10 pounds there, Sperry.
Yeah.
186 pounds to me is just way too slight, especially at 5'11". Again, for what you're getting from a skill perspective, I love it. From the scheme that Philadelphia likes to run, I love it. Yep. It's just a matter of putting on the weight. I mean, you look at him like I have kind of the same size shoulders as he does.
Yeah, and
I mean,
it's
crazy.
he's not going to be asked to play the run all that much, all right? Like he's going to be, dual safety, shell type of defense, type of safety. So I think this is a good fit. They drafted Sidney Brown in the 3rd round back in 2023 out of Illinois. Some people thought he might start for them this year, but that's not going to be the case. Makuba will start for them day 1, along with Reed Blankenship in this defense, along with Cooper DeJean in the nickel. So like this pick a lot for Philadelphia. Our Steelers audience here, Coop is going to receive you over at our other – at our other studio. We are going to be breaking down round 3 here on Steelers Talk at our other studio as we prepare for the Steelers making their 3rd round selection. So I appreciate all of your guys' support. I'll see you guys over there. And here we go, Steelers.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Jack Sperry. Greatly appreciate you stepping in and having a great time with us. How about I tell you guys a little bit about today's sponsor, and that is Mando. Spring is in the air, fellas. You're stinking like I'm stinking because when it comes to being that hairy, and I am a hairy man, I need whole body deodorant like Mando. So let me tell you a little bit about what they've got going on. It is a whole body deodorant that is safe to use anywhere on your body. Your pits, your undercarriage, your thigh folds, your belly button, and your butt crack. I'm going to say it out loud. Plus your feet as well if you've got some smelly feet. But listen, it was designed by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal body odor was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. Clinically proven to block odor all day long and control it up to 72 hours. That's 3 days of stink protection. It is all products are baking soda free and paraben free, and you can choose from a variety of fresh scents like bourbon leather, Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport. My personal favorite, bourbon leather. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, and free shipping. A special offer for listeners right now. New customers get $5 off their starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack use. Insert that code, that's chat, code chat, for that $5 off. Shop Mando, SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you here at Chat Sports. smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence, fellas, and from head to toe with Mando. All right, so Downey's best available currently as it stands. Xavier Watts comes in at number 1, the safety out of Notre Dame, one of my favorite players in this draft, followed by Savon Revel from Eastern Carolina. Interesting enough about him, he had some high first-round grades a couple of years ago. Then he got injured and has since slid. Shador, still on the board. Crazy enough. Caleb Johnson, the running back out of Iowa, comes in at 4. Then we have guys that are a little bit slower, not nearly as good at 5 and 6 with Azariah Thomas, and then Princely Umiliellen. Alec Aomanor, who I think has a lot of upside, but just didn't have a ton of production at Stanford. And then Marcus Bow, the guard out of Purdue. All of these guys on this board right now, the start of the 3rd round is here. And I think with the Giants pick coming in here, I think I'm going to have to say, I would love for them to take Xavier Watts, but could they go with Savon Revel Jr., another cornerback? I think it's possible as well. The Giants, remember, they got Jackson Dart, they got Abdul Carter. I think they go defense here again, either a cornerback or safety with those 1 and 2s off the board. And it does look like the pick is in, and I was right about the side of the ball. I was wrong about the position. Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle out of Toledo. Tree stump, can you spell it out loud? 6'3", 305 pounds. He's from Fort Wayne, Indiana, a 6th-year senior, so he's got a ton of reps. Now, one thing about Darius Alexander that I've been talked into, I didn't love his tape as much as I would have thought the first time I watched it, but I have been since proven otherwise. You have to look at him as a run stopper, right? You cannot be one of these players. You can't look at his tape and say he's going to get after the pass rusher as much as you would like. He only had 3.5 sacks, so he needs to develop his skills as a pass rusher. But what he gives you is that certified taking up space on the defensive line. So when you take a look back at what he did in 2024 at Toledo, I think you're going to be getting another rotational piece here for the New York Football Giants. They already have a very good defensive line. So another player to add more rotational pieces, learn the scheme out there in New York. I think it's a very, very solid pick here for the Giants. He's got great length, does a solid job of getting his hands up. He's got good pass rushing production, even against that good and better competition that he saw in college football. Was a bit of a late bloomer, kind of facing an even tougher jump to the NFL, but still not very bad at all for the New York Football Giants. How about this one? And Kansas City. Ashton Gilletti. Is it Gilletti? Gillott. Ashton Gillott. Wow, I butchered that. Very high motor player. Super high energy with great burst. Did we just see another edge rusher go here to Kansas City? This is crazy. His production fell off a little bit last season. I think that's why he's fallen in this draft. But everything that I see about him, good against the run, can still develop his skills as a pass rusher, needs to develop more of a swim move. But again, not a player that's going to be starting day one. I think another rotational piece here for the Kansas City Chiefs, who clearly saw that in Super Bowl 59 needed to get a better pass rush, right? Because they saw what the Philadelphia Eagles did to them with that 4-man front. They got after Mahomes and absolutely annihilated him. So, again, I think this is a clear position of need for the Chiefs. Not bad at all. I give it a solid C+, B-. I don't love his skills as a pass rusher, but I think with the right development and coaching, he could absolutely develop into a serviceable starter. Whew. Let me take a breath here for 1 second. I apologize. I got to get some liquid in my... Holy moly. Ugh. All right, who's next on the clock? The Browns are on the clock at 67, and their pick is in. We'll get to that here in just a second. But just a reminder that we do have a super chat menu that we want to tell you guys about. Every 100 likes is a Bean Boozled, which I promised you that I would do. By the way, guys, we're 58 likes away from that. So, do we really? Oh, well, then I'll do one right now. Whatever this blue one is. Yikes. Okay, well, I'll do one right off the bat. This is light blue. What is this one? Hey, that could be way worse. Here we go. It's toothpaste, but it doesn't taste that bad. It tastes like Crest. Man, that's like... Hear me out. This is going to sound kind of crazy, Jack. I would eat those just like straight up. like as a snack. They're actually pretty good. All right, sorry. Let me finish chewing here so you guys don't have to hear me, and if you have misophonia, this is killing you. Okay, excuse me. I'm done with that. $5 is going to get you in our draft hat raffle, and $10 we're going to give and talk about your team. We are $2 away from $400 on Maine in Super Chats. That completely slaughtered what we did last night in round one. So who's going to be the one that gets us over that $400 limit? It literally is just $2. That's it. So if you want to send in a $5 to enter our draft hat raffle, totally acceptable. And if you throw in a $10, we'll talk about your team. I'm going to put this deal out there right now. If we could get to $50 in total, so if we just it doesn't have to be in one bang. If we can get up to $50 here before the end of round 3, I will shotgun a beer for you live on the channel. That's how much I'm ready to get rowdy tonight. I am so excited. Love the NFL Draft, my very first one. And we're going to bring in, excuse me. Just a reminder, $50. If we get there, I'm going to make sure that I shotgun that beer for you. So help us. And we are going to bring in Mr. Nic Rohloff, Dolphins host. What's going on, Mr. Nic Rohloff? How are you?
You know, it's been quite a day over here, It's been a great time. You know, you saw the Dolphins trade up, so I'm coming over from here from round 2 to round 3 to break it down. Some stunning revelations in the NFL Draft. I mean, who would have thought on draft night when we got there last night at 8 p.m. Eastern time that Shedeur Sanders would still be sitting here on the board in the 3rd round? Who's going to be the team to go up and take him? It's going to be fascinating to see that. Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end from Bowling Green, an athletic specimen, by the way, off the board to the Browns here at pick number 67. We'll talk about him in just a second, but there's a lot of good players out there. We've seen a lot of good players fall. It's going to be a good 3rd round to track here to close out day 2 of the NFL Draft. Let's have a blast here.
I'm so excited. So let's talk about a little bit about Harold Fannin as the pick comes in. One of these players that in 2024, these numbers are like video game numbers. It's like they're quarterback-only targeted fan in the entire season. 117 receptions, 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns, and as a tight end, averaging 13 yards per reception is insane. With that being said, I think that this is quite a jump from where he was playing with Bowling Green up to the NFL level. Now, he did have insane production like I alluded to, but he does run very, very stiff. His athleticism is not as fluid as I would like to see. He might be a better blocker than he's given credit for, but he's truly never been great there either. So outside of the insane production, him as a prospect doesn't offer me a ton to be excited about, except for the fact that on paper, it looks like a great pick. What do you think?
You know, it's actually funny looking at Fannin. I remember doing some early scouting. One of the first mock drafts that ever happened for the Dolphins, I hate to bring it back to them, had him going to Miami in the 2nd round.
Mm-hmm.
So I did a little bit of research early on in the process on Fannin. Like, the most productive tight end you'll ever see at the collegiate level. He led them, the FBS, at almost every single statistic: targets, receptions, yards, touchdowns, yards per catch. The guy just absolutely dominated at that level. He's one of the youngest prospects in this class as well. Obviously, you mentioned the jump up from his competition to the MAC to the NFL now, so it's going to be a little bit of a different story for Fannin Jr., but there's a lot of upside there. And for a team in Cleveland that is just looking to build talent as they still do not have their QB of the future, I think they've done a tremendous job of it. They got 2 guys that will play in their front 7 in Schlesinger and Mason Graham. They drafted now an RB to replace Nick Chubb, who is still out there as a free agent, and Quinshawn Judkins, and now they draft a tight end there to be whatever young quarterback they play next year's potentially security blanket in Harold Fannin Jr., assuming he pans out. I like what Cleveland has done. Trade down, acquire picks, grab talented football players, and let them work.
Yeah, Cleveland clearly has had a top 3 draft in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Raiders pick is in, by the way. We're going to wait to get that here in just a second. It looks like it's Darian Porter, the quarterback out of Iowa State. Now, interestingly enough about Porter as a prospect, he's only been playing corner for about a year and a half. He started as a wide receiver at Iowa State. So he understands how to cover wide receivers because he was one. So he understands leverage. He understands angles. And everybody that I have heard talk about him says that in the last year and a half, he has gone from a guy that is just learning and baby stepping the position to full-on sprinting. His athleticism is insane. He does need work on his press coverage skills because he's not as strong as you would like to be, obviously coming from a wide receiver position. And his 2024 stats don't jump out at you. But like I said, for what you're getting from a guy who's still learning how to play the position, this is a draft and develop sort of situation for the Las Vegas Raiders. I think it's a great pick, especially if you can teach him how to become that next elite corner.
Yeah, the thing that's so interesting to me here, Trace, is we continue to see some corners go off the board. One, the position fell as a whole. You saw Will Johnson go at 47 to the Cardinals, which was a little bit of a stunner. And you didn't see many go early in round 2 either. But you see Savone Revel, the cornerback from Eastern Carolina, still on the board. This is someone that, coming into this season on the college level, was a projected first-round pick. Has a big-time knee injury, and is now sitting here on draft night in round 3. So the talent is there. The production, the tape was there in 2023, but clearly that knee injury from Revel is forcing him way down boards like we saw happen for the Michigan corner Will Johnson. Obviously, Johnson never had the serious injury that Revel had, but there is something about these medicals that are making their rounds in the NFL circles that is pushing these guys down boards. By the way, quick thing for me, I've never been an Azariah Thomas guy from Florida State, so I don't hate the Raiders going with Porter here over Thomas. You know someone I'm in on? I'm a big fan of Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech. I would have taken him over Porter, but either way, pick 69 is in for the Patriots.
Let's go!
No surprise here. You know what? I was stunned earlier when they did not take Luther Burden with their second-round pick. They went with Travion Henderson, the running back, and then Burden went with a pick after the Chicago Bears at 39.
Woo!
Kyle Williams is someone who has been linked to the Patriots a lot. A guy who got fringe first-round buzz, but ultimately did not go there. Didn't even go in the second round, but now finds a really good home in a wide receiver room that needs talent. A team that signed Diggs this offseason. They're hoping to get production out of Javon Baker or Jalen Polk in their second years. 2 wide receivers drafted last season. They have Pop Douglas, but now they add in the Washington State wide receiver, Kyle Williams to that room.
So Phil Simms had Kyle Williams as his second-rated wide receiver on his big board, which I thought was crazy work. But believe it or not, if you watch the tape on Kyle Williams, this is a guy that understands how to get vertical separation better than almost any wide receiver in this class. Now, what does that mean? Go route. He just likes to stretch the field. He needs to work on his route tree and understand how to run routes better over the middle of the field. He just doesn't really want to do it. He has no desire to because everything that he played was on the outside and the edges or he was stretching the ball down the field. So I think this is an interesting pick here for the Patriots, not because they don't need a wide receiver, but also because you're drafting a guy that needs a little bit more development as a route runner. But I guess if you shift him out to that vertical pick, it definitely works. So I'm not too upset about it.
I mean, you have him as your X potentially in New England. You can move Diggs around in the slot on the other side of the field. You can have Pop Douglas work inside, Jalen Polk as well. So they've got a lot of versatility in that wide receiver room, and we know Kyle Williams can run the go route. What is one thing that Drake May is exceptional at? Throwing the ball vertically down the field.
100%.
I think this is a good fit. Jordan Schultz tweeted out that a lot of teams liked Kyle Williams. I don't get him tweeting that, but also him sliding to the third round. Either way, the pick at 69 is Kyle Williams. And we have a wide receiver off the board again. The Lions made a trade to get this pick. The details on this deal is TBA, but the wide receiver from Arkansas, Isaac Tesla, close enough. Almost like Tesla, you know. Coleslaw, but Tesla. Interesting. So the Lions move up to get a wide receiver. There was some buzz before the draft, Trace, that we could actually see Jameson Williams traded. Well, then it was announced today that they picked up his 5th-year option. Now they pick up a wide receiver here early in round 3 to complement him in Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Listen, I'm going to tell you one thing about this kid. I don't love anything about his game other than one thing. He's got great hands. Like, his hands
I thought you were going to say hair.
Well, he does have great hair as well. But he has great hands. He doesn't have any good separation. He's slow. I just don't love his production that he had in college. To me, this is a guy that is just adding another body to the wide receiver room in Detroit, considering Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta at tight end. They've got the weapons to do it in Detroit. I don't like this pick other than, hey, we just are adding a little bit more. Other than those amazing hands that he's got, that's all I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you look at here, our chat sports rankings have him as the 201st ranked overall prospect, which would put him as a fringe 6th, 7th round guy, and he's going here early in round 3. The Lions are always good for an unconventional pick, and we have our first one here. I think this is the biggest reach thus far when you look across first round, second round, third round. It's pretty clear that this is the biggest reach.
Yeah,
we'll see
100%.
how Coleslaw with a T, that's how I'm going to think about him for the rest of my
Coleslaw
career.
with a T.
Coleslaw with a T fits in the Lions system. But, boy, we thought the Saints were a team that could draft Shedeur Sanders. They went Tyler Shuck.
You can't say it.
We no longer can say Shedeur. I just said it. That's the last time I say it.
He who shall not be named.
That's the last time I say it. We're not saying it.
Yes, we can't say it in the chat, but if you super chat and you've got his name in there, we'll say it.
No, I mean, we're just going to redact it.
Redact
It's
the super
redacted.
chat.
It's not happening.
All right, so the pick is in for the Saints here in just a second. We'll get to it in a second. But remember, you can't say that name in the chat below. So let's keep the good vibes flowing, guys. Come on, we don't need to argue about him, right? Even though still crazy that he's off the board. I'm not even going to lie.
What were you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Okay. I got hit with amnesia. I don't remember
a little bout of amnesia right
there. A little bit of that.
All right, so let's take a look at Downey's best available right now. Xavier Watts is still on the board. I cannot believe this. I think any team that drafts him is going to be getting the best safety in the league in 3 years. I have staked my claim on that multiple times.
I wonder why.
It's not because I'm a Notre Dame fan there, Mr. Rohloff.
So you think he was the best safety in this class?
I do think he was the best safety in
over
this class.
Starks?
Yes.
All right, interesting.
100%. And I'll tell you why. There's not a single thing that Xavier Watts can't do. He can move up in the box. He can play back in coverage. He's got ball skills. He's a ball hawk, a nose for the football, crazy athleticism. He can do it all. Now, is he as great as some things that Starks was as good at? No, but he's overall B+ in every range, and I think that's going to lead to an unbelievable success at the NFL level.
Yeah, well, I can't disagree with you there. I'm still shocked that Revel's on the board. I'm a big fan of him. I think his production in 2023, it's hard to ignore. That knee's got to be Swiss cheese for me to continue to not draft him at this stage in the draft. Well, we do have a player off the board here. It's Vernon Broughton, the defensive lineman from Texas. A lot of people I know on the Dolphins Today chat, as we all simulcasting over there, were very much in on Vernon as a third-round target. Obviously, they went with Kenneth Grant in round 1. This is a player that was very productive at the college level in the middle of that Texas defense, possesses excellent size to take up space on the interior. He was able to get pressure up the middle, but also make some plays in the run game. Him and Alfred Collins worked hand in hand for that Longhorn defense, and I do think the Saints, who have been searching for a partner to Brian Brzee on the interior defensive line over the past year, after they drafted him in the first round out of Clemson, may have found a nice complementary piece here in Vernon Broughton.
I couldn't agree more with you. I think that Texas defense last year was scary at times, and him and Alfred Collins were clearly the best on that defensive line. And the Saints, look, they had so many injuries last year on that defensive side of the football, Nick. I feel like you had to almost attack defense as much as you could in this draft outside of a Calvin Banks, and obviously they're getting their quarterback that they believe can start day one over Spencer Rattler. So, look, I look at this and I say, this is the first step into solidifying that defense that was so injured last year. I love what Kellen Moore and Mickey Loomis are doing. I think these are 3 excellent picks here for the Saints, including Tyler Shuck.
You're in on Shuck?
I'm in on Shuck, man. I'm shucking corn all day long. Tyler shucked corn and I don't care. Isn't that how the song goes?
I couldn't tell you. I will tell you this. I don't see the hype there. And are they starting him? Like, listen, this guy.
Yeah, they're starting.
This guy's in a retirement home, and he hasn't even played a year in the league yet. He's so old. Like, I don't know. Like, are they playing him year one, or I mean, obviously we don't know what's going with Derek Carr. But if you are drafting a quarterback for New Orleans. I get it. A lot of people, including our own Jack Sparrow, who you guys saw on stream, were big fans of his processing, his accuracy, his decision-making for the most part. But when you look at him as a prospect, what's the upside there? Like, I don't see it. I'm
Distributor
sorry.
of the football. I mean, he's got the skills of like a Brock Purdy to just make plays.
I'm not in on that. I'm sorry.
Do we have our?
We have a winner.
We have a winner.
We have a winner. So we've been pushing our pin tweet all night.
Yep.
And one lucky person that retweeted the pin tweet was going to win.
Love it.
A Mando starter kit, which I think is fantastic.
Oh, I mean, are you kidding me? The deodorant wipes? I can't talk more about those.
So we have a winner. The winner is Joshua Parsons
Sr. Hey! Congratulations, Joshua.
So here's what we're going to do. Chat Sports is going to DM you, Joshua, okay? So just respond to the DM when Chat Sports DMs you. We'll get your information, and we'll get a Mando starter pack out to you to experience for the first time. Absolutely electric.
And Joshua, if you're as hairy as I am, my friend, you're going to be thankful that you got this.
Oh, I mentioned it, the deodorant wipes. I mean, they got everything. If you could choose the scent, I'm a Mount Fuji guy. Like, I think it smells terrific.
Bourbon leather.
You're bourbon leather?
Bourbon leather all day
I'm
long.
a Mount Fuji guy. You know what? I'm a tropical guy. Send me to the beaches. I'll be there. It's beautiful, and I'll be smelling right with Mando. Congratulations to Joshua for winning the starter pack. I mean, you're going to be loving it, and I'll tell you what, you're going to be hooked. So when you want to buy a second starter pack, make sure you use code CHAT at shopmando.com. It gets you $5 off. How about that?
Bang, bang. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills, and this might be the A-plus pick of the third round.
That's good.
Landon Jackson going to the Buffalo Bills, 6'6", 264 pounds. One of the players that I had mocked to the Bills. I actually had him in the second round with one of the Bills' second-round picks, but getting him in round 3 is a steal. This dude is a mammoth of a human being. He doesn't have the bend that you're looking for as a potential edge rusher. He needs to get a little bit better side to side, but north to south with his bull rushing ability, he is one of the best in this class. Super high energy. That motor is insane. And like I said, not the greatest bend, but with that combination of size, power, and length at that size of 6'6", his wingspan is insane. He is an unbelievable player, Nick. I'll let you take the next pick.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Landon Jackson. That arm length you mentioned really is able to get some offensive linemen off balance. It's going to be a tough task keeping your hands on him. But Azariah Thomas, the corner from Florida State, ends up going to the New York Jets. So two AFC East teams go back-to-back here. I'm not in on Thomas.
No.
I'm sorry. He's got good size to him, sure. But I don't think the tape is that pretty. He's speed,
slow.
the recovery speed is not there. If he's on the outside in a division, by the way, where he'll have to go up against a Stephon Diggs, a Tyreek Hill, a Jalen Waddle, if he gets beat and he can't get his hands on you and you beat him off the line of scrimmage, he is going to be in a world of hurt. I think in a certain scheme he could work out. I don't believe he's going to be that good at the next level. This is someone that I was not high on. I know some people might disagree. I hate to be the speed guy because I was in on Will Johnson, out on Thomas, but I truly don't think the tape for Thomas is that good. And when a division rival has the speed that they do when you face the New York Jets, he's going to be in trouble.
He is a very long, athletic player, but the problem that I have here is, like you said, that recovery speed is just awful. So if he gets beat off the bat, off the jump, off the line of scrimmage, he's not going to catch up to any of these receivers that have speed. I don't like his lateral quickness. That's why I think he falls, but he is a little bit strong. So we're going to move on from him and head into our next pick because the Broncos pick is officially in.
I'm in shambles. I'm in disarray. I hate it. For me and my Miami Dolphins guys on Dolphins Today, this is my favorite wide receiver in the draft.
Pat Bryant?
Loved him. Couldn't talk more about this guy, so I'm going to take it away
Yeah,
here
go
for
ahead.
a second with Brian. He has excellent size. He was extremely productive. Him and Luke Altmaier and Illinois last season had the back-shoulder connection perfectly lined up. In one of my favorite quotes, I know it's cliche. I'm sorry. I know it's the no block, no rock. Everyone talks about it. But when he said it at the combine, he actually means it. He enjoys physicality. He will block. He is a vertical threat. This is a player that I was heavily in on for the Dolphins in the 4th or maybe the 5th round. But apparently, Denver, Sean Payton, and that extremely smart front office must have been working hand in hand with yours truly, because they took Pat Bryant. And I know I'm going to quickly go back to the Dolphins here before I turn it over to you, Trace.
No, you're good.
I, in so many mock drafts for my Fins, had Jahdae Barron at 13 and Pat Bryant in the middle rounds. The Broncos are stealing my draft.
And listen, is there a world right now where we believe in Mr. Sam Brown is super happy? I truly believe this, and I'm not just saying this to blow smoke up his butt. The Denver Broncos might be a top 5 team in the NFL right now. Their draft is crushing it. Their defense is stout. They added Jahdae Barron, who is an unbelievable Swiss Army knife corner. R.J. Harvey, one of the most underrated backs in the draft, and now Pat Bryant, who you are all over. Sean Payton and George Payton right now are crushing the 2025 NFL Draft. I love it.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it.
I really am in shambles. I mean, I said it earlier today that I didn't know if he was going to go today, but I was going to be the biggest Pat Bryant fan wherever he went, even if he didn't go to my Dolphins. And, well, Sam Brown, you will have me as a member of the Pat Bryant fan club over in Denver. Hopefully he wears a cool number. That's all I'm going to say.
Hopefully he wears a cool number.
Yeah. I mean, I loved him, man. I couldn't have fallen more in love with a mid-round wide receiver prospect when I watched the tape. I watched the highlights and did some scouting. So, I mean, listen, if he's wrong, he's wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm willing to die on the hill of Pat Bryant.
All right, just a reminder, our Super Chat menu looks like this. For every 100 likes at Bean Boozled, we're only 8 away from my next Bean Boozled. So hit that thumbs up button. It helps put more content on your timeline. $5 is going to get you into that draft hat raffle. And $10, we'll talk about your team. I will keep my bet standing right now. If we can get to $50 before the end of the 3rd round, so the next Super Chats that come in, if it can equate to $50, I will shotgun a beer live here on the stream.
Hello. By the way, I think we did get a couple Super Chats if we wanted to flash those on screen on Chat Sports.
Yeah, I think we did get a couple
Sports.
on chat. Yeah.
I did see a couple, I think from the same person. Shout out Gwendolyn.
There we go.
Blaze.
I got to do Bean Boozled.
My dad is an Arkansas fan. I am proud. I would assume that is referring to the Landon Jackson pick or the wide receiver pick to the Lions, coleslaw with a T. Either way, good for you, Gwendolyn, and I'm glad you're proud.
Mm-hmm.
And then in his mock draft, or he or she, I don't know, one of my mock drafts had Wark. Is that supposed to be not being said?
Oh, yeah, I can't say the name.
Going to the 49 or CFL UFL. Well, that's quite the combination of either San Francisco, CFL, UFL. I don't think his name will be called tonight, but Curtis Rourke, the quarterback from Indiana, I like him as a late-round QB. Tall, 6'5". I think he's got a good arm. He's accurate. Got a little bit of a knee issue. Also, old prospect, but I do actually sneaky like him.
I didn't like him. I saw that game against Notre Dame last year, and I was so turned off by him. I thought he had some very bad turnover-worthy plays. But he had a pretty good season, and Indiana had a historic season for their franchise and for their program. So I'm not so far off on him, but I also think that there are other quarterbacks that I would much rather have. All right, let's take a look at those best available players still on the board. Xavier Watson, Savon Revel Jr., Shedeur Sanders still has not gone, which is crazy to me. Caleb Johnson, I know I can't say his name, but I had to name him. Princely Umelielen is still on the board. Uman Mielen. Got it. Thank you. I'm getting better. Honestly, I am getting better. Elick Ayomanor is still on the board, the wide receiver out of Stanford.
Nailed that one.
Marcus Bow also nailed that one. And Jack Sawyer finally makes his way onto Townie's best available, the edge out of Ohio State. Jalen Knoll, wide receiver out of Iowa State, is still on the board. He can absolutely go here in the next couple of picks. Kevin Winston Jr., Jalen Royals is another player that I'm really fond of from Utah State. Jacob Parrish, a cornerback that I'm very low on. I don't think he possesses any strength or any skill to make tackles at the next level. Dylan Sampson, running back, the next running back on the board other than Caleb Johnson. And Cameron Williams coming in at number 16, the offensive tackle from Texas. So if you were to look at this board, besides Savon Revel, who I know you're very high on, who's another prospect that you could see going here in the next couple of picks?
Well, I mean, obviously Xavier Watts, but I am a big fan for Kevin Winston Jr., the safety from Penn State. And I hate to bring back almost the same conversation that we had about Savon Revel, but Winston Jr. was another player that was a projected first-round player coming into this year. Unfortunately, has an ACL injury, misses the entire season for the Nittany Lions, a team that still made it deep into the playoffs of college football. Imagine what they could have potentially done if they had Winston Jr. all season long, but a very talented guy who can make plays in both the run game but also the passing game. Maybe I've got an issue, and maybe I should be locked up. But I'll be buying the stock that is low on all of the projected first-round guys that have injury concerns from last year. I do not care, because if we once thought they were going to be a first-round player, sure, injury. But modern medicine, it takes good care of these 21 and 20-year-olds. I'll buy them bouncing back in a big way. So, yeah, Kevin Winston Jr. is someone I'm pretty fond on for a team that needs a safety coming up here in the third round. They're getting excellent value there.
The pick is in at number 75. The San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin, the linebacker out of Oklahoma State. Now, another player that I have seen go fourth, third round, so this is kind of right around where he was projected to go. He was a two-time team captain, so the leadership abilities are out of this world. He's got good recovery, meaning when he gets beat, he can get back into the play and finish at a good rate. But the one problem is that he doesn't have great run instincts. The middle of the field, he can sometimes look lost. And he did also have an injury in college that was pretty nasty as well. So he didn't have, the most productivity in 2024. So, again, this is one of those picks where I feel like, seeing as he only played in 5 games, 47 tackles in 5 games is a ton. But at the same time, that injury, his ability to get lost onto the field, I think it's an okay pick here for the San Francisco 49ers, considering that they've lost a ton of players in free agency. What about you?
I hate everybody from the Oklahoma State team last year. They sold me so much money. I can't stand them. You think they would have good chance to win the Big 12 with Alan Bowman coming back for his gazillionth year, Ollie Gordon returning, and that whole team stunk. So I'm going to grade this as an F. I'm sorry. That's the hard-hitting analysis people come to see, that I just don't like Oklahoma State players. But in all seriousness, they did need some linebacker help with Dre Greenlaw leaving in free agency. So you would have expected them to target linebackers here. I'd be intrigued to see who is the other players available at the position at this stage. Because I probably don't think I would have went Martin here, but I would like to see the other players available. But we do have to talk about this next pick because my guy, Savon Revel Jr.
Off
from
the board.
Eastern Carolina has the Dallas. That's just a great pick.
It's their first great pick of this draft.
I don't care. Like I mentioned a second ago, I'm buying all the stock I can on the players that were projected to go high, had an injury this past season, and fell down boards. I mean, he was so good in coverage. He is one of those players that I don't think panics. I know our scouting report says that he needs better ball skills to the next level, but when I'm watching him, when the ball's in the air, I don't think he panics. I think he's confident, he's cool, he's collected, he has the speed. He wasn't able to display it in this pre-draft process, but he's got all the tools and traits to be an outside corner at this next level. I know there's buzz about Diggs potentially being on the move for Dallas this offseason, but you keep Diggs. You know how Diggs, Bland, and Revel? That's an excellent 3-man cornerback room for the Dallas Cowboys in a division that may need it with Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts and company.
You're absolutely correct. One of the things that I love about Savon Revel is that he plays the exact opposite of a Trayvon Diggs. He's much better in coverage, whereas Trayvon likes to jump routes, and that can lead to getting busted coverage a ton of times, but that does also lead to an increased production in interceptions. Revel's going to be a little bit more of a sit back, cover you in zone coverage. But as you alluded to, all of those things that make him an elite prospect, I think he's going to be an excellent player at the next level. This is the first A grade that I'll give the Dallas Cowboys because these other two, I just
didn't like
see.
Ezeraku?
I liked him, but I didn't think they needed an edge rusher.
I mean, that's a BPA pick if you're Dallas, and I was a fan of it. I
thought they should have gone wide receiver at that position. You still had Trey Harris on the board at that position, and they didn't take him.
No, I had no issue going with that. Booker was a question mark, but their last two picks, I think, are just BPA picks to add to that defense. And listen, I'm never going to be someone who's upset with best player available. But the Panthers traded up in the 3rd round, and I'm going to let you take this one away because you just had practice saying the name.
I knew you were going to do that. Princely Umanmielen.
I
got it!
That's why I gave it to you.
All right, edge rusher out of Ole Miss. Now, as much as I can't pronounce his name that correctly, I can tell you about his productivity because there's no doubt about it. Last year, he was a stud. He's a little bit slow as a speed edge, so it kind of is an oxymoron, but I will tell you this. For what he's lacking so much in his power, he makes up for in skill. Now, he doesn't do an excellent job in the run coverage. That's another reason why he fell. He's a traditional get after the quarterback kind of player, but 55 pressures, you can clearly tell that what he does well, he does at an elite level. So I think this is an excellent pick here for the Carolina Panthers, who have clearly shown that they're trying to beef up that defense that gave up 30.5 points per game last season, which was dead last in the NFL. I think it's an A pick here for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, it's definitely another best player available pick here, and a lot of people speculated that Carolina may go Jalen Walker, the edge from Georgia, with that 8th overall pick. Ultimately, they got Bryce Young help and Ted Aurora McMillan, which I was not that mad at that pick for Carolina at the time. And then they made up for not drafting Jalen Walker and a defensive player at 8 by going back-to-back edge rushers, helping out Derek Brown on that defensive line. You mentioned that defense needs a lot of help. They get a great addition to that group, a defensive player that was rising late. I mean, you saw, according to our own Chat Sports, Todd Downey. I almost said Todd. I don't know why.
Todd
Known
Downey.
the guy for 3.5 years, but I forgot his name. Borderline, arguably top 50 guy.
Yeah.
So I think this is a really good value pick for Carolina. They obviously valued Princely very highly because they traded up. They traded up 8 spots to get him. They traded 85 and a 5th-round pick to move up 8 spots to grab him with the Patriots selection at 77. So clearly someone they had high on their board.
All right. There was a trade, by the way. This was the trade. Okay, so this was the trade to move up to get Princely. The Panthers received the 77th overall pick with the Patriots, who now are at 85, and a 5th-round pick tomorrow at 146. So it's clear that as we get into these later rounds, teams are going to start moving picks around and starting to give each other more trade value and more draft capital. Here's what we're going to ask you to do. We are this close to hitting 408,000 subscribers. That would be 2,000 subscribers in the last 2 days. Can we do it before the end of round 3? I think we can do it.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm going to ask you guys to hit that subscribe button. It's completely free, whereas ESPN Plus, they charge you $120 a year. Yikes. And listen, for all the best NBA content, which Mr. Rohloff does an excellent job with our Miami Heat channel, NFL content, and MLB content that we just launched with the Red Sox Rundown. We cover it here for you at Chat Sports, so lock us in.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be subscribed. And if you want a shout out in the live chat right now, spam me, because if you're subscribed, we're in sub-only mode. You could only comment. So if you want a shout out, we'll give it to you. Spam me. We know you're subscribed. Let's get this 408,000 subscribers tonight. We're 269 away. Quick math. I'm excellent at it.
Yeah,
and
I
we'll
can
give
tell.
some shout outs. C. Tacker, Mr. Richard, Everest, Finn, Creole Kid, Patrick B. Patrick B. What a guy he is, I'll tell you what. Richard, Gwendolyn, Chris, T. Madden, Adam, Caden, Taylor, Solo, Omar, Eli, Mike, Derek, Omar, Everest, Brady. We got my
Angela,
guy. You
Tony.
know what? I got to show love to a Dolphin subscriber. You know, David Breakcount, the MVP of our stream over there. He's an absolute legend. Sherry May as well over on the Dolphins channel. How about Jerusalem? He's getting in on the action. Now we got Nexus, Joel, Catherick, Nathan, Brady, NBJ. You mentioned we have coverage worldwide, folks. We do. We are around the globe. We are every sport. I do spearhead our NBA coverage. Listen, if you like our NFL draft coverage, shameless plug here. I got no issue doing it. In about 2.5 months, I'll be here for the NBA draft days 1 and 2. I spearhead that. I'm the lead NBA draft guy. I'll be here for both rounds of that. So make sure you subscribe. Do you like the NBA draft? Come back around for that too.
Cooper Flag.
Cooper Flag will be going around. Hey, we'll also be live in a couple weeks for the NBA lottery on May 12th for the Cooper Flag sweepstakes.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be an interesting pick there. I remember a couple years ago when Zion Williamson was the prospect that everybody was clamoring after. So it'll be interesting to see how that comes out for Mr. Cooper Flag. So keep shouting out those me's, guys. Appreciate it. And the pick is in.
I like this pick for Arizona.
Go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah, Jordan Birch, the edge from Oregon. You've seen a couple edges go off the board here. By the way, did we skip over? No, we didn't. Okay,
no, this is just coming in. Yeah.
Okay, just coming in because I saw it on Twitter a couple minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know how it happened. But Birch, the edge from Oregon.
No!
And, you know, Arizona made a nice addition this offseason. I don't think a lot of people are going to talk about it to that defensive line, but they were able to get Calais Campbell from Miami, who at age 36 is still just absolutely killing it, was uber productive for the Dolphins last season. It was detrimental to the Dolphins depth chart and roster over there to lose him, and they had to replace him with Kenneth Grant. But the Cardinals get him. They also add Birch from Oregon, someone who I really like. He was a top 100 guy, according to Tom Downey. He goes right around this range, 80th overall. This was a 78th overall pick. He's got great size. I think he's got good bend. He was productive for the Ducks defense. The Cardinals needed a lot to their defense.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And the edge is the perfect definition here because off the edge, he's really, really good. That side-to-side movement that you like to see, he's got it. The problem that I have with him, he lacks violence vertically. So he's not a bull rusher. Like, he's not going to go square-to-square chest with an offensive tackle or a guard. He's just not capable of doing it. With that being said, I think it's a solid C-plus pick here for the Cardinals.
And before we move on to the next pick, just a quick little tidbit on what Arizona's wanted to do this draft. What'd they do? Oh, they went Walter Nolan at 16. Oh, they went with Will Johnson at 47, and then they went with Jordan Birch at 78. They clearly needed to add more to this defense. They took one of the most explosive defensive linemen in round 1 in Walter Nolan. He gets to work alongside Calais Campbell and behind him. They took the arguably top corner in this draft that slipped due to knee injury at 47 in Will Johnson, and now they grab another defensive lineman here in round 3. I like what Arizona and Jonathan Gannon have done so far.
79 coming on in, Jalen Knoll, who we correctly pronounced here on the channel, Sam Brown. I love it. All right. 80 receptions for 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. One of the most underrated players, I feel like, on that Iowa State offense last year. Had a really bad showing in the Big 12 championship game. Shout out to Mr. Jack Lotteray, who went to that game and watched his Arizona Sun Devils crush him. But here's what I will say about him. He's mostly a slot guy, so that kind of limits his ability to move around the field. But what he does very, very well. Very speedy. He's got very quick feet. He can break you off the offensive line. He's not physical, but he does offer that ability to get open. He's not going to be a down-the-field kind of guy, Mr. Rohloff. He's going to be that short, intermediate, quick game kind of passing. Look for him a lot on bubble screens, over the middle on some drag routes, and he's going to be a receptions guy over a volume and yards guy.
Yeah, and you wonder here why the Texans took 2 wide receivers today. They traded back, obviously, from round 1 with the Giants. They took Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State, a 6'4" vertical threat, and then they traded back up in round 2 to take Isuri from Minnesota, the offensive tackle, and now they take Jalen Knoll from Iowa State. So they rejoin Higgins and Knoll, teammates as Cyclones at Iowa State, and some people might be like, well, why are they taking 2 wide receivers on day 2? Well, remember, folks, Tank Dell, had a catastrophe of a knee injury, a catastrophic one, nearly at the end of last season. He is likely going to miss most, if not all, of this upcoming season. So they had a clear need as an inside wide receiver, which Tank Dell does so well for that offense. And now they're able to get it with a explosive, quick, shifty wide receiver in Knoll. I do like the pick. I actually understand this pick more for Houston than I did Jaden Higgins. I do like the pick.
All right, coming in at number 80, Justin, is it Wally? Oh, I got it right again. Look at me, 2 for 2. He is a cornerback out of Minnesota, and I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't love the tape on him as much. I feel like he's a depth corner at best. Look at the reach here for the Colts.
This one, I
don't get it.
I had to take a double check and make sure I wasn't tripping. Then I'm like,
I don't like
Justin
his.
Wallach, I don't
his tape at all.
remember talking about him or scouting him as a day 2 guy. Evidently, I am not the only person thinking that, with Tom Downey going with him at 248, which is barely draftable. You see what he has to say. Doesn't have the best burst, lacks top-tier talent. I mean, I just don't get it from Indianapolis here. Not the biggest fan of this one.
It's a depth draft pick here, I think. I think what they're doing is just trying to add a little bit more, and maybe hopefully they can find a developmental piece, because I'm telling you, the tape doesn't show anything other than the fact that he looks really good in a uniform because he's long and athletic, but that's about it. Coming in at 81, Dylan Fairchild, the guard out of Georgia, to the Cincinnati Bengals. And finally, it looks like the Bengals are addressing some offensive line issues. Over the last couple of years, we've seen Joe Burrow get absolutely mauled season after season. He's got a lot of the traits that you want, but it's not the best version of himself yet, says Mr. Downey. And I think what that kind of means is that he's still a work in progress. He flashes that power and he flashes that anchor ability, but he's inconsistent. So getting to the ability in the NFL to be a consistent player, game in and game out, week in and week out, is something that a lot of teams value, and I don't think he quite has it yet. But with that said, tons of upside.
Yeah, and when you look at what Cincinnati has done for this draft so far, I'm not a fan of it. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I'm not a fan of Shamar Stewart. I know that's a common thought around this Chat Sports office, but someone who just rose up boards due to his unbelievable combine. And yes, you did need to add more to that defense, especially with the future of Trey Hendrickson looming and in question. But Demetrius Knight didn't feel like the best pick there for them in the second round, the linebacker. I do like Fairchild. If I have to talk about need meeting value, I think Fairchild's their best pick. It's just a little bit shocking to see what they've done overall. A team that needed to get some improvements to make the playoffs after missing it last year. Yeah, hope to see Joe Burrow and company back in that position. Just as a fan of the sport, I don't think this draft has been the best way to do it, though.
No, I completely agree with you. They're probably dead last in terms of grades in this draft. I think every single pick either has been a reach or a player that just doesn't fit at all what they're looking for. How about you tell us, Mr. Rowley, about our sponsor today?
Yeah, and one of our sponsors here, we've told you a lot about, but Game Time is just the absolute best, the official ticketing partner of Chat Sports. If you want to go to an MLB game this summer, you want to go to an NBA playoff game, you want to go to a concert, comedy show in your local area, Game Time is the easiest and best way to get your tickets. They prioritize themselves in last-minute deals, save up to 60% off buying last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy shows, theaters. If you are a procrastinator, Game Time is the best app for you. They also have so many great features, Game Time Picks being one of them. Make last-minute ticket buying easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. My favorite feature is the all-in pricing because it shows you the total price of your ticket up front with no surprise fees at checkouts. There's absolutely nothing worse than thinking you're buying a ticket for, say, $70. Next thing you know, it's $110 at checkout. No, you will not have that with Game Time when you click the all-in pricing feature. Get started today. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. All right, we got a couple picks to break down here, and they are going to be fun ones for me, and I get them all by myself. What did I do to deserve this one? Kevin Winston Jr., the safety that I alluded to about, 10 to 12 minutes ago, as someone that I really liked, a first-round talent, in my opinion, was a projected first-round pick coming into this season. Only played in 3 games because he tore his ACL. Ultimately slides here to the 3rd round. But you see it. He was high on Downey's big board. He was high on mine. I thought he was going to go in mid to late 2nd round. Ultimately goes in the middle of the 3rd round. And the Titans, who are a team that is just in the business of adding talent after having the number 1 pick this year, will add a talented player on the back end of that secondary in Kevin Winston Jr. I am a big-time fan of this pick for the Titans as they look to rebuild this roster. So they've added Cam Ward. They have added Winston. I'm spacing on their 2nd-round pick. Who do they get? Oh, yeah, Aladejo, the edge rusher from UCLA. And that was good value, too. I've really liked what the Titans have done. And when you have the number 1 pick, you're supposed to put together a good draft to try to bounce things back, and I think they've done it to this point.
I am surprised they have not gone another weapon for Mr. Cam Ward, but the Steelers' pick is in, and we finally have another running back off the board already in black and gold. Caleb Johnson, Iowa running back, is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. This is another A pick here. Holy crap, let me tell you about Caleb Johnson. I love him as a prospect. In fact, a lot of teams had him going early 2nd round. In fact, the Cleveland Browns were mocked a couple of times, but he's an explosive runner who's got amazing field vision and patience. He is just like, he's like that Le'Veon Bell prospect. He knows how to wait to find his gap, and once he finds it, he's taken off. He showed far better pass-catching ability in the last couple of years. So his first 2 years, not that great. Junior and senior season got so much better. He doesn't have the north to south speed that you want, so he's not going to beat you in like a 40-yard dash. But he does have that side-to-side quickness that you look for. Overall, I think this is an unbelievable pick. A top 50 pick that you're getting in the 80s is crazy work. Love the pick for the Steelers.
Yeah, I do too, especially with them letting Najee Harris go this offseason. He's obviously in Los Angeles with Harbaugh and company. Now, the one thing that I will bring up here, and you did a great job breaking down Johnson, so I won't really add too much to that, but this was a team in Pittsburgh that was heavily rumored to be adding a quarterback via the draft, even though they've been obviously linked the most to Aaron Rodgers as a team that might sign him, and he might sign with them after the draft. Who knows how that will truly unfold, but a team that could be looking at a Milroe, could have been looking at a Shedeur Sanders, which I think it's gone by. We can say his name now in the middle of the 3rd round.
Yeah, we can.
But either way, I'm not that surprised they went with Johnson because it's a good addition to an offense at a position of need. It is still stunning to me that Milroe and Shedeur continue to sit on the board here in the middle of round 3.
Well, what does this mean for other quarterbacks? Because you still have Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, Will Howard that are all still on the board. What does that tell you about what the NFL analysts and teams think of this quarterback class? It's just not very good.
The one that is even more surprising to me, yeah, I know people are going to be talking about Shedeur and how stunning that was. Like, I can understand why people want to say that. Don't forget, folks, Jalen Milroe was invited to the green room of the draft. What does that mean? It means the NFL believes you have a very high % chance of going in the 1st round. We're here in round 3, and Jalen Milroe, the Alabama quarterback, is still here. Truly, truly shocking stuff to me. The pick is in for the Buccaneers at 84, but I do want to make note the Patriots traded back from 77 to 85 with the Panthers. They are trading back again. The Chiefs coming up here at 85 to get this 3rd round pick. We'll see what the details are for that trade coming up shortly. But your guy just went off the board the pick prior to Tampa Bay. You're low on him. I'm low on him. But you were very adamant about being out on him.
Okay, so first of all, Tampa Bay just took Benjamin Morrison, so they don't need another corner, and they didn't really need a corner when they took Morrison. So drafting Parrish to me is quite literally just, hey, we want you to back up who we already got back in that cornerback room. I don't find anything I like about his game. He has 0 tackling capability. He's not big. It says he's a willing tackler, but to me, like, he doesn't make good enough tackles. He's not good against the run. I guess you could call him fluid because he's loose when he plays, But on the tape, I didn't see any good coverage skills. I just didn't like anything I saw from him. I'm sorry. I'm very, very low on Jacob Parrish.
Yeah, and I'm not the highest on him. I was very adamant about being a Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech guy. I would have argued for Quincy Riley from Louisville as well. Hell, I would have even argued for Noel Williams, the cornerback for California, who, by the way, just went off the board. That's the player that Kansas City was clearly eyeing. They just traded up from, I actually don't remember where they traded up from. Trade is updated, so we'll get that on screen here in just a second. But the Chiefs clearly liking Williams because they traded with the Patriots to get 85. It was 95 in a future 2026 fourth-round pick. They come up and grab the corner from Cal, ran a 4.5 40, transfer from UNLV. He was, I feel like, a late riser here, Trace.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of talk about him as a day 2 prospect, and I feel like 3 weeks ago, all of a sudden, he was on everybody's day 2 mock draft, and I'm like, oh, interesting. And he ultimately goes here to Kansas City.
And I think it's because of the production, right? 14 interceptions in 4 years. So since 2020 has had the second most interceptions of any player in the entirety of the FBS in college football. So productivity was definitely something that he can add to his resume, and I think that's exactly why the Chiefs took him. I think it's a good value pick here in the third round.
Yeah, he's a little bit of an older prospect. He's 23 years of age, played at UNLV for his first 3 seasons, as I mentioned. Had a third-round grade according to Tom Downey, which is always fascinating to me. Ran a 4.5 40, not the craziest athlete. He had a very poor vertical at 33.5 inches. You wonder about his ability to play the run, but he's a ball hawk. And the Kansas City, they already have Trent McDuffie, and they're going to try to surround him with the corners to make and round out that secondary, which is obviously something that is big time. You need a good secondary. You need a good defensive line in the AFC when you're playing these quarterbacks like Lamar, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
And Noel Williams, if you make a mistake, he will make you pay because he's got excellent ball skills.
100%. Love it. Now, I think we do have a giveaway here coming up right about now. So, Mr. Jack Lotteray, why don't you tell us what we've got to give away here? Oh, our friends at Mando. What up?
We're doing it again.
Oh, I love
but here's what we're going to do, okay? This is different. We are spamming Mando's most recent Instagram post in the chat, okay? All you got to do, click on that link and spam Chat Sports in their comments. So comment on their post as many times as you want. As many times as you want. It can be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Chat Sports.
Go do it right now. Let's go.
We will pick a random winner for a Mando starter pack.
Yeah, I just sent it in the Dolphins today.
Cool. And what we're going to do is let's have one of you guys go and give shout-outs to people that have already done it.
I'll take, well, hold on. Let me pull it up then real quick because my Instagram just logged me out. Mr. Rohloff, if you want to take the first few while I get set up here.
Yeah, let me pull this up on my phone here. But show some love to Mando, the sponsor.
I got it.
The program, I use Mando. It's a deodorant that I trust. And while we are loading it up, I'll give some shout-outs. Spam those Chat Sports, and that we see Chat Sports. We see UConn Fan 39. I see Ghost 123 John. I see Gwendolyn. I imagine that is the same Gwendolyn that has sent us a couple super chats, which is just stuff from Gwendolyn. I'm going to spam my Chat Sports over there because why not? I saw Jack Lotteray even in the building. Jack Lotteray wants a Mando starter pack. I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't. I mean, I'm not going to say he smells. He doesn't.
He smells
But
great.
everybody could use Mando.
Smells legendary.
Everybody could. So go over to there. Show some love to Mando, who sponsors us here. They're great. They've got so many great products. They've got the whole body deodorant. They've got stick cream. They've got body wash, deodorant wipes. The deodorant wipes are my favorite personally. shout out to everyone who have commented Chat Sports. I gave some shout outs here. Continue to do so if you do want more shout outs.
Yeah, please head on over to that Instagram post and spam Chat Sports.
When I saw the post originally, there was 10 comments.
Yep.
There is 70 comments.
Let's go.
I haven't even loaded
Let's
it.
go.
I haven't even got that yet.
That's crazy. Well done, everybody.
77.
It still says 17 for me. Oh, now it says 79. My goodness. All right, let's give James Yoder, says chat. We got David Solana, Tay Truth, Chris, Dat Boy Mike, Ryan, John Martin. We already gave a shout to Bushi, Patrick, Gator Hater. We saw Gwendolyn already. We got Po Haku Jr., Dwayne Allen. Bunch of legends spamming those Chat Sports. We want a giveaway. We want free stuff. I mean, who doesn't want free stuff?
I love free stuff. Can't say enough about Mando. They have awesome products. Make sure you go sponsor or go check them out at shopmando.com/chatsports.
All right, we're going to announce the winner in a little bit. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Shopmando.com/chat.
Got the first part of that correct.
You'll
Promo
get
code
$5 off for starter pack. You know what that equates to, folks? 40%.
Big savings.
40%.
Big savings.
How about that? 40%. All right, yeah, we'll get back to this later to see who ultimately won. We'll give more shout-outs and have a chance as well. I believe we had a pick in here. I don't know why. Ever since I've come over here, my computer has just had issues. We're battling, though, folks. The Chargers made a pick. The Packers are on the clock at 87, but the
Yeah, pick just
86th
came in.
pick is in. That would be Jamari Caldwell, the Oregon defensive lineman.
Ooh, interesting.
So we've seen a lot of defensive linemen going off the board. You know who has not gone off the board, which I'm most shocked at, because I've seen some defensive linemen that I would have higher on my board?
Sure.
My guy, C.J. West from Indiana.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a C.J. West guy, but Jamari Caldwell goes off the board first. He's more of your nose tackle run stopper.
Yeah.
You can't bank on him to get after the quarterback.
Not
you
at
see
all.
his numbers, no sacks, but he can plug some gaps on that defensive line. He's a wide body. That's a nice way of saying it. At 332, we'll see if he's going to be able to develop an ability to get after the quarterback. But
100%.
he is brought in here to be a run stopper on the interior and beef up those trenches.
Well, and we know that Jim Harbaugh loves to play the game in the trenches. So this feels like a very, very Jim Harbaugh pick right here. Somebody, like you said, that can solidify the nose tackle position and just make sure that you stop the run. I think that's exactly what he's looking for. We run the ball on offense, we stop the run on defense, and we're going to win a lot of games doing that.
Yeah, you can't be shocked of what they've done so far in this draft.
Not at all. Not
Amari
even
and Hampton fell into their lap. We
Whoa.
thought it was going to be him off the board at 20 to the Broncos. It did not happen. He went to the Chargers at 22. Him and Najee Harris will hopefully provide some support for that passing game in Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
They grab a helping player in the second round in Trey Harris, the big body wide receiver from Ole Miss. He will team up now with Ladd McConkey, and maybe they can get something out of the bum that is, I'm spacing on his name. It's driving me nuts. CCU guy. The guy stinks. I hate him. Quinn Johnson. I said he was a bust when he was coming out, and you know what? I don't often pat myself on the back, but I'm going to do it here because the guy's terrible.
Well,
and then you add in Jamari Caldwell as well. I mean, it's a clear direction. They want to play physical brand of football, and they're able to do so.
Well, speaking of TCU wide receivers, Quentin Johnston, like you were talking about, but now Savion Williams
What we call a segue in the business.
is going to be the next member of the Green Bay Packers. I call him Diet Cordell Patterson Jr. Doesn't have any real route running capabilities. You're not going to use him as a stereotypical wide receiver that's going to line up on the outside and run your routes. But what you can do is flip him back into the backfield, use him as kind of like a hybrid Deebo Samuel, Cordell Patterson type player, can make some wonders with his athleticism on special teams. So this could be the very first like combo player that you see go on special teams. But with that being said, I could see him getting 6 to 7 carries a game where he just breaks off some unbelievable runs. I think adding more to this wide receiver by committee room here in Green Bay just seems to be what Matt LaFleur wants to do. Overall, I don't hate the pick. I don't love the pick. I think Savion Williams is going to make a nice addition.
Yeah, I mean, they already drafted Matthew Golden in the first round, a player that I was very high on, and I liked that pick for them. You know what he will bring, and he's a lot bigger than this player that I'm going to mention, but I think the Packers missed Aaron Jones last season. I think they did. Someone out of the backfield that can make plays in the receiving game, but also make plays in the running game. And am I going to act like Savion Williams, who has been a dual kind of receiver running back guy at TCU? Is he going to be that right away? No, I'm not delusional here, but he is someone that can, over time, mature into a dual player, like you mentioned with Cordarrelle Patterson. So I do like this pick for them. They missed that complementary wide receiver running back type of guy. I think Savion will bring that to the table. Got really good size to him as well. LaFleur, you can trust him to find ways to get him the football and make him productive.
Couldn't agree more. We do have a trade that just came in. The Jaguars and the Texans have made a trade. So now the Jaguars, well, no problem.
The Jags
are on the clock. So
they
we'll
actually
get that
own
up
the
on
next
screen
two
here in just a
picks.
second. So basically, as we get that, we're going to talk a little bit more here. There it is, right there. Boom. Jaguars are trading with the Texans. 3rd round pick, number 89, and a 7th for a 3rd round pick and a 2025 5th at 142. So the Jaguars are officially on the clock.
For Dose, the 2 in a row.
2 in a row. 2 picks in a row.
88 and 89. So how much do you have to like the player that we are going to announce here at 88 to trade up, not even your 89th pick, but other picks to get in front of yourself to draft them?
You have to love this so unbelievably much. This has to be a high-named player here. I'm very excited to see who gets picked here.
Have you not seen it? Because I have.
I have not seen it.
Okay. I have. It's Caleb Ransaw, the corner from Tulane. So now we've seen Jacksonville. They obviously made the big splash to trade up in the 1st round, get Travis Hunter, who they are going to play at both corner and wide receiver. They already said that. Well, they still need more traditional corners. And they believe Caleb Ransaw, the corner from Tulane, could be that guy. He's an intriguing guy. I expected him to go early day 3, and that's what Tom Downey believed as well. But you know what? I think a lot of people, Trace, get caught up in the value of what analysts, people think on their big boards.
Yeah.
The truth is, when you get to the draft, you have your board. And even if you wanted him, but you're like, well, we don't pick for a while. And even though that's not the case for Jacksonville, they were picking at 89 as well. They wanted him. So spend the capital. If you believe he's your guy, if you believe he will fit in your system, be that aggressive team that gets up and grabs your guy and leaves no doubt when you're done after 7 rounds.
Well, another thing about the Jaguars, their defense last year was just dog water bad. So having a player like Travis Hunter that can not only play wide receiver but corner, and then getting Caleb Ransaw, it's clear that they're saying, we're trying to upgrade our cornerbacks and our defense because we believe we have some pieces on offense that can actually win us games. So I don't mind what Jacksonville's doing. I understand it, although I would not have traded up to get a Travis Hunter, but that's just me. That's why I'm not in the green or the big rooms with all the GMs.
Yeah, well, they had 2 picks in a row after trading up for Caleb Ransaw.
This is
and
a
their
very
second
good pick.
is Wyatt Mullum, the offensive lineman. What'd you say?
Milam.
Thank you. Milam from West Virginia. He's a big fella, but I expect him to play guard at the next level.
Yes.
He's got an extremely good versatility on the offensive line. This is a player that I'm going to switch over to my Dolphins brain here for a second. And we talked a lot about Wyatt Milam as a player that the Dolphins could target at 98 if they kept that pick. Well, obviously they traded up to get Jonah Sava-Inaya. I practiced that so much today. And Milam off the board here to the Jags at 89 regardless. An excellent player that put up big-time numbers at West Virginia last season. I think this is a guy that could start day 1 in the NFL. I really do.
Well, he's got so many passing snaps. 706 snaps is crazy. But let me tell you this. As you said before, Nick, and I love that you said it, he's going to flip inside to guard. I didn't think he had the athleticism and the strength to compete as a left tackle, but if you put him inside at guard, I think he's going to make a Pro Bowl at least once in his career.
Oh, you're going full Pro Bowl.
I'm going
I mean,
full
I
Pro
just
Bowl.
said he's going to be a starter.
No, I think he's
didn't go
going
that
full
far.
Pro. I'm not saying he's going to be a multi-Pro Bowl player, but I think he will make at least one. I think that much of his skill set as an offensive lineman, but it would have to be at guard, not at offensive tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I like Milam, and now the Rams are on the board at 90 here, and
About he who shall not be named?
there's buzz about a certain QB that played at Colorado last season being the pick. We'll find out quickly before we get that pick. My guy Kickback on Dolphins Today with the $5 super chat. Do you think the Dolphins could have worked a one-year deal with Miko for Brent Grimes? Am I missing something? And I like that I've got 3 other brains here to help me out. Who is Miko?
Miko? Am I like, was this Mike? Was he trying to say Mike?
Is he talking
Maybe.
Mike Hilton? 'Cause I think he's still out there.
Maybe, because I don't know any Miko in this draft.
Well, it's not a draft.
use-
He's talking about a free agent. Brent Grimes is one of the legendary Dolphins corners. He's been fully retired for a long time now. He's one of the better corners in Dolphins history. I don't know what's going. I think he was assuming like could work a one-year deal for a player to be a player like Brent Grimes. Oh, Ascot says Miko is his wife.
I have
I'm
no
lost.
idea. I'm a little lost as well. I'm not going to lie to you.
This super chat got by me, folks. Appreciate the 5 though, Kickback.
Hey, it's my sister. It's my sister's YouTube channel. Yep. You guys are killing this broadcast. Thanks,
I
T.
was confused because I saw those super chats a while ago, and I was just like, I've been looking over at you. I didn't see you place a super chat.
Yeah,
till
no,
our
that's my
stream.
sister. That's definitely my sister. Yeah, she's watching the broadcast
Well,
from
shout
home
to
right
you.
now. Shout out Taryn.
Using your. Oh wait, so that's not even.
That's not my
So what's her name?
Taryn.
Okay.
Yeah, Taryn
I just
Moustakis.
assume I saw. T.
Yeah, I know.
Moustakis, just
By the
using your
way,
account.
every single one of the siblings in my family all have TM.
Was that by design?
Yes.
Okay.
My mom's also a TM.
TM for trademark. This is our family. We trademark.
There you go. Exactly
Bang.
right.
Bang. I'm hearing buzz that we got Jalen Milroe as the pick, and it's not.
Is that
sure.
true, or is that a Shador thing?
I don't know. I got buzz.
I want to see a quarterback.
I got
go.
buzz.
I'm not going to lie to you. I want to see a quarterback go.
I got buzz. You know, that's a team that has been heavily rumored to take a quarterback. Obviously, Matthew Stafford entering the near end of his career. They also took Terrence Ferguson, the athletic tight end from Oregon, earlier on. These are the top QBs on the board. Obviously, Shador, I mean, it's a surprise that he's here. Milroe, I think he could have flipped the coin on whether he went early second round or if he
100%.
was still here. But when you get into this category, this is where you're not surprised about the Will Howards, the Kyle McCords, the Dylan Gabriels, the Quinn Ewers of the world, that they're still here. Some people thought quarterback could run early, and maybe you see Quinn Ewers go in round 3. Well, that's not going to be the case, obviously, and some teams falls in love with them.
Not even close.
So you're going to see 4th-round quarterbacks go. You're going to see 5th-round quarterbacks go.
I can't wait for tomorrow because we're going to see a lot of quarterbacks go. All right.
So it's not Milroe. The buzz was wrong. Yeah,
Here
I know,
we go.
the buzz was wrong. I thought he could have been
Here-
here the pick at 9.
Here it is. Josiah Stewart. Josiah Stewart, edge from Michigan. He's a dog. All right, then, Mr. Lotteray, take it away and tell us
you know
about.
what? I also want Mr. Lotteray to get on screen because this guy is celebrating like he is a Michigan Wolverine alum.
yeah.
Do you see what he's wearing? This guy is an all-time phony. I don't care what people say. I know he produces the Michigan channel here at Chat Sports with Mr. James Yoder, but this guy is a fraud. He's wearing Arizona State gear celebrating Michigan players. No, pick one. Pick one. You get one.
But you didn't go to
But
two
you didn't
schools.
go to 2.
That's fair. No, that's fair. You've been grandfathered in. Okay, that's fair.
You know who's the only Michigan alum here? You know this,
James
right?
Yoder.
No, so you don't know.
Did he not go to?
He did not. You know the actual only Michigan alum?
Who?
It's Brett Scott.
Shut up. He actually went to Michigan?
Correct.
Wow. I thought he went to K-State.
Grad school.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So we
Makes
have
sense.
3 Michigan people, but only one person actually went there. And we actually have 2 Michigan people. Only one person went there, and he does not represent the Wolverines.
Wow. All right. So Josiah Stewart, Mr. Lotteray, again, one more time. Tell us about this prospect, since you're so high on him.
Wait, you can't hear me. He's a dog.
He's
Good
a
enough
dog.
for me.
He's a dog. All right. Well, again, he's 249 pounds, a little bit undersized for an edge rusher that you would like to see, but 8.5 sacks, 13 tackles for loss. Seems to be pretty good against the run. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I don't watch a lot of Michigan football because I'm a Notre Dame fan, so, go Irish, not go blue at all. But let's take a look at what Mr. Downey says about him. Offers some bend and some speed to power. The Rams, I feel like they've already got a pretty good edge rushing system out there. Jared Verse they drafted last year, so I think this might be a rotational edge rusher here to power in. But again, this could be a very good, nice little depth piece here for the Rams. I'll take it.
Well, I mean, I just called a timeout on the play here, and I hate to take away from the Josiah Stewart coverage because I know everyone is just thrilled for this. But Shedeur Sanders tweeted out, "Thank you, God, for everything." Could that mean he got the word that he's going to be picked here coming up soon, or is he just facing the music that he might still be undrafted as we enter day 3?
But guess who comes up and picks next?
Who
The
that?
Saints.
Yeah, they already took Shuck, though.
But we saw that May and Milton went last year in New England. I'm throwing it out there. Shedorlins could still be a thing.
Pick number 91 is in. That's Emory Jones Jr. Wow, you know what? I'm a little stunned here. I'm a little stunned. I love this super shot. I love it. Emory Jones
Wait, I
Jr.
didn't say that.
You know what?
I didn't say you couldn't be a fan if you didn't go
You're
there.
part of the broadcasting crew.
Yo,
You get
that's
looped in.
crap.
You get looped in.
I said you were grandfathered in.
Emory Jones Jr., the guard from LSU, goes, "I'm shocked that he went ahead of his teammate, Miles Frazier." I might have been a little bit high on Miles Frazier, the guard from LSU.
Sure.
But obviously the Ravens liked Emory Jones a little bit better. Was not the highest graded player from PFF, but does have good size to be physical inside. And I'm sorry, I got to move on because the pick is in for the next pick, and it's a quarterback.
No way.
But it is
not
Jalen.
Whoa!
The
Whoa!
quarterback from Alabama. He heads to Seattle. Wow!
That's insane.
Jalen Milroe is the 4th quarterback off of the board, the first one since the 40th overall pick of Tyler Shuck by the New Orleans Saints. He is one of the most accurate deep ball throwers that you will ever see. He's got unbelievable athleticism. The questions of accuracy, the poise in the pocket, decision-making are all there. But when you just talk about gifts, athleticism, speed, arm strength, he's got the tools, man. It's just if he can learn how to take the checkdowns, learn how to ball place correctly, and getting to learn underneath a Darnold, maybe that helps. You wonder if the Seahawks, who have been rumored to trade Sam Howell, actually do this offseason. Either way, QB4 off the board, it's Alabama's Jalen Milroe, not Shedeur Sanders.
I don't know. I'm not nearly as high on. I'm not saying that you're super high on Jalen Milroe.
I'm a guy. I've been a Milroe guy for 2 years.
I'm not high on Milroe at all. This is a guy that can't see the field. Right? He's got all the traits that you want. He's fast, strong, athletic, can move outside of the pocket, can throw the deep ball. But you know who else can do all of that stuff and is on his 3rd team now? Justin Fields. So when I see Milroe, I see Fields, and I see a more mechanical version of Justin Fields. So a guy that can't see the field, doesn't take the check down, and had a really awful 2024 season. I'm sorry, Jalen Milroe, I'm not a fan of at all. I think he should be better fitted as a Taysom Hill style of quarterback where he comes in on like a 3rd and 3 on an RPO and tries to get the first down. That's it. I don't see him as an NFL quarterback.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
I do get that. I'm not going to try to argue with here. I've just been a Milroe guy, And I don't hate them taking the shot on him because he's going to be able to develop there behind someone they just signed. And guess what? If it doesn't work out with Sam Darnold, they can toss in Milroe and see what they got. I've liked what the Seahawks have put together here. Zabel is going to be a day one starter on that interior. They got a starting level stud safety in Nick Emanwari, a tight end to be a target for Darnold, and Elijah Arroyo. I think this has been one of the better drafts that we've had in this entire sequence so far through 2 days by the Seattle Seahawks. Good. Over to a super chat from Mr. James Yoder. So you can't be a Notre Dame fan. You need to go there. By the way, where did you go to school? I don't know this.
Lewis University. I played golf there.
Okay.
Division II.
You know what? Amendment to the rule. If you went to a non-Division I school or a school that did not have a football program, you were allowed to be a school of a random team. I went to St. Bonaventure University.
Yep.
We do not have
The
a
Bonnies.
football team, so I am allowed to just pick a random college football team to be a fan of. Shout out the Tar Heels of North Carolina. You didn't go to a Division I school. It plays. I don't look at you differently.
Well, there's a little bit more to that. My great-grandfather coached football at Notre Dame in the 50s.
This guy's a lifer.
And won 5 national championships. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. So I kind of bleed navy and gold.
When we cut his arteries,
green and gold, I should
it's
say.
not blood that comes out. It's just his 4-leaf clover.
I dressed up as the Shamrock one year for Halloween. Not the Shamrock, the Leprechaun.
We do have a little bit of Jalen Milroe analysis from Mr. James Yoder. Which I'll say.
By the way,
this is verbatim.
It's verbatim, and I wonder what this could be, considering 2 years ago a little college football national semifinal.
So this is verbatim.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel, Jay Harbaugh, and Chris Partridge, ex-Michigan defensive coaches in Seattle, all saw him do absolutely nothing twice against Michigan, yet they still drafted him. That is verbatim from James Yoder.
Wait, it's kind of a good point, though.
Yeah, I actually think it's a great point. I think it's great. Jonas Sanker, safety out of Virginia. Xavier Watts is still on the board.
That's a really good pick. I am shocked that your guy Xavier Watts is still on the board. I've been a big fan of Jonas Sanker for a long time. I thought he was going to slip to the 4th round. I'm a little stunned he went ahead of both Billy Bowman from Oklahoma and Xavier Watts. There must be something. I don't know if it's injury concern, but there's got to be some reason why Watts is getting passed up and going to still be there maybe in the 4th round.
I don't understand it because, he did get banged up a little bit last season, but it wasn't an injury that anybody was overly concerned about, just your normal wear and tear over a college football season. I literally don't get it. I have no idea.
Yeah,
but a little bit more about Sanker, if you will, because I'm not super familiar on his. I know he's a freak athlete, and I've watched a little bit of tape on him, but I haven't done my deep dive.
The hip movements is what brings me to joy here.
Okay,
I think that he can move sideline to sideline. Now, Downey says can play tight and heavy-footed in coverage. I understand that. That's if you're asking him to move into the nickel and play man-to-man.
Sure.
But when you have him as a free-ranging safety at the top of your defense, just trying to take the ball away over the middle of the field or help deep on the sideline routes, I think he is someone that can get to there, man.
Sure.
He's going to be a versatile Swiss Army knife. He plays with a physicality that I enjoy personally, to where I think he could play inside.
Shut up.
And I don't know. There's a lot of craziness going on. Oh, my goodness.
Did it happen?
It did not happen. No, it's not.
It's going to happen.
It's a different quarterback. The Browns are on the clock at 94, and they just took a quarterback not named Shadur Sanders.
Jeez.
So 2 quarterbacks go in the last 3 picks. At 92, Jalen Milroe. 93 with Jonas Sanker.
Is this Will Howard?
Have you not seen it? So you don't know?
I have not seen it.
I'll let Moustakas react live.
All right, there we go. I'll keep my eyes off screen. I'm not looking at Slack. I'm flipping the phone.
We also, by the way, have another super chat. We have another super chat on Maine and a couple on Dolphins. And not anything pressing, but just let you know. Yeah.
You said no way. That means it's somebody. Is it Quinn Ewers? Is it Riley Leonard? No, okay, good. I was going to say, oh! Wow. Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Lefty. Okay, when it comes to like college football experience, Dylan Gabriel might be like the top maybe ever. Like he's played so many games. He's unbelievably accurate. He had an insane 2024 season. He's undersized. He lacks an arm, and he doesn't have any dual threat ability for a guy with his size, so he can't really escape the pocket nearly as much as you would like. But wow. Why on earth is Shedeur not being taken? What did he say in these interviews?
I have not often been left speechless, Trace Moustakis. I am officially speechless with what has gone on in the first 3 rounds of the draft at the quarterback position. I mean, and listen, I could understand to a degree not wanting to take Shedeur Sanders because you don't want to deal with the potential ego, the hoopla around him. But when you just watch him play football,
he's better than all these guys.
Exactly. And I could understand to some degree in some situations how you might want a Milroe. Because the ceiling to me on Milroe is higher than Shedeur Sanders. I've always said that. I actually truly have. Like if Milroe were able to just turn around and click and figure it all out, there's not many quarterbacks that have a higher ceiling than him. But going with Dylan Gabriel, an undersized QB at barely 6 feet tall, someone who does not have the strongest arm, was a check down Charlie at the Oregon offense where he was just hitting bubble screens, RPO, slants over the middle of the field, letting these wide receivers and Tez Johnson and Terrence Ferguson, the tight end, make plays after the catch. He actually was top 5, top 10 in college football at the FBS level in yards after the catch on his yardage.
Yep.
Which is why he was so accurate and he had high yardage, is because his wide receivers and playmakers did most of the work for him. I do not like Dylan Gabriel that much. I'm shocked by the pick.
This is a traditional point guard at quarterback. Distribute the ball. Don't do a ton of scoring. He's not that guy. He'll be the dude that delivers the football to his playmakers, which I'm sure Kevin Stefanski looks at and goes, that's all I need, because he knows how to run an offensive scheme. So here's what we're going to ask you, because the pandemonium surrounding Shedeur Sanders is nuts. Will Shedeur get drafted today? Spam the chat right now. I want to see a spike of yeses or nos in the chat right now. Let's go.
It's also the live poll in our live chat. Come on, let me know. Will Shedeur get drafted today? Yes or no? How many picks do we have left? How many?
2.
No, we got more than that.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look. I mean,
we got 7 picks left. I mean, I don't know who's fully up.
Who
New
else
England.
needs a quarterback?
They're not going to take them. Philly's not going to take them. Oh, 2 Raiders pick. I'll see you, Shedeur. I'm typing my Y's because he's a Raider. He is. Yeah, but I see 79% of the live polls saying no. I see Robinson saying no. Pedro, no. Kelly, no. Nate, no. Rooster says yes. Chris says yes. Brady says yes. William says maybe. That's cheating.
Maybe.
Robinson says I may say Raiders are last hope, but no. Over on Dolphins Today, only SL Flame has said yes. But I see Sebi, EMT, Cody, Dustin, David, all saying no.
I'm gonna go with you as well. I'm gonna say he absolutely does get drafted by the Raiders tonight. You have to make a splash at the end of the third here and give somebody to talk about something. Back-to-back picks. Jack, you're absolutely right. You have to draft Shedeur with one of those picks. Just win, baby. Just win.
I mean, it's been said
2 years
multiple times, but it's really true. I mean, Shedeur Sanders and Tom Brady have an excellent relationship.
Yes.
So at this stage, I know you drafted, I know you traded and extended Geno Smith, and you don't want to maybe bring in Shedeur and his personality to the building, but like at this stage, the value is just too good. Like, why not take the shot?
Listen, and from a company, a little insider baseball here, from a company standpoint, Shedeur Sanders gets drafted by the Raiders, the Raiders report might not end their stream until 6 in the morning. Like, it's just going to go ballistic.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Absolutely
It's just
insane.
crazy.
Pick is in here at 95 for the Patriots. Center Jared Wilson out of Georgia. Unfortunately, I actually do like that pick for New England.
Yeah, I know. It's again, centering up that offensive line, no pun intended.
I mean, David Andrews retired this
Yes,
offseason.
he
They
did.
signed Garrett Bradbury to fill that void from the Vikings after he was released, but now they get an understudy to Bradbury. Also, they have a rookie insurance policy, if you will. If Bradbury ultimately stinks up the joint, they could put in the rook. Wilson was excellent. He's an athlete. He will fit exactly what Mike Vrabel and company wants over in New England. You have seen a clear direction with this Patriots draft. Left tackle Will Campbell, 4 overall. Travion Henderson, a dual threat of like physicality, speed at running back for Ohio State. Kyle Williams at wide receiver, and then they go back to Jared Wilson. So they've gotten 2 offensive linemen and 2 position players. Clear direction. They signed a lot of free agents on the defensive side of the ball in free agency. And now they get the players on offense to surround Drake May.
Exactly right. And what did Mike Vrabel do really, really well in Tennessee? He had a distributor in Ryan Tannehill that was just asked to make the game easy, and then they gave the ball to Derrick Henry, and I think that's what's going to end up happening in New England now with Travion Henderson. He's going to be the focal point. Even though Drake May brings big playability, I think they're going to ask him to just manage the game a little bit more next season.
Yeah, I think it's been a good draft for New England so far. You can make your case that Will Campbell wasn't the pick at 4, and they just took like the need over value and ceiling, sure. And you could actually argue that Travion Henderson shouldn't have been the pick at 38 because they could have went with a Luther Burden at wide receiver and then went with one of these still talented running backs on the board in round 3. But I think their 3rd-round picks have been excellent. Kyle Williams has been a great pick. I think he's going to be good in that offense. He could be that vertical wide receiver threat for Josh McDaniels, and I think Jared Wilson's a good pick as well.
We have a trade, by the way. The Falcons traded up to number 96 with the Eagles, who go back down to 101, and the pick is in.
Take it away.
Finally, with the 96th pick in the NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts. It's about damn time. Thank you for selecting the future best safety in the NFL. No bias needed in this one. He's a certified dog, as Jack would say. Everything you love about a safety prospect, he brings to you. He's got the center field skills. He understands positioning. He understands where the point of attack is. He knows how to jump routes. He can climb into the box, attack the run. He does everything at a really, really great level. Number 34 overall here on Tom Downey's scouting report, and you're getting him at 96. Staking the claim, best NFL safety in 3 years' time, 13 interceptions over the last 2 seasons. He's amazing. I love him. I thought he was going to go earlier in round 2. He clearly did not, but now the Falcons have a much better secondary because they drafted Xavier Watts.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I actually thought New England was going to give him a look because you have Kyle Duggar, you paid him, yeah, but Jabril Peppers is entering the final year of his deal, so I thought maybe they would try to get a 3-headed monster at safety. They obviously went with offensive line. Watts will go to Atlanta. That's a good pick for them. I do like that selection a lot. They've been aggressive in this draft. They obviously went with Jalen Walker at 15, traded back up for James Pierce Jr., and then traded up here to get Watts. I know this one hurts my friends over at Dolphins Today. Obviously, Miami had the 98th overall pick. They traded it in moving up for Jonah Savainaya. I botched that one. I literally split 50.
Savainaya?
Yeah, I try my hardest over there. But either way, no Watts for Miami. This one does sting just a little bit. But another trade here. The Texans moving up from 102 to 97, and they pick the corner from USC, Jalen Smith. You saw the details there.
Slight again. Very small player.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked.
And listen, last season at USC, Lincoln Riley.
A little shocked. You know what? I should have said it. I didn't know where Downey had him on his big board, so I didn't want to say something outlandish. But I truly believe that I was like, I've never even thought about this guy as a player to go close to round 2 or round 3 and day 2, excuse me. Yeah, he was not a top 7-round guy according to Tom Downey.
Well, listen to this. Last year when Notre Dame played him, Riley Leonard picked him apart. And that's saying something because he's not a good passer of the football. So last year at USC, Lincoln Riley's defense, not necessarily known as one of the best in the Big Ten. In fact, one of the biggest question marks was his ability to get top-tier talent into USC's program on the defensive side of the ball. I think this kid is small. I don't think he has great skill. I feel like this is just a athletic pick, somebody that can absolutely just fill in and maybe in a pinch can come in and give you some athletic traits and plays, but outside of that, I don't love the pick.
Yeah, I don't either. And it's time to do our last Mando IG post. Remember, if you want to potentially win and get a Mando starter pack for free, all you got to do is go to the Instagram link in the live chat. We'll get it in there in 1 second. Spam Chat Sports in the comments, and then we're going to pick a winner to get that starter pack. It comes with solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, is also a couple of free products of your choice, one of them being deodorant wipes. I am a massive fan of those. Moose, I think you're going to give shout-outs for this one.
I'm trying to load it up. For whatever reason, my Instagram is not working at the moment. I'm trying my best. Let me try to get in there real quick. But if you could take the first couple, I'm going to try and jump right back in there.
Yeah, let me get this pulled up as well. We're going to give some shout-outs, but remember, last chance to get a entry into the Mando giveaway we're doing. I'm putting up the – where's this Instagram? My goodness, I can't find it. Now I got to go back to Slack.
Yeah, it's logged me out here. I need the security code, so I'm a little –
1 second.
A little behind here.
Giving shout-outs. All right, we got 200 comments. My Lord.
Whoa!
Shout out to, let's see if I'm trying to find new people I haven't seen yet. Aaron, Pauku, maybe. Okay, these are all 30 minutes ago. Anybody recent? Anyone recent? Here we go. We got more from Chance Goodson, Demon Slayer. We got Gwendolyn getting more in there. Remember, if you want to get a ticket and an entry for a potential Mando starter pack, go to that Instagram link in the live chat, comment Chat Sports, and you will be entered. It's the last chance to do so. We will then pick a winner very, very soon.
I think he goes.
I don't think he does it with the first one.
He goes. Maybe not the first one, but the second one. It's not the first one. Okay, that's fine. Pick is in, first one for the Raiders. It is not Shedeur Sanders.
Should we reveal both of them at the same time? I feel like that'd be kind of cool. If we
It could
do
be
that.
kind
I
of
don't know
cool.
if
Is that possible? Well, you would if it is Shedeur Sanders with the second one, you would definitely want to
shout out to Ghost, all those guys spamming Chat Sports. Appreciate y'all.
All right, here's the pick. Caleb Rogers, guard out of Texas Tech to the Raiders. Again, trying to make sure that Geno Smith gets extra protection. Last couple of seasons at Seattle, Geno was under duress all the time. And you know what? A kind of resurgence in his career helped, the Raiders to get him at quarterback for the next couple of seasons. So, again, one of these, players that I feel like, he understands the air raid offense really well coming from Texas Tech. So, maybe a little bit out of scheme for what Pete Carroll wants to do. But he's also a big player. He's got athleticism on both sides of his hands. He's got good feet. Everything about him screams a solid starter here for the Raiders. I like the pick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do here at 99, and then I'll reserve judgment. But the Raiders have had an interesting draft. Maybe they will be all good. Maybe they will. I mean, Gentie's a great pick. He's the best player available at number 6.
Wouldn't this be so Raiders if they took, Will Howard?
Well, that's not a surprise because obviously their offensive coordinator has a lot of ties with
Chip
Will
Kelly.
Howard. So it would make sense to actually take him over Shedeur, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense, and I just feel like that would just be a massive slap in the face, wouldn't it, to Shedeur Sanders? It just... I cannot believe he still has not been picked yet. But hit that sub button for us real quick. We're trying to get to 408,000 subscribers. There's only a couple of picks left. For all of you that are watching right now, if you have not subscribed, lock us in. Help us get as close as we can to that next goal, which is 408,000 subscribers. What's up?
Guess what? We're going to be live tomorrow.
Yeah, we
We
are.
are.
You know how many picks there are tomorrow?
Too many.
Way too many.
Yes.
But we're going to have coverage for every single one of them. You know what I can guarantee?
What can you
What's
guarantee?
that?
ESPN isn't going to.
True.
That's right.
Any of the other sites aren't going to.
That's right.
But we are.
We are. We are.
Chat Sports.
Chat Sports.
Look at that. Look at that. Good for the brand. Here it is.
Wow, they double dipped. The pick is in for the Raiders, and it is not Shitter Sanders. It is
Unbelievable.
Charles Grant, the offensive
Wow.
lineman from William and Mary, someone trying to make the jump from a lower competition to the NFL. He played offensive tackle for William and Mary, and he was very good at it. He's one of the highest graded offensive linemen in this draft if you just purely looked at the numbers. Now, obviously, the competition was not as good as some of these other guys. Many people predict him to have to take the move from outside to inside at the next level, so you could maybe make the argument the Raiders just took two guards in a row. But with the question mark surrounding Colton Miller's future with the team, it does not shock me that they went with multiple offensive linemen in the middle rounds here. And this is a developmental player. But if you trust your coaching staff, this is a high upside potential return here. Not that large of a investment. We could look back in 6 years, folks, and really talk about how Charles Grant could have arguably been the best pick in this draft. That's how good I feel about him. But he has to be coached well, and he has to make it happen himself as well.
Yes.
But, I mean, I do like the potential upside if he is able to develop perfectly here in Las Vegas.
Here's a bit of trivia for you, Mr. Rohloff. How many GMs and scouts from each NFL team were at his pro day? How many teams?
Ooh, interesting. I'm going to go 29.
30.
Ah,
30.
I was
So
gonna be-
what does that tell you? If 30 NFL teams out of 32 sent a GM or a scout to come see this guy's pro day.
William and Mary, too.
And
Like,
William and Mary. So clearly they're looking at this and going, is this a diamond in the rough that maybe once in a generation we could get a multi-year Pro Bowl player that comes from a small school like William and Mary? Charles Grant might be that diamond in the rough. I love what you said about the coaching. I absolutely think he needs the right scheme, but under the right circumstances, we could be looking at a multi-year Pro Bowl player.
No, and you said that earlier, and it caught me by surprise. This one, it will not. Like, I truly do believe it will take maybe some time. But as I said, if we looked forward and fast-forwarded 5 years, and you told me this guy was a legit Pro Bowl player because the coaching staff in Las Vegas taught him right and developed them, it would not surprise me with one question. He was one of my top targets for the Dolphins in the 3rd round. If they went defensive back and defensive line with their first 2 picks, obviously they went D-line, O-line. But if the Dolphins kept their pick at 98, Charles Grant was someone I absolutely was going to pound my fist on the table for them to take if they did not already draft an offensive line.
100%. All right. Let's announce our winner. Our winner for our Mando giveaway.
Jack, are you announcing it, or are you going to flash on the bottom of your screen? He's going to
He's
flash.
going to flash.
Oh, this is someone I gave a
Giggity.
lot of shout-outs to.
And our winner is Chance Goodson. Way to go, Chance.
Shout out to Chance. I mean, I gave him a lot of shout-outs, so I saw him in there. He was active, and, well, Chance, you're going to be the nicest smelling man on the block. I tell you what, folks.
Yeah, I'm so happy about this. Lottery, get on in here and tell him what he
So
needs to do.
here's what we're going to do. Chance. Here's what's going to happen. Chat Sports will DM you on Instagram if you follow us back. So I think we sent you a follower request. So you've got to follow Chat Sports back on Instagram, and we will send you a DM. Or you can DM at Chat Sports on Instagram, and we'll get back to you. So
Chance in the chat.
So either way, either DM Chat Sports on IG or Chat Sports will DM you if you follow us back. It's that easy. But one more time, Chance Goodson, congratulations. You won.
Congratulations to you, Chance. So easy a caveman could do it. And like Nick said, you're going to be the nicest smelling man on the block.
Nicest that it could possibly be. We do have a trade. So in the last, 4 picks? We go to 104, you said, right, Sam?
I was at 102. Yeah,
102.
so last
so we
three.
only have 3 picks. Well, a team wanted to get back up in here at 101. We don't know what the 49ers pick is at 100 at least yet, I don't think. But the Denver Broncos have traded back up into the 3rd round with the Eagles. They get 101 and 134 for 111, 130, and 191. So Denver making a push here to make a selection late on day 2. We will break down who Denver traded up to go get here in just a second. But the pick prior to that selection in trade made, the 49ers went with cornerback Upton Stout out of Western Kentucky. And you know what? I'll say this, Trace. There has been a lot of corners to go much earlier than I thought.
Yep.
And ahead of guys. This is a nickel corner here. I would be stunned if he's anything other than that.
he would have
5'8", 180 is the player that's going to be a nickel at the next level. He's got good quickness, decent recovery speed, and you saw the Niners lose Travarius Ward this offseason. Is he going to replace them? Is that an outside corner? No, but he's going to be a nice addition to that secondary for sure.
He reminds me so much of Kyler Gordon for the Chicago Bears. That's kind of my comp for him. He has that ability not only to play that nickel corner slot and drop back in coverage and do a good job there, but Kyler Gordon loves to come off the edge and do a cornerback blitz every once in a while. I could absolutely see Upton Stout coming up and doing that exact same thing. His ball production has fallen off over his career, but what he offers in physicality, I feel like, is one of those things that the Niners are going to value tremendously. He throws that 181 pounds around like he weighs 225. So physical player, smaller, kind of like a cannonball, but man, when he hits you hard. So I really like the pick here for the 49ers.
And listen, if you're going to be that undersized, Trace, the one thing that you need to be quick, you need to be athletic, you need to be explosive. And I think he does that enough for his game to potentially translate to the next level. And listen, we're sitting here at pick 100. We do not know if these players are going to be good. We're just taking chances and darts at the dartboard, folks. But I do not hate this move by San Francisco, who needed secondary help, to go up and get a guy they clearly coveted here late in the second day. Pick for the Broncos is almost in here. Are we going to do these super chats real quick? We could cycle through them real quick if we want to.
Yeah, let's do supers real quick. I'll start with this one from Cody.
These are for
first.
Dolphins.
Miko is Grimes' girlfriend. This was back to what we were talking about with Miko.
Shout out to you, Cody. Appreciate the $2 super chat. My guy, David Storm, he just always brings the heat, this guy. I tell you what, one of the biggest supporters of the channel. Appreciate you supporting me as well. Listen, David, he's been through the ringer with a lot of the people here at Chat Sports covering Dolphins today, whether it's Will Scott, whether it's Tom Downey, whether it's Jake Reitma. Appreciate David for sticking through it all, and we're making it. We're making it on the other side, baby. And then Cody's another $2 super chat. Almost called that shit earlier today. I don't know what he's referring to. That's the unfortunate thing of being a little bit too late. And then another Cody, $5 super chat, still showing Miami love. Hate that New England is locking their line down, but it makes for good ball. It's going to be a competitive division for years to come, hopefully, between Miami, New England, and Buffalo. And then, Trace, I'll let you take away the most recent super chat on Chat Sports.
Again, I think this is a shot at me. I went to Toledo.
I think you responded to someone in the chat, to be honest.
In 2008. That's funny. Hope you guys are having a great time. This one from Alec. Thanks, Alec. We appreciate you, brother. We are having a great time.
Fun fact about Alec, by the way. This dude, I think if I'm not mistaken, I hope he's still watching, was with me and Smitty for the UConn-Purdue National Championship game in 2024. So not this year's National Championship game in college basketball, the year prior. Dude dropped like $500 in super chats. We got him a Detroit Lions jersey, I believe. I forgot who the player was, but I'm pretty sure we got him a custom Lions jersey.
Was it Aiden Hutchinson?
Shout out to I think it was just his name, actually.
Oh, okay,
I'm thinking about it. If my memory serves me right, hopefully he's still watching. He can confirm nor deny that. But shout out to Alec Lucis for being in the chat.
All right, our super chat menu looks like this. 100 likes for Bean Boozled, so make sure you smash that thumbs up button. We're 15 away from our next one. for likes.
Seems not very close.
Oh, well, we've got 1,600 people watching. I can guarantee you we can get 150 likes from 1,600 people.
I thought he was talking about Super Chats. Never mind. I was going to say.
No, I can guarantee you can do it. So smash that thumbs up button. Let's beat that record. We're about 145 now away from last year's like record. We can do it. 1,500 people watching. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button.
Also,
Let's
real quick, too, on the draft hat raffle, I have an announcement.
Yeah, what's the announcement?
We're giving away 2 hats.
Oh!
Big time.
So what we're going to do is whoever finishes first and whoever finishes last in the duck race
that's great.
gets a hat. So this is last chance because the last pick of the day just came in. We've got 2 picks we got to talk about. Last pick of the day just came in. So this is your guys' last chance to get in your Super Chats on Main Chat Sports.
All right.
For the draft hat giveaway. So we're giving away 2.
Here we go. Let's go. Get your last second Super Chats in here. $5 to enter the draft hat raffle. This is it. We've got only a few picks left, so if you want to get in and get this draft hat or a draft hat, remember, first and last place are going to win tonight. All you got to do is send in a $5 Super Chat. We greatly appreciate anything you send in.
I'll go through the likes. Didn't we just pick up like 50, 60 likes? Like 100 likes. Keep on hitting that thumbs up icon, folks.
We need the Broncos pick.
Beat last year's record. Pick 101 is in from Denver. The edge from LSU, Savion Jones. He's a big fella, you know.
He's huge. He's massive.
A big guy. He did. I mean, listen.
He's slow. He's very slow.
And I'm not that familiar with his game, if I'm going to be completely honest. So if you want to take it away, go ahead. It's clearly not that big of a reach here by Denver.
The size is definitely something that everybody likes, and he plays with a ton of energy. He's super stiff and slow, like I was alluding to. Like, he just doesn't have that burst and that quickness that you're looking for. So I feel like this is an edge rusher that could probably shift inside to a defensive tackle. So when I look at the way, because, I mean, if you look at his frame, he's big, but he doesn't have that athletic body type that you're looking for, which leads to that lack of explosiveness off the line. But that's okay because Denver has got so many great edge rushers already. So I feel like this could just be like a kick him inside and let him rock.
Yeah, you know what? I know we're supposed to talk about these prospects right now, but my guy Alec Luglis coming in. I'm glad that my memory isn't that bad. But we did get the pick in for the Vikings at 102, so we have one last more, and then for 103, so we've almost closed it out. So really last chance to get your tickets in. Oh, I thought we said 103. Well, the last pick of the third round, day 2. The day 2 is complete. Ty Felton, the wide receiver from Maryland, closed it out. An intriguing pick here. The only pick that the Vikings made on day 2. They did Donovan Jackson, the O-line, in round 1. They obviously have Justin Jefferson. They have Jordan Addison. There's been rumors about a Jordan Addison trade coming soon. Could this be foreshadowing that? Either way, I like the blend of size, speed, of Felton. He was productive for Maryland as well. A guy who got targeted a lot in that offense. Mm-hmm. He's an intriguing name that I'm going to keep my eye on in training camp in the preseason as that wide receiver 3 in Minnesota.
Absolutely. And I think, like you said it the best, the opportunity for maybe a potential Jordan Addison trade, I think this is an insurance pick for Minnesota in the event that they find a trade partner suitable for Addison. This could be as a step-in player that they believe, hey, all we need to do is get the ball in the hands of our speedy playmakers for J.J. McCarthy to succeed year 1 as a starter. He'll be entering technically his rookie season as a starting quarterback in the NFL. So I like the pick for an insurance pick. If you're literally just drafting him to become a wide receiver 3, it becomes a little bit more murky in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I say this before we close it out with super chats and stuff. Like, I know we talked a lot about Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
He's still on the board entering day 3. Mel Kiper allegedly said it's been disgusting.
Well, it is because, I'm shocked. Out of all the prospects that are still on the board, Shedeur Sanders is the only one, maybe in NFL history, that would be a day 3 pick that has round 1 talent.
Yeah.
And even if you disagree with that sentiment, the numbers that Shedeur put up last year in college would completely disprove any argument you have of him of saying this guy can't play in the NFL.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, by the way, I don't know if you clocked the time last year, Moose, but 10:24, we're done in day 2. Like, I legitimately, like, think it was at least a little bit longer. I know they get the picks moving, but, like, I thought last year it finished, like, still, like, around 11. My goodness. We're at a full hour before that. So we're going to be, by the time he does that loop cut, I mean, it's going to be 30 minutes probably quicker. Crazy. Unbelievable. Right. But shout out to Alec Lewis with the 5. My guy. Yes, I remember the chat sports stream with Nick. Was a super fun stream. Boy, was it, Alec. Glad I could help your channel out. Thanks again for the Lions. Well, hopefully, Alec, you still rock it every Sunday, Monday, Thursday that the Lions play. Hopefully it brings you justice. Appreciate you always supporting us here at Chat Sports. You're an absolute legend, my friend. I still follow you on Instagram, I think, by the way. Shout out to you, Alec. And then my guy over at Dolphins, Aaron Hadzik, he got a $5 super chat in to potentially win that raffle. By the way, question for you two. I also have a raffle on Dolphins. Should we do that be quickly live here so the people still watching over there can see it? All right, so we had a raffle for the old school throwback Dolphins mini helmet.
Ooh, sweet.
We're going to do that after the Chat Sports one or before, whatever you guys want. But, I mean, I got to do it live so the people know who won. And if I leave, then it's done. I have all the names written down. Sack at the TV. All right. All right, let me know when, Jack, you're good for me to send it to you. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't want to crowd you there.
No worries. No worries.
All right. So
thank you to everybody that is still with us. Make sure that you stick around for that duck race, by the way, to make sure for the Dolphins fans, if you win that mini helmet, and for our NFL fans, those draft hats. First place and last place going to be taking home a 2025 NFL draft hat.
Yeah, you know, let's see what ultimately comes to fruition here. I mean, there's still 1,200 people watching. Trace is going to break it down of the entire day 2 here in just 1 second, but we're going to do the 2 raffles. We're going to have an electric play-by-play call for that because it's arguably my favorite part about the job. You think I'm kidding, but doing the play-by-play for the duck races is legitimately the favorite thing I do here at Chat Sports. We're going to do that here. We're going to sign off on Dolphins. We're going to let him take it away on the recap of day 2 of the NFL Draft, and then we're going to call it a night here. It's been a hell of a stream, at least on Dolphins. Yeah. I know it has been on Chat Sports as well.
It's been crazy. First time ever here doing the NFL Draft at Chat Sports. I've only been here for 6.5 months, so being able to step in and see what all the chaos looks like is just so much fun.
I got to be honest. You saying it's already been 6.5 months. I did not know it was already 6.5 months. I'm getting old.
Did it feel that, like, does it feel like longer or shorter?
You could have told me you started 3 months ago. I would have believed you.
Whoa! Happy anniversary tomorrow.
Fun fact, my 1-year anniversary of being the Dolphins host was 2 days ago. Shout out to all y'all.
That's very nice. Here we go. Is this Dolphins or is this chat? Okay, this is Maine. All right, so these are for the draft hats. First and last place. All right, can we get a little countdown here? From 5. And they're off.
You know, my favorite part about this, by the way, I don't call these duck races until we get to 30 seconds, but the variety of the ducks that you have racing, just take a look here. You got Superman, you got Dracula, you got Doctor, you got Strawberry, you got Spider-Man. You just have such a different variety. It's truly awesome that they let all these ducks race, because some duck race programs, they don't let everyone do it. But
not all ducks
these
are allowed.
include everyone, and that's what you really like here. And you see Gwendolyn plays in front here with 30 seconds to go. IQ Barbecue, though, sneaky there. He's got a couple ducks there at the bottom of your screen, but Anthony Fuller making a charge up that middle. We got Dr. Duck holding strong in the middle. We got Astronaut Duck, top of your screen, hanging around. But now we got Beastie Studios making a charge, but he hits a little bit of a wall. We got 5 seconds to go. We got ducks falling off. The reindeer duck, IQ Barbecue, but we got the standard duck. The standard duck, Anthony Fuller. No Fugazi, no costumes, nothing. All business, Anthony Fuller. So Anthony Fuller wins 1.
Cody!
I'm sure that's going to be very easy to track down and find. Oh, onions. Shout out to Cody. Shout out to Anthony Fuller. What a race that was. What a race that was, man.
Whoo!
I don't see Fuller.
Are you guys in the chat?
Happy with a win.
So here's what we're going to do. Email us, draft@chatsports, and say, hey, I'm Anthony Fuller, or hey, I'm Cody. I won the draft hat. And we'll ask, we'll get proof that it's you and all of that. But yeah, Anthony Fuller and Cody. Email draft@chatsports.com. It's on the L3 right now, and we're going to hook you up with a draft hat of your choice. It's going to be great.
That's sweet.
Aaron,
Congratulations.
Aaron is sad in the Dolphins chat that he didn't win, but I got good news for you, Aaron. The Dolphins Today raffle is about to happen. The old school logo, I don't have it on me. It's still in my other studio. But we're going to do a raffle for the mini helmet there. We're going to ship that out. How incredible is that? By the way, that football, is that for the entire 3 days? Who's got the lead so far? Are the two?
IQ Barbecue. Mike Nintendo Master is in the chat right now. He's a loyal Bears fan. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, he's always on my Twitter talking shit to me. I don't know
Is he
why.
really?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all fun and games. I don't got an issue with it. It's fun. I laugh at it. But Mike is always throwing daggers at me on the Twitterverse.
He loves his Bears just like I do.
He's just mad that the Heat beat the Bulls every year in the play.
the Bulls
Listen,
suck.
and by the way, I'm mad that they do that too. Like, Mike, me and you were on the same boat there.
All right.
All right,
Ready
Dolphins
for the
fans,
Dolphins
for the
ones.
people still watching on Dolphins Today, this 1 minute duck race is going to be for the Dolphins old school mini helmet. So, Cody Largent, you have tickets. Aaron, you have tickets. We know Poe has a lot of tickets. We know David Breakout has a lot of tickets. We are going to get into that. Well, Jack, whenever you push it, we're going to do it. Yeah, we're going to do it. I always say I'm not supposed to play favorites in this, but I want Poe to win so badly. He had an absolute battle with David Breakout over at Dolphins Today for the MVP of the stream, and unfortunately, Breakout's just too good at what he does, and he's going to be MVP for the second straight night here on the NFL Draft. So I hope Poe gets a little something out of this, and he gets the helmet.
I mean, look at him. He's climbing up that little...
He's got a lot of tickets. You'll see a lot of Breakouts on there because he put in a lot of money over there, but so did Poe. And Poe's got a couple in the lead here as we start our 30-second countdown. But you can't sleep on Cody Largent, folks, because he's just been a difference maker in the first two games here at the Dolphins Today channel. Poe still holding strong, but now we see Cody in the lead as we got 15 seconds to go. We got 14. Oh, here comes Breakout. He just won't let anyone else win. But how about Andrew Carlson up the middle? Oh, Andrew Carlson. Oh, but Poe.
This is Poe.
I'm sorry for being so happy that Poe won, but when you are the big spender that Poe was today, but wasn't big enough to win the overall MVP, you hope to get a second place, and Poe did that. He played a great game today, and he deserves something.
Crazy.
Oh, Poe's always around the channel. Don't worry about that. I'll get a hold of him. I actually already owe him something else that I got to get in contact with him for, so... Poe's got to follow me on Twitter is what he's got to do. He says he follows me and he DMs me. He never does. He's a liar. Poe, I'm kidding. I love you. You know that, but I'm just going to put it out there. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Rohloff.
It was fun.
Great
it was
to
a
have
blast
you
hanging
on.
out for the third round. People in the chat, sports, people at Dolphins Today. As soon as they go Moose full screen here, I'm signing off on Dolphins, and I'm ending that stream. We'll be live again tomorrow for day 3 of the NFL Draft. We'll be live for rounds 4, 5. Dolphins have 1 4th-round pick, 3 5th-rounders, and 3 7th-rounders right now. Should be a busy day over at Dolphins Today. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. It was a lot of fun.